Chapter 116, Breaking the Ice. Oh? You also use a spear, Mr. Rudyard? Asked Vaughn, surprised to see Rudyard produce a broad-headed, three-pronged spear that appeared to be carved from bone. Also, repeated Rudyard, tilting his head confusedly until Vaughn produced his legendary spear. I typically use martial arts against human opponents, but when dealing with monsters, I wield a spear, revealed Vaughn, sporting a confident smile as he asked, maybe you can provide me some pointers after your match with Himmel. We'll see. Responded Rudyard, inspecting Vaughn's legendary spear and center of gravity with narrowed eyes. Both he and Himmel could immediately tell it was no ordinary weapon as, the moment Vaughn brought it out, the aura around him became sharper, more refined. Two spear users. Hummed Himmel, sporting a relaxed smile as he proposed, then, shall we advance with a triangle formation? The three of us can alternate between serving as the foreguard and occupying the rear flanks while Miss Tanya stays in the center, setting our pace and providing ranged support as needed. Would it not be better for me to provide fire support from the sky? Asked Tanya, a slight frown marring her face as she imagined having to travel long distances with a 30 kg battery pack smacking her thighs and a metal greave that caused her to place most of her weight on her left heel due to its thickness. If we're in an open field, certainly. Responded Himmel, offering a curt nod before adding, but if we're inside a dungeon or you have to fight at low altitude, the enemy could prioritize you. I don't imagine F and E rank monsters will be particularly challenging, but fighting in a formation is the best way to tackle many enemies while conserving mana and stamina. Though she pretended to be annoyed, Vaughn, Himmel, and Rudyard could all tell Tanya wasn't truly upset as she made a show of sighing exasperatedly and complaining, "Fine, I get it. The three of you see me as someone who needs protection, right? Me zipping around above your heads would likely distract you just as much as the enemy, so unless I deem it necessary, I'll keep my altitude low and conserve my ammunition." Demonstrating what she meant, Tanya rose a few centimeters off the ground, hovering in place by producing a constant, counterbalancing thrust from her greave but balanced by mana from her left soul. At the same time, though it wasn't visible to the naked eye, Vaughn and Rudyard could sense mana condensing around her like a bubble, ready to solidify and form a barrier at a moment's notice. Nodding approvingly, Rudyard remarked, "That's a very practical method of utilizing mana. But how long can you maintain it?" Smacking the massive battery dangling from her waist like a fanny pack, Tanya explained, "With this and my Type 13 computation jewel, I have a cruising range of approximately 3,000 kilometers, but that's if I'm flying full speed for 4 hours. If it's simply staying in the air, the passive replenishment of my mana outpaces my consumption. In other words, unless you're engaged in intensive activity, you can remain airborne indefinitely," concluded Himmel, cupping his chin with his right index finger and thumb. Flight magic typically burned through a tremendous amount of mana, and as far as he could tell, Tanya was only around the level of an apprentice mage. If it was true that her flight unit allowed her to remain airborne nigh indefinitely, he was fascinated and terrified by its capacity as both a revolutionary innovation and a means to wage brutal and efficient war. Then, just in case, started Vaughn, directing his gaze to Himmel as he asked, "Can you tell me what your boots are called? We will have more options if all four of us can fly." Understanding what Vaughn had in mind, Himmel's smile broadened as he revealed, "They don't have a particular name, but they're enchanted with a magic known as Fairy's Flight." "They should have a name," contended Vaughn, instructing, "Open your inventory and equipment tab and hover over them with either your finger or by thinking about it." Doing as Vaughn instructed, Himmel blinked in surprise and raised his brows as he revealed, "Well, would you look at that? According to this, they're C-rank footwear, specifically called Fairy's Skywalkers." "Excellent," said Vaughn, taking a moment to purchase a nearly identical pair of Himmel's boots but adjusting them to match the brown of Rudyard's tribalistic forearm wraps and open-toed sandals. Then, proffering them to the emerald-haired spearman, he offered his best smile and said, "These are for you. I prefer not to be indebted to others," responded Ruchard, his expression and tone flat. "And I prefer not to have to leave my allies behind if the situation gets out of hand," countered Vaughn, maintaining his smile as he asserted, "Himmel, Tanya, and I can all fly. If you're the only one who can't, it would place us in an awkward position." "I understand," responded Ruchard, sporting a slight frown but accepting and equipping the proffered boots. Fortunately, unlike Himmel's, he could use his Toki, aura, to activate the boot's flight enchantment. He also had an incredible sense of balance and extreme control over his body, so after some initial awkwardness, he could move about as if he had been wearing and fighting using them for years. "This is a dungeon? It looks like an ordinary forest," remarked Tanya, holding her oversized rifle in a relaxed but anticipatory posture as she, Vaughn, Himmel, and Ruchard emerged from the swirling, bright blue vortex that connected them to their destination, the F-ranked Warden's Glade. "That's because we specifically chose a field dungeon," explained Vaughn, appending, "this kind of dungeon has fewer treasures to discover, but if you possess the requisite knowledge and skills, there are rare plants and herbs to collect. Now that you've brought up the possibility of loot, there's something I've been meaning to ask," revealed Tanya, drawing everyone's gazes as she asked, "This system, our inventories and other functions, will we be able to access them when we return to our worlds?" Nodding, Vaughn responded, "Yes, but to prevent its misusage, only items you've obtained, purchased, or brought with you to the tower can be put in or taken out of your inventory. There are also restrictions on things that don't belong to you, or else people could steal items, disarm others with a touch, or loot whatever they pleased." "Makes sense," affirmed Tanya, nodding approvingly. Secretly, she was a little disappointed, as it would have been extraordinarily convenient if she could place whatever she pleased into her inventory, but she understood the need for such restrictions. "All right, then, are there any other preparations we need to make?" "If not, I will act as the first vanguard," stated Himmel, brandishing his false hero's sword with a relaxed smile but a keen gleam in his pale blue eyes. He had entered the tower for many reasons, but chief among them was ensuring he possessed the strength needed to defeat the Demon King. Thus, while he didn't exude a sense of urgency, he was eager to experience the effect of the enhancement crystals. "I'm good. How about the two of you?" asked Vaughn, shifting his gaze to Ruchard and then Tanya, both offering curt, resolute nods in turn. "Then, shall we see what this dungeon has in store?" hummed Himmel, taking the initiative to step toward the forest, prompting Tanya to follow a few meters behind, floating a few centimeters off the ground as Vaughn and Ruchard exchanged nods and split to the left and right, protecting the rear and flanks. Spurred by the group's entry into the forest, the sky above them gained a nebulous purple hue, prompting Vaughn to explain, "This is a subdimensional barrier devised to enable ascendees to use their maximum power without concern. To put things into perspective, you would need a power level of 8,000 to shatter it. That's enough power to destroy an unprotected planet in a single attack. If I hadn't seen that Saitama in action, I wouldn't think anyone could possess such power," remarked Himmel, his smile fading as he recalled the scene of Saitama obliterating an entire mountain with what appeared to be a casual punch. He knew of tactical and grand class magic spells that could instantly destroy whole cities, but what Saitama had done was far beyond anything he thought possible. If the bald, oddly dressed man were unleashed on their world, he knew there was nothing he nor anyone else could do to stop him. FWS 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 FWS. Interrupting Himmel's thoughts, compelling Tanya to raise her rifle, and causing Vaughn and Ruchard to take ready stances, a group of wolves with a distinctive leaf green coat and yellowish underbellies came rushing at the party. Their speed was only around that of a sprinting border collie, but as there were at least 10 of them, the group naturally contracted to prevent the speeding canines from slipping between them. Crack crack crack! Startling Himmel and Ruchard, though not enough to distract them, Tanya opened fire on the yellow-green wolves. Each time she pulled the trigger of her rifle, a brief but loud explosive crack rang out, echoing throughout the forest. The projectiles she used resembled ordinary bullets, but their casings were covered in intricate magical circuitry, causing them to glow a vibrant shade of purple as they zipped through the air and impacted the wolves, producing small but powerful explosions as they hit. "What an efficient form of magic!" remarked Himmel, regaining a smile as he casually spun on his heel, narrowly evading a wolf's lung before slicing through it as if it were an illusion. Then, twisting in the opposite direction, he split a second wolf from throat to tail before relaxedly brandishing his blade like a beam of arcing, bluish-white light, swiftly decapitating a third as it tried to bite his ankle. "These people are monsters," thought Tanya, her expression serious as she observed Himmel, Vaughn, and Ruchard. All three possessed superhuman strength, speed, and reaction time. She was confident she could take out the entire group of wolves on her own, but the ease with which they took down the charging beasts without enhancing themselves suggested they were far from pushing their limits. With the battle lasting less than a minute, the party took a moment to recover the dropped enhancement crystals, which, rather than falling to the ground and potentially getting lost, emitted a faint white glow as they gradually floated toward the person who had dealt the killing blow to the monsters, dubbed F-rank timber wolves. "Oh, that's convenient," remarked Himmel, grasping one of his 3 crystals out of the air and gazing at it. Doing so caused a blue window to materialize, revealing it to be an F-rank Constitution crystal valued at 13 tower points. "So, eating this will improve my health and make my body more resilient?" asked Tanya, her expression and tone full of skepticism as she pondered how she was supposed to eat or swallow a crystal large enough to fill her palm. Nodding, Vaughn revealed, and to make them a little more palatable, Constitution crystals have a flavor corresponding to the consumer's favorite vegetable dish. Strength crystals taste like meat, intelligence crystals taste like ice cream, and wisdom crystals can be dissolved in hot water to make it taste like your favorite coffee or tea. "How considerate," muttered Tanya, observing Ruchard casually take a bite of his acquired crystal before doing the same. To her surprise, while it felt as hard as a stone in her hand, it was comparable to steamed broccoli when she bit into it. The taste was the same, complete with a faint cheesy undertone that made it significantly more palatable. "Oh, wow, mine tastes like buttered corn," revealed Himmel, his brows rising as he finished his first crystal, prompting a system notification that his constitution had increased by 0.013. This may not seem like much, but as his current value was 128.294 and the monsters within the glade were among the weakest they had access to, the implications were as exciting as they were jarring. Chapter 117, Overwhelming. As Vaughn's party pushed their way further into the glade, the number of timber wolves they encountered gradually increased from pack sizes of 10 to an average of 20. Stronger monsters called timber wolf pack leaders began appearing, taking charge of the weaker wolves, but even if their coordination steadily improved, they simply lacked the stats to pose a threat. Crack crack. Accurately shooting 2 timber wolves in the head, Tanya, looking bored, remarked, "We should take on an F-end rank dungeon next. These monsters are way too weak." "Well, each rank is supposed to be 100 times stronger than those preceding it," explained Vaughn, intercepting a timer wolf's pounce with the tip of his spear, discarding it to the side as he revealed, "Also, this is floor 0 of the tower, also known as the tutorial/testing area. It was conceived to help everyday people acclimate to fighting monsters, so we're ahead of the curve at D and C rank." "Everyday people," parroted Tanya, frowning as she asked, "What's the point of empowering such people? More to the point, why create a place like this? People don't empower others arbitrarily, so what do you and the others who created this place hope to achieve?" Though he was a little taken aback by Tanya's abrupt, interrogatory line of questioning, Vaughn didn't hesitate to smile and answer, "We want to build a community." Preempting Tanya's follow-up questions, Vaughn stabbed his spear into the ground, creating a golden magic circle with a 20-meter diameter. All monsters within its area of effect were pushed out forcibly. At the same time, those on the outside could not enter, their advance thwarted by an imperceptible, dome-shaped barrier that produced golden light whenever something came into contact with it. "Oh, that's a convenient ability," remarked Himmel, wearing his usual smile as he turned to face Vaughn and pulled out a cloth to clean his sword. It was free of blood and gore thanks to the monsters disappearing when killed, but dutifully cleaning and maintaining their equipment was a habit most seasoned adventurers from his world had. Continuing where he left off, Vaughn explained, "I'm one of a small group with the capacity to link and cross between different worlds, universes, and dimensions. Some of us have the power to decimate entire planets, but even that isn't as impressive as it sounds when you consider it only requires a power level in the tens of thousands. There are beings in the multiverse with power levels in the billions, so you could say our goal is to create an organization that can solve multiversal problems or oppose virtually any threat that could appear. An organization that you or someone you know will stand at the top of, no doubt," remarked Tanya, exhaling from her nose. "That's not entirely true," refuted Vaughn, shaking his head as he contended, "I honestly don't care who's in charge so long as they follow the rules and aren't a complete tyrant. I personally just want to live free and spend time with the people I care about, but since I possess the means and power to help or enable others, I feel obligated to at least try." "And what's to prevent people who gain power here from using it to cause chaos back in their original worlds?" asked Tanya. Shaking his head, Vaughn argued, "Even without power, those who seek to cause chaos and harm will find a way. We have fail-safes in place, but not to the extent where we would prohibit people from thinking and acting for themselves. Just keep in mind that actions have consequences, so if you choose the path of a villain, you need to be prepared for the appearance of a hero who will strike you down. That's how karma works, and not even gods are exempt from its influence." "Well, no concerns there," responded Tanya, shrugging as she contended, "only fools go out of their way to become heroes or villains. My only goal is to live a safe, comfortable life away from conflict or strife." "Is your world currently or frequently at war?" asked Himmel, his eyes softening empathetically as he remarked, "Because, while I'm not familiar with the structure of your empire's military, the position of warrant officer sounds like a reasonably high position. That suggests you worked hard or were given the position out of necessity." "I earned the position out of necessity," countered Tanya, exhaling from her nose as she revealed, "My father was a soldier who fell in the line of duty, and my mother abandoned me at the door of an orphanage when I was 3. My options were to starve and wait for a good family to maybe adopt me or forge a path for myself. Enlisting in the Empire's military was my best option, as it's the only path that ensures upward societal mobility for those without backing." "I see, you've lived a difficult life," remarked Himmel, resisting the urge to extend his hand and touzle Tanya's hair as he didn't believe she would appreciate it. "You're mistaken," refuted Tanya, shaking her head before adopting a serious expression as she asserted, "Difficult lives are reserved for those who lack the perseverance or resourcefulness to make the most of their situation. I was born with the capacity to become a mage, and though it has been a hindrance thus far, my appearance is a boon I should be able to take advantage of in the future. Save your sympathy for those who only know how to live or leech off others." "I understand," responded Himmel, offering a slow, affirming nod. He got the distinct impression that Tanya's words were meant to convince herself more than anyone, but until she opened herself to accepting the help and counsel of others, any compassion she received was likely to be met with suspicion or hostility. "I should look into the world this girl originates," thought Vaughn, prompting Sis to respond, "I will queue it up for you to watch later." "Thank you," responded Vaughn, exhibiting considerably less restraint than Himmel as he extended his right hand, unabashedly touzling Tanya's hair as he asserted, "You're very strong," in an affirming tone. "And you're lucky there aren't any police here," responded Tanya, batting Vaughn's hand away as she narrowed her eyes and asserted, "You could get in a lot of trouble touzling the hair of little girls you scarcely know or aren't related to without permission. Generally speaking, little girls aren't warrant officers, much less capable of flying around and wielding firearms," retorted Vaughn, sporting a playful smile. "However, as the words left his lips, he recalled that Issei had tried introducing him to several anime shows with the exact premise of young or conspicuously young-looking girls wielding firearms to battle aliens or some other monstrous threat. There were even gacha games where each character you acquired was a historical or mythological ship, tank, plane, submarine, or some other type of vessel that, for some reason, had been given human form. Leaving Vaughn at a loss for words, Tanya extended her cupped left hand to him, her expression and tone serious as she expressed, "Regardless, you touched me without my permission. I demand compensation." Though he was tempted to argue he had done nothing wrong, Vaughn knew from experience how unpleasant it was to be touched or taken advantage of non-consensually. He didn't believe he had crossed that line, but since it was Tanya's decision to hold him accountable or not, he eventually pulled up a trade window and offered her 1,000 tower points. "This will suffice as a warning," affirmed Tanya, promptly accepting the trade before meeting Vaughn's gaze and warning, "The next touch will cost you 10,000, minimum." "Fair enough," conceded Vaughn, offering an affirming nod instead of trying to apologize. Tanya was clearly a very pragmatic girl, so if he went out of his way to apologize, she would likely argue that if he were truly sorry, he should give her even more TP as compensation. 5 hours later. After meandering through the Warden's Glade without any particular destination in mind, Vaughn, Himmel, Tanya, and Ruchard eventually found themselves near a large, slightly elevated cave occupied by well over 100 timber wolves, 4 pack leaders, and an unspecified variant that was clearly their ruler. It was taller than the average person while lying with its forepaws crossed, so its standing height had to be at least 3 meters with a length exceeding 5, tail excluded. "That's quite a bit larger than the other wolves we've faced," remarked Himmel, sporting his usual smile as everyone concealed themselves in the treeline, several tens of meters from the cave's entrance. "It must be the boss of this area," reasoned Vaughn, explaining, "since they represent a final challenge of sorts. Dungeon bosses are always at least a plus multiplier more powerful than other monsters. There are exceptions, but here on the 0th floor, it's safe to assume most bosses are between E and in rank. If I fly up and bombard the entrance with my artillery spell, I should be able to drop the entire cave on their heads," remarked Tanya, looking a bit worse for wear compared to the rest of the group but modeling a resolute, indefatigable expression. "The territory or chamber of a boss typically has rewards that can only be accessed after their defeat," explained Vaughn, sporting a determined look of his own as he proposed. "I suggest we draw the boss's attention using ranged attacks and then I'll sow confusion among their ranks by charging directly into the cave. That will split their focus, and once I'm inside, I can unleash flames to cut off any prospective reinforcements." "Is that necessary?" questioned Ruchard, his expression and tone flat as he reasoned, "With our strength, we should be able to deal with the entire group while maintaining our formation." "The moss-headed Triclops is right," affirmed Tanya, appending, "The 3 of you can draw out the enemy utilizing a pincer formation while I assail them from the sky. Even if the wolf leader can fly or employ ranged attacks, I can dodge and block bullets, much less whatever some E-rank mutt can throw at me." "If everyone else agrees, I'm fine with executing that plan," responded Vaughn, meeting the gazes of Himmel and Ruchard. "It's a reasonable plan," affirmed Himmel, nodding. "I will serve as the rearguard," appended Ruchard, believing he should give the trio a chance to increase their strength as he was the strongest and most experienced member of the party. "Then I'll take the right flank," asserted Vaughn, offering a curt nod before splitting off from the group. Himmel subsequently split off to the left, and once they were in position, Ruchard made his presence known by stepping into the clearing, drawing the attention of the boss nigh instantaneously. Rising to its full height, revealing it was closer to 4 meters than 3, the colossal green and yellow wolf reared back its head and unleashed a protracted howl. Dozens of timber wolves and pack leaders immediately answered the call, forming up along the ridge outside the cave's entrance, but Ruchard remained completely stone-faced as he approached the group with his bone-white trident in hand. Demonstrating a burgeoning intellect, the colossal timber wolf looked to its left and right, using a mix of head gestures and growling vocalizations to communicate with the two largest members of its pack before leaping down from the low ridge, ostensibly to face Rudyard alone. When Vaughn and Himmel witnessed this, they immediately felt they shouldn't intervene, but Tanya had different thoughts. The moment the oversized Timberwolf and Rudyard adopted their respective battle stances, she squeezed the trigger of her Type 12 Mondragon rifle, striking the center of the boss monster's head with a bright purple projectile that produced a large explosion. When the consequential smoke, dust, and debris cleared, the boss's body could be seen slowly dissolving into bluish-white smoke, the energy comprising its body being drawn into a pale red enhancement crystal. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining Timberwolves first stood on end, their eyes glistening red as they leaped down from the ridge, abandoning any semblance of restraint or strategy as they stampeded toward Rudyard with murderous intent. At the same time, Tanya emerged from the forest's canopy, accurately sniping one Timberwolf after another as Vaughn and Himmel emerged from their hiding places, attracting the attention of the wolves closest to them as they joined Rudyard in mowing them down with almost machine-like precision. Chapter 118, Conclusion. With things settling down after a few minutes, Vaughn, Himmel, Tanya, and Rudyard gathered near where the boss, known as a Timberwolf King, had fallen. Touching down near her prize, Tanya grabbed the pale red Constitution enhancement crystal, taking a large bite out of it and waiting for the rest of the party to assemble before casually revealing, "I got an achievement called One Shot, One Kill." "An achievement?" parroted Himmel, crossing his arms, cupping his chin, and tilting his head in curiosity. "According to the description, it doubles the damage I deal to monster weak points when wielding firearms," revealed Tanya, her expression morphing into a frown as a prominent, tingling heat permeated her body. Realizing what was happening, Vaughn raised his right brow and questioned, "What rank is your constitution?" "If that's an E-rank enhancement crystal and your constitution is F rank, you won't be able to absorb more than a portion of the stored energy." "I can take it," responded Tanya, sporting a determined frown as she ate the rest of the pale red crystal. The excess energy, which was specifically intended to refine and reinforce a person's physique, caused her body to flush and become saturated with sweat. Despite this, Tanya didn't cry out or relent, her expression a determined glower as she reached up to pull at the zipper of her flight suit, lowering it to reveal her neck, collarbone, and a glowing crimson sphere set in gold with a cross on top. Exhaling from his nose, Vaughn startled everyone by turning away from the party and tossing a large capsule several meters away from where they were standing, producing a large explosion of yellow and pink smoke that promptly cleared to reveal a capsule house. Then, staring down at Tanya, who was staring back at him with wide-eyed incredulity, he stated, "There is a bath, wardrobe, and bed inside. Run the water as cold as you can and add this to it." Handing Tanya what looked like a pale blue bath bomb, Vaughn explained, "This is a low-grade yin essence pill. It will make the water as frigid as glacial seawater, but it will help you process the excess energy coursing through your body while drawing out impurities." "Sounds like something straight out of a wuxia novel," remarked Tanya, accepting the baseball-sized pill with narrowed, suspicion-filled eyes before looking up at Vaughn and questioning, "And you're just giving this to me? What's the catch?" "Even if this is the only time we party together, I consider everyone in the tower a prospective ally," remarked Vaughn, presenting his best smile as he playfully appended, "and I'd rather not witness one of my allies overheat, succumb to a coma, or explode from the inside." "Would you respawn?" "Yes. But that wouldn't make the experience any less gruesome or traumatizing for all of us." "Fine, I owe you one," responded Tanya, issuing a temperamental snort before retreating to the capsule house, her skin an increasingly prominent shade of red and faint pink steam rising from her body. Seeing Tanya disappear into the portable house, Vaughn shook his head in slight exasperation, exhaled faintly from his nose, and turned to Himmel and Rudyard, stating, "It will take at least 3 to 4 hours for her to process the energy and recuperate. Shall we set up camp, prepare a meal, and maybe train a bit until she emerges?" "I personally wouldn't mind learning more about you and the group you belong to," responded Himmel, sporting his usual friendly smile but with a glimmer of intrigue in his pale blue eyes. "We shouldn't fight while we're in the dungeon," appended Rudyard, his expression and tone serious as he asserted, "even if the monsters here are weak and we're able to revive upon death, it's important to maintain a certain degree of tension to avoid becoming complacent when we return to our original worlds." "Makes sense," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. Then, rather than setting up a normal camp, he produced a large wooden platform, set a carpet atop it, and produced some comfortable furniture and a large table for the three of them to use as they snacked on the magical crops he had grown in the tower or acquired from the corridor. Himmel offered to cook for them, but as he was acclimated to Grayfia's cooking, Vaughn politely refused since he doubted the blue-haired hero was anywhere near as skillful as someone who had refined their techniques over centuries. 6 hours later. "This equip function is really handy," remarked Tanya, emerging from the capsule house looking noticeably refreshed. The low-grade yin essence pill had made her skin even fairer, and as her hair refracted the light of the artificial sun, it appeared to glisten with a faint golden hue. Seeing Tanya bereft of her flak jacket and flight unit, the upper half of her flight suit wrapped around her waist, exposing the black wool tank top she was wearing underneath, Vaughn raised his left brow and asked, "How are you feeling? Were you able to get enough rest?" "Yeah, I should apologize about that," remarked Tanya, exhaling from her nose as she revealed, "I ended up passing out in the bath. I guess I overestimated myself. I apologize for the inconvenience." "It's not a big deal," responded Vaughn, offering a shrug as he reasoned, "I mean, we've nothing if not time in this place." "Yeah, about that," started Tanya, crossing her arms and raising her gaze to the sky as she asked, "Is there no day-night cycle in this place? Unless the time displayed by this system is inaccurate, we've been at this for the better part of 12 hours. "It's due to the dungeon's setting," stated Vaughn, explaining, "monsters become much more dangerous at night, so most F-rank dungeons are set to perpetual noon. There is a proper day-night cycle in the overworld and most safe areas. This place is beyond absurd," sighed Tanya, grabbing a crimson bapple from the fruit bowl separating everyone before plopping down in the seat Vaughn had considerately prepared for her. Had she been back in her world, she would have done her best to appear as a model soldier, but since she was in the company of two people from fantasy settings and a being that could easily pass as a deity, she drew her feet up onto the chair and sat in a lazy, lounging posture as she asked, "So, what's the plan?" before taking a loud, crunchy bite of the crimson bapple. "We were waiting for you to return before investigating the Timber Wolf King's den," answered Himmel, prompting Tanya, whose bright blue eyes had widened at the taste of the crimson bapple, to frown and ask, "Why?" "It was my fault for taking myself out of commission. You should have split the loot among yourselves and left me." "I don't really need loot," responded Vaughn, shaking his head as he added, "and think about our party composition. One of us is a hero, and the other joined our party to protect and watch over you. It would be impossible for us to make such a selfish decision." Whatever floats your boat," retorted Tanya, shrugging dismissively before meeting Vaughn's gaze as she asked, more to the point, "Do you have infinite tower points or something? I also noticed that you haven't eaten a single enhancement crystal since we entered the dungeon." Shaking his head, Vaughn revealed, "I received the same amount of TP as everyone else who was eliminated during the preliminary ranking battle royale. I acquired your flight unit and Rudyard's boots using a power that allows me to produce virtually anything using a currency known as origin points. The tower system and shop were derived from an ability I already possessed. So you have access to a currency and shop that transcend the towers," summarized Tanya, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully. Nodding, Vaughn appended, "But I still have to earn that currency, just like everyone else. As for the enhancement crystals I've acquired, they aren't all that useful at my current rank, so I'm saving them to trade with others or convert to tower points. There will invariably be those who don't want to enter the dungeons to grow stronger, so enhancement crystals will be an important currency to exchange for goods and services." As expected from someone who had a hand in the tower's making, you aren't thinking about how things are but how they will be in the near to distant future," remarked Tanya, nodding approvingly. "It makes sense," appended Himmel, cupping his chin thoughtfully as he reasoned, "since we'll eventually be able to invite others into the tower, having a stockpile of enhancement crystals could prove extremely useful. I suspect it won't be long before various organizations endeavor to gain a foothold in the tower, particularly the lower floors. Possessing the means to strengthen allies quickly will be vital to rapid expansion. We can invite other people to the tower?" "Where did you hear that?" asked Tanya, anticipating the answer even before Himmel and Ruchard shifted their gazes to the obvious culprit, Vaughn. Consequently, the latter found himself on the receiving end of another barrage of queries, leaving him somewhat exasperated as he realized he would likely have to answer the same series of questions dozens of times during his stay in tower. After returning the capsule house to its capsule and packing everything up, Vaughn took point, leading everyone into the Timberwolves' den with Himmel, Tanya, and Ruchard following behind in that order. Fortunately, they didn't have to travel far to reach their destination, a massive, roughly dome-shaped chamber with shafts of light descending from a hole in the ceiling, accessible after descending a slight incline. "Well, this is convenient," remarked Tanya, exhaling from her nose as the party discovered a series of 4 bronze and 1 silver treasure casket at the cavern's center, neatly arranged with the slightly larger silver chest at the front. "We should take caution," suggested Himmel, his eyes narrowing slightly as he revealed, "Back in my world, there is a variety of monsters known as mimics. They can take on various forms, but one of their most infamous is a treasure chest, patiently waiting to devour unsuspecting or overzealous adventurers who drop their guards." Nodding, Vaughn affirmed, "You should definitely be wary of such surprises in a labyrinth or ruin-type dungeon, but it's reasonably safe to assume the chests found in a boss's treasure room are safe. I have no doubt there will be exceptions to the rule, but not in an F-rank dungeon." "So, what's the plan?" asked Tanya, questioning, "should we each pick a bronze chest and then open the silver one together? Or should we open all 5, see what loot is available, and then distribute it from there?" "Generally speaking, the best way to handle such things is to ascertain the value of the loot back at the safe zones," stated Vaughn. "Then, if there is something that someone in the party wants to keep, they can exchange tower points to acquire it. Considering we fought together, that's reasonable," confirmed Tanya, taking the initiative to step forward and open the silver chest without an iota of hesitance. Fortunately, it wasn't trapped. As for its contents, the only thing inside was a red slip of paper with a magic circle inscribed on its face. "What's this?" asked Tanya, picking up the piece of paper, prompting a notification that revealed it to be an E-rank weapon summoning ticket. "Oh, wow! That's an extraordinarily lucky find in an F-rank dungeon," remarked Vaughn, genuinely surprised as he explained, "It basically allows you to specify a weapon type, and then it will provide a random item that matches the ticket's rank. It might not be useful for the 4 of us, but acquiring an E-rank weapon this early would have been a godsend for a proper F-rank. Otherwise, it's worth 1,000 tower points." "Then let's just trade it in," suggested Tanya, feeling it would be pointless to harp over an E-rank weapon when she could already eliminate F-rank bosses in a single shot. Everyone else agreed with her, and since none of the other items in the chests were worth writing home about, they traded in everything for 1,108 tower points, making it clear just how great a boon the ticket had been. Chapter 119, Contacts. "So, what now? We done?" asked Tanya, her vision filled with windows only she could see as she joined Vaughn, Himmel, and Ruchard at one of the circular tables prepared within the dungeon terminal's trade-in/resupply station. "I'm personally planning to hang out in my room and respond to some of the messages people have been sending me," responded Vaughn, exhaling a faintly exasperated sigh. That reminds me," muttered Tanya, swiping her right index finger in the air, sending requests to be added to Vaughn's, Himmel's, and Ruchard's contacts. She wasn't particularly fond of heroes or busybodies, but after witnessing how seriously they took exploring the dungeons, she believed they could be useful. Accepting Tanya's request to be added to his contacts, Himmel's smile broadened as he questioned, "Then, shall we part ways for tonight and regroup around noon tomorrow? That should provide everyone plenty of time to rest, recuperate, and prepare. I don't mind venturing into another dungeon together, but it may be best to take some time to acquaint ourselves with the safe area's facilities and form parties with other ascendees," reasoned Vaughn, revealing, "There are training facilities, combat simulators, communal and gender-specific hot springs, and even seclusion chambers for mental and spiritual cultivation. Everything requires TP, but it's important to balance effort with relaxation and recreation. Then let's arrange to meet 3 to 5 days hence," suggested Himmel, adding, "That should give us plenty of time to acquaint ourselves with the facilities and interact with our fellow ascendees. Just contact me when the time comes," stated Ruchard, rising to his feet and offering everyone a slight but respectful bow before turning to leave, leaving everyone to stare at his retreating figure with varying expressions and thoughts. "I suppose that's my cue," hummed Himmel, sporting a relaxed smile and offering Vaughn and Tanya a slow nod before disappearing via the return to room function. Vaughn planned to do the same, but when he turned to meet Tanya's gaze, she surprised him by revealing, "I still have many questions for you, but you might get the wrong idea if I ask to come to your room. Instead, I will outline everything in a single message and forward it to you later this evening or tomorrow morning. Please review and respond to it at your earliest convenience." Following Himmel's example, Tanya promptly disappeared the moment she finished speaking, leaving Vaughn staring at where she had been seated with an expression of incredulity. Regaining his senses after a moment of awkward silence, Vaughn closed his eyes and shook his head in mild exasperation. When he opened them, he was already back in his room, sitting on the edge of his bed. There, he sat pensively for several seconds, contemplating whether to summon Graphia or respond to everyone's messages. He had previously resolved to spend the 4 months the tower was open focusing on his personal growth and developing his trans-dimensional network, but after half a day of exploring the Warden's Glade and depleting his mental energy answering questions, he was in the mood for a good fuck. "Should I try my luck?" Vaughn asked himself, kicking off his shoes, lying atop his oversized bed, and opening his contact list. His eyes immediately settled on Yoryuki's listing, and thanks to his perfect recall, the image of her exceptionally inviting posterior resurfaced within his mind's eye, along with the flirtatious look she gave him before they parted ways. Checking the single message Yoryuki had sent him, a reminder to let her know when he was free, Vaughn recalled what he knew of her character and tried to calculate his odds of success. He was reasonably certain she was in a committed relationship with Kisuke, but since she had openly flirted with and teased more than a few characters, including a 16-year-old Ichigo, he got the impression she would allow him to bed her in exchange for privileged information or favor. But even though she was one of my first fictional crushes, her character leaves a lot to be desired, thought Vaughn, placing his right hand atop his chest, a cold sweat breaking out across his body as he recalled Yoryuki mercilessly stabbing him through the heart. The pain was fleeting, but his perfect recall worked against him in such instances as he could remember every detail of his sudden and unceremonious murder as if he were being stabbed at that very moment. Feeling that he shouldn't rush to forgive or befriend someone who had murdered him with a smile on her face, Vaughn shelved the idea of inviting Yoryuki over and turned his attention to his contacts. Family. New contact. Friends. Shihauer and Yoryuki 0. Namage 19. Tanya von Digurekov 0. Himmel 1. Ruchard Superdia 0. General. Natsu Dragneel 9. Iwadani Naofumi 3. Sora 1. Tosaka Rin 14. Haruhiro 3. Shiro 7. Emi Yusa 2. Makoto Masumi 8. Rem Galeu 11. Yuzuki Yatsuya 2. Sato Hiraga 4. Theo Cornero 1. Siluka Melodies 5. Fran 0. Lloyd Irving 0. Kid 7. Ren Amamiya 2. Misaka Mikoto 15. Merly 2. Sora 3. Estelle Bright 8. Adal Kristen 1. Joshua Bright 4. Nina Windia 2. Noyumano Ringo 6. Nami Kaze Minato 1. Sasakura Ryuhu 0. Haruhiro 1. Tomohiro Saitama. Simon 4. Riko 5. Kurokami Madaka 148. Shiro Emiya 1. Roxanne 2. Asuna Yuaki 4. Kamija Toma 5. Fubuki 13. Wendy Marvel 7. Anew Orium 2. Yoko Littner 0. Felt 8. Yum 2. Oxford 1. Maki Oz 5. Luke Fon Fabre 0. Lest 1. Blocked. Geez, this Madaka girl is even more assertive than Rias. Thought Vaughn, opening the aforementioned girl's messages to find a veritable wall of text from the blue-haired high schooler, evidently wishing for him to become a permanent member of her party. However, as most of what she messaged him was self-praise, Vaughn concluded it was best to give her a wide berth. Closing his chat with Madaka, Vaughn returned his attention to his contacts, realizing he didn't recognize even a third of the names. Among the girls he did recognize, 3 were children, and the others were either the heroine or fated partners of their world's protagonists. Hooking up with Nami was possible, but he would need at least a few days or weeks to butter her up and build rapport with her. Yoryuki may actually be the best choice for a short-term booty call. Vaughn realized, closing his eyes and thinking. Half the ascendees were female, and, as could be expected from a bunch of protagonists or protagonist-adjacent entities, the majority were immensely beautiful or, at the very least, cute. One person who had stuck in his mind was the girl named Yoko Littner, mostly due to her bright red hair and fiery bikini top, but since she hadn't messaged him, he presumed she wasn't particularly interested in getting closer to him. Let's see, other than Nami, the girls who messaged me the most are Misaka Mikoto, Tosaka Rin, and Fubuki. Noted Vaughn, focusing on the latter as he recalled that Mikoto and Rin were rather famous tsunderes. Mikoto was also only 14 years old, and while that was acceptable back in Japan, he wasn't particularly interested in middle schoolers. Opening his chat with Fubuki, Vaughn was unsurprised to learn she was interested in recruiting him to her party. However, while she wasn't as bad as Madaka, he knew from One Punch Man and reading her messages that she was a very self-centered woman. She presumably wanted his support to establish and expand her Fubuki group within the tower, and since she was currently stronger than him, she would probably talk down to him like so many others. If I might make a suggestion, you would have the best chance with the woman named Roxanne from World SH0952, stated Sis, prompting Vaughn to stare at the 34th name in his general contacts. The profile picture was that of a captivating woman with gentle, reddish-brown eyes, yellow-gold hair, and what appeared to be floppy dog ears tipped with cream-colored fur. And, though she had only sent him 2 messages, Vaughn developed a favorable impression of her when he read them. Roxanne, I would be honored to speak with you when the opportunity allows. Roxanne, and thank you for the opportunity to increase my strength. The Tower of Ascension is truly a wondrous place. She seems like she would be easy to get along with. Thought Vaughn, closing his eyes and focusing on his memory of being encircled in the dungeon terminal. Everything detected by his domain was saved like a snapshot within his mind, so even if he hadn't so much as cast a glance in Roxanne's direction at the time, he could navigate the memory like a free-floating camera. Oh, wow, I didn't realize she was a maid. Getting his first proper glimpse of Roxanne through his memories, Vaughn learned that she didn't just have a pretty face. Her voluptuous figure was on par with a pure-blooded devil's, and while her hat was a little silly, she was dressed in a Victorian-esque maid outfit with a long skirt and a frilly apron. A droopy, yellow and white tail protruded from her lower back, but Vaughn's attention was quickly drawn to the rather conspicuous black collar around her neck, ostensibly forged from a type of iron with a large metal loop, clearly intended to accommodate a leash. "Is she a slave?" asked Vaughn, directing the question to Sis. Her world is based on an anime and manga that roughly translates to slave harem in the labyrinth of the other world, revealed Sis, affirming, Roxanne is the first slave the protagonist acquires after great effort, but with the boons provided to him at the start of the series, losing his access to her shouldn't greatly affect his ability to survive and prosper. But I would feel like a monster if I took advantage of her or made her think her freedom was predicated on how well she served me. Thought Vaughn, exhaling from his nose. His inhibitions had eased in the past half a year, but there were certain lines he wasn't willing to cross. Roxanne became a slave willingly and studied hard so that she would be able to serve the master who purchased her dutifully, stated Sis. Other than that, her greatest desire is to become stronger and hone her skills as a proud Wolfkin warrior, so she likely already feels greatly indebted to you as one of the tower's architects. I see. Vaughn muttered internally, scanning Roxanne with his gaze. From Sis's explanation, he got the impression she would be extremely loyal, so after a moment of consideration, he responded to her by asking when and where she would like to speak. Not expecting an immediate response, Vaughn began perusing his remaining messages, beginning with Nami's. The orange-haired navigator employed some flirtatious language that suggested she was more than interested in getting to know him much better. However, based on her character in the anime and manga, Vaughn highly doubted that she would accept being part of a harem. Not to mention that, during the end series credits, it's heavily insinuated that she and Luffy became a couple. Honesty is the best policy. Determined Vaughn, responding to Nami's messages and revealing that he was involved with several women. He certainly wouldn't mind getting to know her better, but if she continued flirting with him, well, she only had herself to blame when he fucked her senseless. Of course, he left out the latter part. If things don't work out with Roxanne, I could try being direct with Yoriyuki. Thought Vaughn, envisioning how the cat-like woman would react to him inviting her to have sex verbatim. He couldn't imagine them having a healthy or proper relationship, but he was reasonably certain they could be great friends with benefits. Attraction is dangerous. Mused Vaughn, realizing that he was, once again, seriously entertaining the idea of reaching out to Yoriyuki despite the fact she had killed him. Shaking such thoughts from his mind, Vaughn spent a few minutes scheming his remaining messages before having Sis open up a large, slightly curved display so he could watch the anime Tanya originated. Given that it was 11:38 p.m., the majority of ascendees were presumably fast asleep after an exhausting day. Thus, while there was a somewhat uncomfortable tension in his body, Vaughn resolved to endure, feeling it would be too embarrassing to call upon Graphia after less than a day of being apart. Chapter 120, Monstrous. Geez, this being X guy is beyond petty. Thought Vaughn, frowning as he watched the scene of Tanya effectively being forced to pray against her will to avoid plummeting to her death. He was initially surprised to learn that Tanya was originally a middle-aged Japanese salaryman, but what concerned him far more was the circumstances of her reincarnation. Seemingly, for no reason other than because she refused to believe in a god that had never done anything for her, Tanya, after being murdered by a disgruntled former employee, was reincarnated out of spite by an entity she had dubbed Being X. The god-like being specifically wished for her to suffer and ultimately beg for his clemency, so he had her reincarnate into a fantasy version of pre-war Imperial Germany. Then, because she dared to make the most of her plight and worked hard to improve her quality of life without asking for his assistance, the errant deity actively undermined her at every turn and eventually started manipulating people to provoke a global war, all to prevent her from simply living in peace. It was absolutely and utterly absurd as, more often than not, the people she was forced to kill to survive were genuine believers, sacrificed for the god they believed in simply because he wanted to teach a pragmatist a lesson. Shihaoran Yoriyuki is requesting a telepathic link. Pausing the anime he was watching, dubbed Yujo Senki, Vaughn accepted Yoriyuki's request, kicking things off by asking what's up. Oh? Still awake, are we? Asked Yoriyuki, her sensual and slightly husky voice echoing within Vaughn's head. For now, responded Vaughn, closing his eyes as he asked, did you need something, in a casual tone. "So cold," hummed Yoryuki, her voice even more seductive than usual as she playfully inquired, "Want to grab a few drinks and chat? I promise not to stab you this time." Following a moment of consideration, Vaughn countered, "How about you come to my room, strip down, and put your lower mouth to work as we chat? I'm not overly fond of being regarded as a fool who can be easily taken advantage of by a pretty face." "All right. I'll be there shortly," responded Yoryuki, leaving Vaughn feeling taken aback as he didn't expect her to agree immediately. As such, he startled slightly when a knock sounded on his door moments later. "Talk talk talk. Well, I would probably regret it more if we didn't fuck," thought Vaughn, rising to his feet and approaching his door, unequipping his shirt in the process. When he opened it, he discovered the petite Yoryuki staring up at him with narrowed eyes and a catty smile. She was only 156 centimeters tall, so she was nearly a full head shorter than his height of 180 centimeters. "You're surprisingly bold," remarked Yoryuki, emphasizing her bust with her crossed arms and revealing, "I figured I would enjoy teasing you a bit, but if you want to get straight to business, let's get to it. Feel free to come inside," responded Vaughn, causing Yoryuki to stare back at him with raised brows as he stepped aside to allow her passage, appending, "I certainly intend to." As he followed her ass, veiled in skin-tight leggings, with his gaze. Undaunted, Yoryuki narrowed her eyes and asked, "Just to confirm, but our spiritual avatars, or whatever the administrator called them, can't get pregnant, right?" "Not unless you perished in your original world and took up permanent residence in the tower," responded Vaughn, pressing the button that made his door slide to a close with a mechanical hiss. "Then have at me," hummed Yoryuki, demonstrating just how little she cared about their impending liaison by disappearing with a whish, leaving her clothes to fall to the ground as she reappeared atop his bed, lying on her side in an unrepentantly sexy pose. Having grown accustomed to Graphia's willingness, Vaughn earned another brow raise from the bronze-skinned Yoryuki as he ordered, "Get up, turn your back to me, and place your hands on the bed." "I'm not fond of being told what to do," remarked Yoryuki, narrowing her feline eyes predatorily as she appended, "However, as this is supposed to be my apology for what happened before, I suppose I can endure a bit of willfulness." Getting up from the bed, Yoryuki stared back at Vaughn from over her left shoulder before bending over, providing an unobstructed view of her pert ass and surprisingly pink pussy, enveloped by tantalizing brown flesh and accented by a fair amount of glossy purple pubes. "You're a strikingly beautiful woman," remarked Vaughn, stepping forward to fondle Yoryuki's full and remarkably toned ass with both hands, gently massaging it as he nestled her smooth and completely dry mons with his bulge. She evidently wasn't even a little aroused, but Vaughn was confident he could get her in the mood. "I'm well aware," hummed Yoryuki, closing her eyes to focus on Vaughn's hands, finding his ministrations pleasant and skillful. She expected him to be a selfing brute after his abrupt proposition, but he apparently had at least a basic understanding of what he was doing. "So, what did you want to discuss?" asked Vaughn, his tone matching his smoldering look as he admired the lines and contours of Yoryuki's back. She wasn't overly muscular, but her back and shoulders had a degree of definition he found irresistible. "Many things," responded Yoryuki, deciding not to be completely passive as she began grinding against Vaughn's bulge, wiggling her butt slowly from side to side as she revealed, "I'm keenly interested in you and the entities behind this tower's creation, but, more than anything, I'm curious to know why you created it." "To permit interactions like this," responded Vaughn, giving Yoryuki's right ass cheek a light smack and squeeze as he asserted, "I'm personally here to gain experience, increase my power, and promote cooperation between various realities. The tower exists to facilitate that and to allow individuals with grand ambitions to come together, compete against one another, and become something more than the culmination of their circumstances." "By more, do you mean a god?" asked Yoryuki, peering back at Vaughn's face to gauge his reaction. Shrugging, Vaughn responded, "That's up to each respective ascendee to decide. Though, as a precaution, anyone whose power greatly exceeds the standard of their world of origin will have their power limited outside the tower. And, given enough time, there are bound to be organizations within the tower that punish those who misuse the power they gain. But that's a matter for the far future. Though she wasn't as wet as he would have liked, Vaughn punctuated his words by unequipping his pants and boxers, his glands parting Yoryuki's visually pristine mons and folds before sinking into her exceedingly tight pussy. A throaty, slightly pained groan emanated from her throat as she instinctively shifted her hips forward, but only briefly as Vaughn grabbed her waist and guided her nearly flush against him. "Are you, for real?" groaned Yoryuki, her breathing slightly labored as she had never accommodated anyone nearly as endowed as Vaughn. Were it not for the heat permeating her pussy and the faint throbbing she could feel transmitted through her folds, she would have assumed he was using some kind of monstrous strap-on. "You'll get used to it," remarked Vaughn, his expression smoldering and voice low as he gently massaged Yoryuki's tailbone with his right index and middle fingers. He knew she was capable of growing a cat-like tail, and since Konako was sensitive around the base of her own, he correctly assumed it was one of Yoryuki's erogenous zones. That would be problematic, for a variety of reasons, retorted Yoryuki, quickly getting her breathing under control and surprising Vaughn quite a bit as she proceeded to wiggle her butt and grind against him experimentally. He knew she was gutsy and competitive, but he figured they would spend at least a few minutes chatting, giving her time to acclimate before kicking things into high gear. "Are you trying to tempt me?" asked Vaughn, caressing Yoryuki's lower back with his right hand before grabbing both sides of her waist, pulling her flush against him so that his glands pressed firmly against her cervix, ostensibly threatening to pry it open. "Is that even necessary at this point?" countered Yoryuki, closing her eyes, furrowing her brows, and tensing her insides tightly as if to say she couldn't be tamed or conquered without a fight. "Honestly? The last thing that went through my mind as you killed me this morning was that you had an incredible ass. I've been looking forward to seeing it ripple ever since," revealed Vaughn, punctuating his statement by drawing back his hips and thrusting forward, producing a satisfying smack and causing a faint ripple to permeate Yoryuki's body. At the same time, a prominent heat suffused his as, in response, a throaty, ostensibly feigned but sensual moan emanated from her throat. "Then less talking and more moving," responded Yoryuki, putting on a bold front but secretly feeling overwhelmed. She felt nothing but intense pressure at first, but as Vaughn's glands scraped against her inner walls and pressed probingly against her cervix, her pussy instinctively contracted, waves of pleasure building in her lower body and invariably spreading to other areas. "I don't need to be told twice," hummed Vaughn, holding Yoryuki's waist as he gradually picked up the pace from a gradual thrust every few seconds to a constant, impactful piston. She eventually had to shift from her hands to her elbows to constrain her sizable and shapely breasts, and once she had, he was able to move with even greater vigor, causing the bed to shift slightly with each thrust. Feeling an orgasm approaching despite her attempts to keep it at bay, a growing sense of panic swelled in Yoryuki's chest. Ordinarily, she was the one who took the initiative in the bedroom, and she had never once been brought to climax before her partner. In fact, bar a handful of exceptions in her more than 200 years of existence, she did her best never to climax or issue a genuine moan as she found it both embarrassing and degrading. Unaware and unconcerned with Yoryuki's inner turmoil, Vaughn compelled her to bite her lower lip as he slowed to a deliberate, persistent grind. He could tell by the quivering and spasmodic contractions of her pussy she was on the verge of a powerful orgasm, but he wanted her first climax to be the result of him filling her past capacity with his semen. Thus, for the better part of 20 minutes, he skillfully edged both himself and the voluptuous, bronze-skinned beauty until she took it upon herself to begin slamming her ass against him. "You're finally becoming honest," hummed Vaughn, matching Yoryuki's movements, producing a satisfying, wet-sounding paw as they tittered on the precipice of a mutual orgasm. He could sense Yoryuki's vexation at his words, but since her desire to come had transcended her reason, she redoubled her efforts, intense pleasure building within her until he held her firmly against him, nearly causing her to white out as he flooded her insides with such a tremendous quantity of semen it shot out of her and spattered several meters of the floor behind him. Giving both Yoryuki and himself a moment to recover, Vaughn, sporting a possessive glimmer in his eyes, gently caressed the limply lying woman's ass as he smolderingly remarked, "You have an incredible pussy, lucky for me, the night is still young. Let's have you be on top next." Hearing Vaughn's words, it dawned upon Yoryuki, panting heavily with her yellow, cat-like eyes glistening with a layer of moisture, that she may have provoked a monster. However, as it had been decades since she last had such an intense and satisfying orgasm, she was reluctant to call it quits. Instead, she tensed her insides and slowly crawled forward, stimulating his glands as she separated from him with an audible sucking sound. Then, as her body was still tingling, pleasantly numb in the wake of her previous orgasm, she rolled onto her back, cupped the underside of her thighs, and spread her legs wide, holding Vaughn's gaze without speaking. "Well, that's fucking adorable," hummed Vaughn, crawling onto the bed and readily reuniting his dick with Yoryuki's pussy before stealing her lips and eventually placing her in a mating press, one of 11 total positions they tried out before he decided to afford her clemency. Chapter 121, Business. "I both envy and feel sorry for the women you end up with in the future," remarked Yoryuki, exhaling a fatigued but contented sigh as she reclined against Vaughn in the bath attached to his room. "No need to feel envious," hummed Vaughn, gently massaging Yoryuki's D-cup breasts as he asserted, "unless you're in a relationship with someone else, I'll pound your pussy whenever you please." "You're way too brash and cocky," muttered Yoryuki, closing her eyes and entrusting her weight fully to Vaughn. Part of her wanted to teach him a lesson for getting carried away, but as she had never had such passionate and satisfying sex before, she felt reluctant to get on his bad side. "Only when I have private dealings with exceptional beauties," countered Vaughn, kissing the back of Yoryuki's head before plainly stating, "Though, I should warn you. I don't share. If you choose to get involved with me and I learn you're having sex with someone else, that's that. We would still be able to work together, but I don't do second chances." "MMN. Noted," responded Yoryuki, followed by a lengthy but serene silence as she wasn't in the mood to chat or think deeply about anything. She still had many questions for Vaughn, but at that exact moment, she just wanted to relax and enjoy the water's pleasant fragrance and comfortable temperature. "Who? Do our rooms and beds have a self-cleaning function?" "That's convenient," remarked Yoryuki, emerging from the bathroom wearing nothing but an oversized black turtleneck sweater and the dark purple lace panties Vaughn had provided her as pajamas. "Something like that," responded Vaughn, unabashedly cupping Yoryuki's bottom with his middle finger, gently caressing her slit as he asked, "You hungry?" Crossing her arms and looking up and back at Vaughn with narrowed eyes, Yoryuki looked like she wanted to lecture him before deciding against it. Instead, she responded with a curt, "I could eat." Before stepping away from him, her hips swaying as she meandered her way over to the dining table, sat down, and rested her left cheek on the knuckles of her left hand with closed eyes, making it clear she had no intention of lending a hand if he intended to cook. After setting a crimson bapple in front of the dark-skinned beauty, Vaughn sat down in the chair to Yoryuki's right, causing her to crack her eyes and gaze at the apple for several seconds before directing an unamused stare his way and asking, "Is this it?" "Hey, don't knock it till you try it," responded Vaughn. "Though, if there's a specific dish you want to eat, I have a wide variety available." Rolling her eyes, Yoryuki grabbed the crimson bapple and took a bite, her slightly annoyed look disappearing and brows rising when its sweet juices suffused her mouth. She had thought it was an ordinary apple, but it was both delicious and revitalizing, alleviating her of the mental fog that had settled in her mind after enduring greater pleasure than she thought possible. "What is this?" asked Yoryuki, taking another loud, crunching bite of the exceptionally crisp fruit. "It's called a crimson bapple," answered Vaughn, sporting a relaxed smile as he explained, "It may resemble a perfectly ripe apple, but it's infused with a thread of spirituality, vesting it the power to alleviate hunger completely." It has a few additional benefits, but you can learn more about it and other specialty produce using the terminal in your room. Then I suppose, now that our other business is complete, we can get straight to business. Hummed Yoryuki, regaining her characteristically playful and self-assured smile as she sat back in her chair and asked, "Do you have any sway over who receives invitations to the tower? If not, are you aware of the criteria the administrator uses to send them out?" "Yes and no to both," responded Vaughn, making a so-so gesture with his right hand as he clarified, "I was the one who decided to limit the first few rounds of invitations to heroic or generally influential figures who desire to incite positive change in their worlds. That's possible because each world has a predetermined but not fixed causal flow, commonly known as fate, karma, or destiny. The administrator is able to perceive that flow, ensuring that no out-and-out villains receive an invitation. In other words, the administrator possesses a degree of omniscience," concluded Yoryuki, her eyes narrowing slightly. "To a certain extent," affirmed Vaughn, nodding slowly before revealing, "but things kind of broke when we created the tower. Now, the causality of countless worlds has been linked to the tower, intertwined to form a singular thread. And the higher you ascend the tower, the more unified that thread, granting those who manage to reach the upper floors great influence over the fates of all linked worlds. Then, presuming someone could reach the tower's zenith, they would become a god ruling over everything, or am I mistaken?" asked Yoryuki, her expression uncharacteristically serious. "No, you're 100% correct," confirmed Vaughn. "The caveat is that, for someone to reach the tower's zenith, they would already need to possess the power to rule over all of creation. Reaching the peak doesn't grant you the power and right to rule. You need to obtain both to reach it." "I see," muttered Yoryuki, rhythmically tapping the dining table with her right index finger. She, like many from her world, believed it was best for no singular person or entity to stand at the pinnacle, but after witnessing the power of individuals like Saitama and Medaka and learning about the existence of a broader multiverse, she couldn't fathom the might needed to occupy or restrain someone in such a position. Deciding to change topics, Yoryuki met Vaughn's gaze and asked, "You can travel freely between the worlds linked to the tower, correct? Technically speaking, a world doesn't need to be linked to the tower for those like myself to travel to it," corrected Vaughn, shaking his head before adding, "but there are very few of us in a functionally infinite number of worlds. You could argue the tower was created to increase our numbers, but its true purpose is what I told you last night, helping people grow and network." "I'll take your word for it," responded Yoryuki, exhaling from her nose. Based on their limited interactions, she could infer that Vaughn wasn't evil, rather, he seemed extraordinarily simple and unpretentious. However, the laissez-faire attitude he and those like him seemed to hold toward the tower was bound to invite innumerable problems. Catching Vaughn off guard and causing him to raise his right brow, Yoryuki, after several seconds of deliberation, proposed, "Let's make a deal. If you can arrange things so that no additional invitations are sent to individuals from my world without my foreknowledge or approval, I'll let you fuck me whenever the mood suits you." Shaking his head, Vaughn asserted, "As tempting as that is, I can't agree to it. Not because I don't want to, but because unless you or the other person who received an invitation invite someone or perish, no additional invitations will be sent. In other words, it's up to the two of you to decide who from your world is worthy of entering the tower." "You're a remarkably honest person," remarked Yoryuki, narrowing her eyes and smiling playfully as she appended, "If you hadn't revealed that and simply agreed to my terms, you could have bedded me whenever you pleased." Adopting a smile of his own, Vaughn countered, "I'm reasonably certain this won't be the last time we hook up, but even if it is, I'm not exactly hurting for female companionship. That's another thing you should keep in mind if you decide to continue these trysts. I don't regard myself as a womanizer, but I get around and have multiple fiancés. No surprises there," remarked Yoryuki, exhaling a faintly huffy sigh from her nose before standing up, performing a protracted stretch, and adding, Anyways, I'm exhausted. Let's hit the hay. Sure, responded Vaughn, rising and immediately following after the buxom, bronze-skinned beauty. He wasn't even a little tired, but he wasn't one to refuse spooning or cuddling with a beautiful woman. Fortunately, he could check his messages even with his eyes closed, so with Yuaki serving as his little spoon, his bulge nestled between the cleft of her voluminous and extraordinarily toned ass cheeks, Vaughn spent the rest of the early morning reviewing and responding to Tanya's wall of text before chatting with her, Nami, the eager to meet Roxanne, and many others. After parting ways with Yuaki, who claimed she had some things she wanted to look into, Vaughn made his way to the Safe Zones lounge. As a courtesy to new attendees and to promote socialization, all food and drinks were free between 5 and 9 a.m., so he planned to grab a bite and see who approached him. Entering the lounge, Vaughn was somewhat surprised to find it was mostly empty. However, as it was only the second day, he assumed most people were either exhausted from their first dungeon exploration or unaware of the lounge's benefits. Oh, hey, if it isn't the big boss himself. Here to grab a bite to eat. Turning to the person who had spoken, a teen or a young man with spiky, dark blue hair, light blue eyes, a medium build, and fairly modern clothes, consisting of an anime-themed t-shirt, a blue and white windbreaker, dark blue shorts, and predominantly blue sneakers, Vaughn briefly raised his right brow before smiling as he asked, "And you are?" Hizutome Rakuro of SF2439. Though, in all but a few situations, I prefer to go by my gaming handle, Sunraku, responded the youth, shifting the plate he was carrying to his left hand before extending his right for Vaughn to shake. Reciprocating the gesture with a nod, Vaughn responded, "It's nice to meet you, Sunraku. Have you been enjoying your time in the tower?" "Are you kidding me, man? This place is next level compared to the other virtual worlds and trash games I've played," responded Sunraku, grinning as he asked, "But how did you or the company you work for pull this off? I don't even remember putting on a headset, and the graphical fidelity and tactile sims are absurd." Blinking in surprise and tilting his head, Vaughn asked, "You believe this is a virtual world?" "I mean, isn't that obvious?" responded Sunraku, scratching his head as he reasoned, "It's not like spirit transmigration or traveling to other worlds is actually possible. And even if it were, how would you implement a game system in reality? That said, your UI could use some fine-tuning. It's easy to navigate and customize, but the HUD elements take up too much of the player's field of view. And the pane setting is way too intense with no way to adjust it. That's a violation of the Player Safety Act, so you need to fix it ASAP if you want to avoid a mountain of lawsuits." "I appreciate the feedback, but this isn't a virtual world," asserted Vaughn, avoiding a feeling of incongruency as he no longer regarded in Virtua as a purely virtual setting. Raising his hands and shaking his head in mock exasperation, Sunraku, maintaining his smile, responded, "If you say so, man. Can't say I didn't warn you." "Ah! I didn't expect you to be here," exclaimed a soft, childlike voice, unsurprisingly belonging to an inordinately short and bespectacled girl with pale green eyes, blonde pigtails, and a somewhat form-fitting black, brown, and beige outfit that made her look like an archaeologist or a cave explorer, complete with a beige-brown miner's helmet. Adopting a friendly smile, Vaughn greeted the girl by saying, "Good morning, Rico. Did you still have more questions you wanted to ask?" Holding up her bald hands and nodding enthusiastically, Rico revealed, "I want to know everything there is to know about the tower, how it was made, and the many unique plants and animals that inhabit it before I set out on my own journey back home. Please teach me." "Certainly," responded Vaughn, offering an affirming nod before turning to Sunraku and adding, "You think the way you do because the world you originate from has VR technology. The vast majority don't, so unless you believe everyone else here is an NPC, you'll need to come to terms with the fact this is reality. If you can't, the simplest way to ascertain the truth is to return home. Unless you believe we've simulated your entire life and programmed a bunch of NPCs to behave like everyone you know, you will quickly realize the truth once you confirm you have access to the tower's system and functions even in your world of origin. That's a pretty persuasive argument, conceded Sunraku, a slight frown marring his face. The truth was that he had already determined that what he was experiencing was real, but it was so inconceivable that he refused to accept it. Chapter 122, Connections. You weren't able to enter any of the dungeons? Asked Vaughn, seated nearly opposite Rico in one of the lounge's booths. Not for lack of trying, groaned Rico, closing her eyes and exhaling in exasperated before meeting Vaughn's gaze and revealing, but everyone I asked told me pretty much the same thing, that it wasn't safe and that I should come back once I'm older. Well, they're not wrong, appended Vaughn, causing Rico to puff out her cheeks before he added, but circumstance doesn't always permit people the opportunity to take their time and develop slowly. Depending on the world they're born into, children even younger than you can be fighting on the battlefield of full-scale wars. Though the image of Tanya was the first to appear in his mind, Vaughn was principally referring to the setting of Naruto. The Kakashi that had come to the tower alongside Minato was only 12, the same as Rico, but he was already on the cusp of becoming a Jonin. Had Rico been born in the world of Naruto, specifically within one of the hidden villages, she would already have 2 to 3 years of combat experience under her belt. Adopting a broad and hopeful smile, Rico brought her hands together and asked, "Then, if it's not too much trouble, do you think I could accompany your party into a dungeon? I'm not much of a fighter, but I'm confident in my cooking, drawing, and cataloging new things." Seeing Rico go from hopeful to timid, hanging her head and pressing the tips of her fingers together anxiously, Vaughn exhaled faintly from his nose and responded, "Of course, you can." Not expecting Vaughn to agree, Rico flushed in embarrassment and said, "I can also squeeze into tight places and..." Ostensibly processing what Vaughn had said, Rico blinked in surprise and raised her gaze to find him smiling at her, her expression confused as she tilted her head to the side and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, of course, you can accompany us," responded Vaughn, offering an affirming nod as he reasoned, "You wouldn't even be here if I hadn't had a hand in the tower's creation. And I can't just ignore such an earnest plea. It would bother me to no end." Inhaling a deep breath, Rico appeared to inflate with happiness before she abruptly slapped her hands on the table, stood up, and bowed deep enough to smack her forehead on its wooden surface, her pigtails flipping forward to smack it as she exclaimed, "Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be sure to give it my all." "I'm sure you will," responded Vaughn, his smile cramping as he asked, "Is your forehead okay?" "It actually hurts a lot," admitted Rico, raising her face to reveal watery eyes and a faint red bump developing on her forehead. Fortunately, it was nothing Vaughn's wound transfer couldn't deal with, a faint sigh emanating from his nose as he commented, "You should take better care of yourself. Here, eat this." Confused by the sudden disappearance of her pain, Rico reached up to rub her forehead with her left hand while simultaneously accepting the crimson bapple Vaughn offered with her right, asking, "What's this?" in a curious tone. She had seen similar fruits in the markets of her world, but those were smaller and had yellowish tops, brown spots, and streaks of green. "It's called a crimson bapple, and if you eat 10 of them, they will give you strength on par with the average adult male," explained Vaughn, causing Rico's eyes to widen to their limits. Then, before she could argue that she couldn't accept something so precious, he expressed, "I have many more where that came from. Besides, even if you possess great determination for a girl your age, you're still very young. I won't call you a child, but it's okay to ask for help and to accept it when given. Just trust your instincts when it comes to people who seem suspicious. Yeah, there are some pretty strange men who like to creep around the orphanage and the entrance to the first layer," remarked Rico, exhaling an awkward laugh before taking a crisp bite of the crimson bapple. "Oh, wow! It's so tasty," exclaimed Rico, her eyes widening to their limits a second time. She had been astonished by the variety of delicious food and drink available in the lounge, but the crunchy, Slightly tart flesh and refreshingly sweet juices of the crimson apple compelled her to cup her cheek and smile happily. And, as I said previously, there's plenty more where that came from. Appended Vaughn, feeling Rico's happiness as his own, causing his smile to soften. She would probably get embarrassed or turn bashful if he said it aloud, but he found her reaction both precious and adorable, something that should be protected. I'm not sure when she ventures into the abyss, but I should prepare her as well as I can. Thought Vaughn, conceiving of a meal plan and training regimen to see Rico through the abyss's dangers without leaving her with too much trauma. He could potentially prevent her from delving into it by having Sis send her mother an invitation to the tower, but since she had been preparing to venture into the abyss her entire life, Vaughn didn't want to deny her the opportunity to gain experience and grow as a person. Interrupting Vaughn's thoughts, Rico sat back and exhaled a contented sigh with her hands on her stomach, having barely finished half of the crimson apple. "Oh, wow, I don't think I've ever felt this full," remarked Rico. Knowing that Rico was one of many orphans in the Belkiro orphanage where she had been raised, Vaughn's brows tensed as he asked, "What do you normally eat?" It varies depending on what everyone brings back, but we usually eat potato and onion soup with bread," answered Rico, sporting a smile as she appended, "If we bring back something especially valuable, we might get meat or fresh fruit, but it depends on the market. More often than not, we receive merits, a kind of voucher that can be redeemed to avoid being strung up or punished if we get into trouble." "I see," muttered Vaughn, doing his best not to frown as he pictured the conditions Rico and the other orphans of Orth were forced to endure. He knew they studied and prepared from a very young age to earn money for the orphanage by venturing into the upper layers of the abyss, so the fact they were fed so poorly bothered him. Noticing the change in Vaughn's demeanor, Rico exhaled an awkward laugh and waved her hand dismissively in front of her face, stating, "Oh, it's not as bad as it sounds. If it weren't for the orphanage taking us in, we might have been bought and sold off. And since I'm one of the only girls, I get a whole room. Well, it's actually a former torture chamber, but beggars can't be choosers, ehehe. Tell me, Rico, why did you accept the administrator's invitation?" asked Vaughn, deciding to cut straight to the heart of the matter. Surprised and more than a little embarrassed, Rico avoided Vaughn's gaze and pressed the tips of her fingers together as she sheepishly answered, "Well, the invitation said that I could become stronger and possibly have my wishes granted. That was definitely tempting, but the main reason is that I was curious. I mean, a big blue window appeared out of nowhere, and then a woman's voice began speaking directly into my head. I hadn't eaten anything strange before I went to bed, so I figured I had either lost my mind or that I had to learn more." "Right, she did have that kind of personality," recalled Vaughn, the tension in his expression easing as he regained a smile, offered an approving nod, and stated, "You're very courageous. But while things worked out for you this time, discretion is the better part of valor. When you eventually return to your world, you must remember to keep your affiliation with the tower and your access to the system a secret. Just being able to keep and carry items in your inventory is a covetable ability, so only reveal it to those you believe you can trust with your life." "Are right," muttered Rico, gulping audibly. "As for your living situation," started Vaughn, his expression firming as he stated, "leave it to me. I'm trying to avoid getting directly involved in the affairs of our affiliate worlds, but ensuring you and those around you can eat well is a simple matter." Blinking several times in surprise, Rico asked, "Does that mean you will visit my world?" "You can do that." "I can," confirmed Vaughn, extending his right hand as he added, "Hand me your whistle. I will enchant it with a special property that alerts me if you find yourself in dire straits. I may not be able to appear instantly, but I will appear." Oh, okay," responded Rico, swallowing even louder and a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she removed the battered red whistle dangling from her neck, signifying her status as a red whistle, an apprentice delver. Though he noticed Rico's reaction, Vaughn just raised his right brow slightly and decided to disregard it. As for her whistle, he didn't actually enchant it. What mattered was that she believed he had. So long as she blew into it with the belief that he would appear, he would feel it, and Sis would be able to apprise him of the specifics. "There you go. Keep it close," said Vaughn, adopting his best smile as he returned the whistle to Rico's care, causing a broad, glossy-eyed smile to develop across her face as she replied, "Right. I'll treat it like a top-grade relic and even wear it in the bath." "Thank you very much. You can probably leave it in our inventory while you bathe," hummed Vaughn, causing Rico's face to turn an almost luminous shade of red from her neck up. Fortunately, around the same time Vaughn asked her to hand over her whistle, the two people he had invited to join them had arrived in the lounge. Approaching the booth with a cute, petite, and very nervous-looking cat girl with black hair and blue-black eyes, Roxanne, sporting a professional smile and modeling a predominantly green, remarkably form-fitting outfit, cupped her hands over her lap and bowed courteously toward Vaughn, her tone sincere as she expressed, "Thank you for inviting us. I cannot speak for Fran Chan, but I vow to work tirelessly to prove myself worthy of this opportunity." Witnessing Roxanne's behavior, the dark-haired cat girl at her side, modeling similar but predominantly white clothing with black accents, offered a bow of her own, stating, "Thank you for the opportunity," in a flat, barely audible tone. "All right, first things first," said Vaughn, exiting the booth with controlled movement to not startle the two girls as he extended his hands to their throats. The black-haired cat girl, Fran, was yet another slave, but unlike Roxanne, she exhibited clear signs of mistreatment and malnutrition. "No one deserves to be shackled or collared," remarked Vaughn, placing the duo's metallic collars in his inventory. Feeling a peculiar sense of relief and warmth, Fran reached up to touch her previously calloused and scarred neck, finding both her metal collar and wounds missing. "From the moment you accepted the tower's invitation, you earned the right to decide and walk your own paths," asserted Vaughn, offering an affirming curt nod before stepping to the side, gesturing to the booth, and adopting his best smile as he added, "But I would be honored if you were willing to join our party, even if it's only on occasion." "On the contrary," responded Roxanne, adopting a broad smile as she offered a second bow and stated, "If it's Vaughn-sama, I will accompany you any time and place. Please allow me to serve you, if not as a slave, then as a warrior and a woman." "I don't need servants, but I'm always happy to make new friends," stated Vaughn, prompting Roxanne to rise to her full height and gaze up at him with glossy, reddish-brown eyes. "I never expected to receive a puppy-eyed look from a grown woman," thought Vaughn, exhaling from his nose and habitually extending his hand to caress Roxanne's head, finding her hair both silky and fluffy. Chapter 123, Vista. Following a hearty breakfast, with Fran to his right, Roxanne to his left, and Rico seated across from him, Vaughn received permission from the trio to see their status windows. Since the three of you are all F rank, rushing into the dungeon may not be the wisest course of action," remarked Vaughn, alternating his gaze between the three windows that had appeared before him. "Name, Rico. Race, human. Age, 12. Height, 109 cm. Weight, 24.3 kg. B/W/H, 58/51/63. Origin, Earth Ma 4207. Parameters: Power level, 4. Strength, F. Dexterity, F. Constitution, F. Intelligence, D+. Wisdom, D+. Charisma, D+. Luck, C+. Skills: Child of the Abyss, B. Adventurous Spirit, C. Intuition, C. Cooking, C. Taxonomy, D. Dismantling, D. Artistry, D. Iron Stomach, D. Hyperesthesia, E. Climbing, E. Load-bearing, E. Name, Roxanne. Race, Wolfkin. Age, 18. Height, 163 cm. Weight, 48.3 kilograms B/W/H, 96/58/92. Origin, Sephora SH 2443. Parameters. Power level, 24. Strength, F. Dexterity, F+. Constitution, E+. Intelligence, F. Wisdom, E. Charisma, B+. Luck, B+. Skills. Stunted genius, C. Keen senses, C. Proprioception, C. Limber body, C. Bedroom arts, C. Housekeeping, D. One-handed sword mastery, E. Shield mastery, F. Name, Fran. Race, black cat. Age, 12. Height, 137 centimeters. Weight, 31.2 kilograms B/W/H, 65/53/72. Origin, Ragnarstar Rs 0014. Parameters. Power level, 8. Strength, F. Dexterity, F+. Constitution, F+. Intelligence, F. Wisdom, F. Charisma, C+. Luck, A+. Skills. Burgeoning beast god, keen senses, C. Proprioception, D. Hunger resistance, D. Disease resistance, E. Pain tolerance, E. Rico is seriously underdeveloped, thought Vaughn, comparing her height, weight and proportions to the similarly aged Fran. The latter was a literal slave, so his impression of the Belk Hero orphanage diminished even more than his already low opinion of it. Then, what does Von Sam, what do you suggest? Asked Roxanne, feeling somewhat disappointed by the prospect of not being able to enter the dungeon for a second day in a row but maintaining a smile. 10 days of training, stamina building and abundant food consumption for our young friends here, said Vaughn, adopting what Roxanne and Rico interpreted as a fatherly smile as he caressed Fran's head and added, "It may sound difficult to believe, but I'm confident I can double, if not triple everyone's stamina, strength and reaction time in that period." "What about me?" asked Roxanne, tilting her head curiously. Meeting Roxanne's gaze, Vaughn answered, "I would like you to familiarize Fran with the basics of sword and shield manship. The two of you possess near identical growth curves and skills, so your respective talents should blossom by training together." Shifting his gaze to Rico, Vaughn's smile broadened as he asserted, "As for you, young lady, you will spend the next 10 days eating well, working on your stamina, and learning about the ecology of the dungeons. I will also teach you elementary barrier, healing, and purification magic, so your role will be to support and direct the party as its leader." Blinking in surprise and pointing at herself, Rico asked, You want me to be the party leader? You possess praiseworthy knowledge and skills for someone so young, not to mention plus modifiers for intelligence and wisdom," noted Vaughn, offering an affirming nod as he asserted, "You have the talent to become a great leader, and the tower is the absolute best place to cultivate such talents." "Wow, you make me sound pretty amazing," remarked Rico, her cheeks tinted red as she caressed the back of her head with her right hand and exhaled a sheepish chuckle. "Everything is relative," said Vaughn, his smile softening as he affirmed, "and looking at your stats and skills in relation to your age, it's evident you're a very exceptional young lady, Rico. The only things you're lagging in are height, weight and confidence, but that's where eating well, training, and accumulating experience comes in." "Height and weight," repeated Rico, causing Vaughn's smile to cramp a bit as she abruptly cupped her near non-existent chest and questioned, "If I eat well, do you think I could develop boobs like Roxanne's?" "Eating well certainly helps with such things," affirmed Roxanne, nodding curtly before adding, "but, to be perfectly honest, having large breasts is more of an impediment than a boon in all but a few instances. One of the first purchases I hope to make from the tower shop is a breastplate that permits me to stow my breasts away in a spatial dimension." "Yeah, but a breastplate is something you can remove," remarked Rico, sporting a somewhat pouty expression as she added, I tried wearing a bra once, and it slid straight down to my stomach. Then be sure to eat lots while exercising just as hard, stated Roxanne, sporting a supportive smile as she asserted, because, as a woman, the last thing you want to see is your stomach sticking out further than your chest. Ugh. MNN. Seeing Fran join Rico in cupping her breasts with a thoughtful expression, Vaughn started feeling out of place. Fortunately, Roxanne picked up on this, pivoting the discussion back to the topics of their 10-day special training regimen and stat-enhancing diet. Hey? What just happened? Asked Rico, bewildered as she stuck her head back in the corridor they had just emerged from, confirming there were 19 additional doors present, fairly close to one another. Yet, when she looked around the room they had entered, a seemingly endless white void with a glossy white floor greeted her. As for the door they had emerged from, it wasn't attached to a wall but standing atop an elevated dais, encircled by an enclosed living space with 4 beds, a door with a picture of a bath on it, opposite a large kitchen. The tower's training rooms are templated off a place called the Room of Spirit and Time, but without the time dilation, answered Vaughn, pointing to a thermostat-like terminal as he explained, if you adjust the settings, this place can simulate up to the conditions of the 10th floor. And if you get lost wandering out into the void, you only need to think that you want to return and head in any direction. They all lead back here. That doesn't answer my question, remarked Rico, sporting a wry smile as she peered behind the open door, finding what appeared to be a white stone backplate. Well, it's difficult to explain without context, responded Vaughn, crossing his arms and twisting his mouth before stating, think of it as an adjacent dimension connected to the corridor we just emerged from. The doorway is similar to a portal, but instead of transferring you to a location, you step into it directly. It's a little daunting, remarked Roxanne, clutching her chest as she gazed up at the empty void overhead, causing her to feel like she was falling despite standing on solid ground. Careful, said Vaughn, placing his hands on Roxanne's shoulders as she began to tilt backward, ostensibly about to plop onto her very pert and perky bottom. Sorry, and thank you, muttered Roxanne, her cheeks flushing as she regained her balance and avoided looking directly up. We all feel a little overwhelmed at times, stated Vaughn, offering a curt nod and faint smile as he removed his hands from Roxanne's shoulders, approached the terminal, and added, more importantly, this is only how the room appears by default. If you adjust it like this. Instead of finishing what he had to say, Vaughn allowed his words to trail off as he confirmed his selection, causing a bright blue ripple to spread away from the platform they were standing on. Seconds later, the endless white void was gone, replaced by a breathtaking mountain vista, a massive lake reflecting the clouds and blue sky, and verdant evergreen forests. Interrupting the trio's slack-jawed staring, Vaughn explained, as I said, this place can simulate the conditions up to the 10th floor. That includes the various environments you might encounter, ranging from frozen tundras to white sandy beaches. Punctuating his statement, Vaughn adjusted the environmental settings so they were suddenly on a volcanic island, specifically near the coastline, a crescent-shaped beach with sapphire blue waters and crystal-clear skies. The sight caused him to imagine both Yuriyuki and Roxanne in bikinis, but since he hadn't brought the trio there to play, he gradually cycled through a dozen different environments before returning them to the mountainous valley. That was amazing! Can I try it next? Exclaimed Rico, zipping over to Vaughn with surprising speed, her eyes practically twinkling as she held her hands up near her chin, balled into tiny fists. Just this once, responded Vaughn, touching the wall next to the terminal and swiping his finger down, causing it to lower so that Rico could access it. Before that, he warned, it's not a toy, and if you adjust the settings too quickly, everyone inside will be ejected. After that, you'll need to fork over an additional 1000 TP to reserve the room for another day. I promise to be careful, asserted Rico, bobbing her head excitedly before turning her attention to the terminal, cycling through its various settings. In total, There were 20 standard environments, known as biomes, but the settings of each could be modified to produce endless variation. There were also controls to the time of day, the weather, how dense the training room's mana was, and, most notably, the intensity of its gravity. By default, it was set to 1.1x standard Earth gravity, but if the constitution of everyone within the room was D rank or higher, it could be increased as high as 10. Leaving Rico and the curious Fran to their own devices, Vaughn showed Roxanne the training room's kitchen and provided an explanation for its various appliances. He expected Rico to do most of the cooking for the three of them, but as a former, well-educated slave, he imagined she felt compelled to lend a hand and earn her keep. "This is so much more convenient than anything in my world," remarked Roxanne, her red-brown eyes losing focus as she did her best to imagine the impact such technology would have on her world. And if she were the one to introduce it, the possibilities were limitless. Giving Roxanne the impression he could peer into her thoughts, Vaughn, sporting a relaxed smile, hummed, "That's one of the reasons we created the tower, to spread knowledge and ideas through various worlds. Just remember that if you intend to introduce new technology into your world, be sure it's ready to be received. People who live and grow under others tend to fear change, while those in power frequently try to crush anyone or anything who threatens their position or authority. Yes, I am aware of how unreasonable certain nobles can be," remarked Roxanne, closing her eyes and exhaling a faint sigh. At the same time, she leaned forward onto the food preparation table and sink, using her elbows for support as she slowly swayed her remarkably round bottom from side to side, causing her limply hanging tail to sway with the movement. As Roxanne had been deliberately emphasizing her breasts and butt at nearly every opportunity since they met, Vaughn didn't hesitate to glance at the alluring sight. The only other woman he knew with a hip size of 92 centimeters was Venelana, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say Roxanne was very well endowed in all categories. "It's all right," muttered Roxanne, peering back at Vaughn with narrowed eyes as she appended, "If my body pleases you, I would be honored if you used me as you pleased." "You're not something to be used," countered Vaughn, extending his right hand to cup and caress Roxanne's exceptional bottom as he added, "But if you're okay with sharing me with others, I would be privileged to share my bed with you. It's one of the things I desire most," responded Roxanne, turning her toes inward and adjusting her position so that Vaughn had easier access to both her butt and slit, notably warm and moist even through the fabric of her form-fitting pants and panties. Had they been alone, Vaughn might have taken her there and then, but since there were two children less than 10 meters from their position, he dexterously rubbed where he presumed her clit to be as he softly asserted, "Then train hard today so that when you visit my room tonight, I'll have ample reason to reward you." "I understand," responded Roxanne, her face slightly flushed and a trace of longing regret in her eyes when Vaughn summarily removed his hand from her bottom. She then felt embarrassed when he subsequently washed his hands, but when he explained to her the existence of germs and bacteria, she felt a little more at ease and considerably less aroused as she had no frame of reference for what he was talking about. Chapter 124, Guardian. "Ta Dan. How do I look?" asked Rico, emerging from the rest area in a multi-layer white and blue compression jersey, Buruma-like shorts and thigh-high leggings that seamlessly transitioned into aerodynamic, all-terrain footwear. All things considered, it wasn't much different from her Delver outfit without the jacket, the main difference being that it covered her upper back and part of her shoulders. "It suits you well," affirmed Vaughn, nodding approvingly before shifting his attention to Roxanne and Fran as they appeared in functionally identical sportswear. One thing of note was that thanks to the special sports bra she had been provided to facilitate ease of movement, Roxanne was now the most hydrodynamic member of the group. Sporting a charming, narrow-eyed smile, Roxanne declared, "I will take Fran with me into the nearby forest for training. We'll be sure to return in time for lunch." "All right, have fun," said Vaughn, offering a second nod before following the duo with his eyes as they departed. With the aid of his domain, he didn't need to lower his gaze to marvel at Roxanne's butt, but that didn't prevent him from stealing a brief glimpse before turning to Rico, finding her staring at him with a slightly accusatory look. "What?" asked Vaughn, raising his right brow with a wry smile. Ostensibly deciding against saying what was on her mind, Rico shook her head, adopted a smile, and stated, "I'm just wondering what we're going to do to improve my stamina. I mentioned it before, but I'm not much of a runner." "There's a reason I chose this environment for your training," stated Vaughn, explaining, "even here in the valley, the air density is similar to being at an elevation of 2,500 m. In other words, the air is much thinner than usual, so regardless of the exercises you do, you'll be enhancing your body's ability to process oxygen. It's called hypoxic training, and if we scale the nearby mountains, the effects will become more prominent." Blinking in surprise, Rico asked, "We're going mountain climbing?" before swallowing nervously. She was reasonably confident in her climbing skills, but only when it came to scaling down vertical cliffs. Deliberately climbing upward was something she and most delvers endeavored to avoid except when it absolutely couldn't be avoided. Shaking his head, Vaughn responded, "You can relax. That's something for the future. For now, we'll stick to basic weight training, light jogging, and swimming. We'll move on to more advanced training methods once you've shored your stamina and built some muscle. As long as I don't become super muscular," appended Rico, adopting an awkward smile as she added, "I know I'm not the girliest girl, but I don't want to end up looking like Uncle Oblog. He's really strong and fast, but he's as big and round as a boulder." "That won't be a problem," assured Vaughn, resisting the urge to caress Rico's head as he gestured to the platform at the front of the rest area, extending away from it like a short pier. Rico was confused but started walking ahead, Vaughn following close behind as he stated, "Our goal this morning is to circle the lake and return here before lunch. We can stop to rest as often as you require. Just give it your all in between. In other words, we're running," groaned Rico, slumping her body and dangling her arms as a protracted sigh escaped her throat. Immediately after, however, she straightened up and slapped her face with surprising force, ostensibly to fire herself up as she exclaimed, "All right. I promised I would do my best, so let's do this," before taking off at a full sprint. "This is surprisingly enjoyable," thought Vaughn, sporting a relaxed smile as he effortlessly trailed a short distance behind Rico. He had never actively trained outside of sparring, and while Rico's pace wasn't particularly swift, seeing her fired up and doing her best made him want to give her training his all. "I wonder if this is how other mentors and masters feel," Vaughn mused, slowing to a stop as Rico paused to catch her breath, doubling over with her hands above her knees. He thought to use wound transfer to restore her stamina and remove her muscle fatigue, but since recovering was the key to growth, he stood next to her and lightly pat her back, saying, "Take your time. Being able to run quickly is useful, but being able to sustain the same pace for a protracted period is infinitely more important. Begin slow, and speed will follow with time and experience." "I understand," responded Rico, taking a moment to catch her breath before rising to her full height and advancing forward, this time at a slow and steady jog. Her previous sprint left her winded and her muscles sore, but with Vaughn infusing his domain with the intent to alleviate her fatigue, she was able to continue much longer than she thought possible, helping her build the confidence she would need to push herself further in future training and marathons. With the circumference of the lake being around 30 kilometers, Rico wasn't able to complete the circuit on her first attempt. She kept trying even after stopping dozens of times, but since she wasn't used to running such long distances, she only made it around 10 kilometers before Vaughn had to catch her to prevent her collapse. "I wonder if this is how a princess feels to be carried by her knight in shining armor," asked Rico, exhausted but sporting a happy smile as Vaughn slowly ferried her across the lake, floating a few centimeters above its surface. He had thought of having her row them back using a boat but concluded that would be cruel. After all, she had worked hard, and hard work merited a reward, not further effort. "What do you want for lunch?" asked Vaughn, noting, "I was planning carrot stew, curry, rice, fruit salad, and a variety of fruit and vegetables, but you can request something else since you gave it your all." "That all sounds delicious," responded Riko, closing her eyes contentedly as she softly muttered, "Everything in this tower is so amazing, I'm glad I accepted the administrator's invitation." Feeling the tension leave Riko's body, indicating she had fallen asleep, the smile on Vaughn's face softened. He was initially surprised when he saw her on the monitors in the lounge, but he was also glad she had accepted the invitation. Her story was one that had left a deep impression when he first read and later watched it. On the surface, it was full of wonder, and while that theme remained prevalent throughout her journey, it was interspaced by themes of loss, extreme violence, and trauma. Though it may have been better not to simulate Riko's world, sparing her and the people she would meet during her journey from the tragedies that awaited them in the abyss's depths, Vaughn couldn't help feeling there was meaning in such experiences. Most importantly, Riko willfully delved into the abyss despite knowing the dangers that awaited her, understanding that she would likely never see her friends or the place that had been her home again. She wasn't without fear, but she dared to face it, allowing her to accomplish feats that should have been impossible. With the blessings of the tower, there was no limit to what such a person could achieve. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn touched down near the rest area and carried Riko to the bath, waking her once they were inside and leaving her to wash up as he departed to prepare lunch. She tried inviting him to join her, but since he could tell she was developing a bit of a crush on him, he promptly but politely refused while tousling her hair. "Oh? Lunch has already been prepared?" asked Roxanne, arriving at the rest area with Fran on her back, a slight, conflicted frown marring her face as she had hoped to impress Vaughn with her cooking. "The two of you should get cleaned up first," said Vaughn, revealing, "We'll start training earlier tomorrow, but afternoons are for rest, relaxation, and learning." "That means no training or strenuous activity." "Understood," responded Roxanne, understanding the importance of rest to avoid injury. Thus, with Fran in tow, she inadvertently startled Riko, who had been floating within the facility's oversized bath. Hearing Riko scream and the sounds of splashing, Vaughn briefly looked in the direction of the bathroom with a raised brow before shaking his head and returning his attention to his messages. Nami was asking him to carry her through a few dungeons since Luffy and Natsu had evidently returned to their respective worlds, but since he couldn't simply abandon Roxanne, Riko, and Fran when he was the one to propose training, he was arranging for her to party with Himmel, Tanya, and Ruchard. "A lot of people have left early," noted Vaughn, pulling up the master list of attendees to discover 16 people had returned despite less than 2 days passing since the tower was opened. He believed most would return during the subsequent opening, but at the rate things were going, the 0th floor would be a ghost town long before the 4 months were up. "Shall I send out the second round of invitations once the number has decreased to 50 or less? We have enough rooms to accommodate 200 people and can always expand to accommodate more," stated Sis. "That's certainly a possibility," affirmed Vaughn, subsequently adding, "but there's no reason to rush things. I'm fairly confident these 3 will stick it out till the end, so even if everyone else leaves, that just gives me more time to focus on preparing them for the future. Besides," started Vaughn, staring at the section of the massed list labeled guests. It was just using a day pass, but Himmel had used nearly all of his TP to invite someone named Frieren to the tower. Once the remaining attendees discovered this, he believed many would begin earning tower points in earnest to have their friends, family, or companions join them in their exploration and ascent. "So, Fran, how was your first morning of training?" asked Vaughn, causing the black-haired cat girl to startle as she wasn't yet accustomed to being spoken to in a casual or friendly manner. Seeing Fran shrink shyly within her seat, Roxanne, sporting a broad smile, took it upon herself to comment, "Fran-chan is just as exceptional as you claimed she would be. We sparred briefly near the end of our training, and she was able to pick up on and emulate some of my movements after only witnessing them once or twice. I'm going to have to train twice as hard if I want to avoid her surpassing me. It's only because Roxanne is a good teacher," muttered Fran, a shy blush coloring her cheeks as it had been years since she received genuine praise. She was also able to eat her fill, which happened to be nearly a tenth of her body weight, so a rare smile adorned her lips as she hung her head to conceal her face. "I'm happy to hear things are going well," said Vaughn, nodding approvingly before expressing, "For the rest of this afternoon, you should relax but try to avoid sleeping. If you don't yet know how, you should learn to read and write the language of your world. I can provide the materials required and lend a hand if needed." "You'll teach me?" asked Fran, raising her gaze to meet Vaughn's before tilting her head adorably to the side. She wasn't trying to be cute, but she most definitely was, causing Vaughn's smile to broaden as he nodded and affirmed, "Of course I will. I don't pretend to know everything, but if it's something you want to know, we can learn it together." Adopting another faint smile, Fran looked like she was about to respond, but Rico beat her to it, interjecting to state, "I want to learn too." With a pouty expression and tone. "Then we can all learn about each other's worlds and writing systems together," affirmed Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose. This evidently made Roxanne happy as well, as her expression brightened immensely, causing the atmosphere around the dining table to become pleasant and bubbly as they conversed a while longer before cleaning up and washing the dishes as a group. A/N, if you would like to read up to 20 chapters ahead, please consider checking out my Patreon at patreon.com/ins_left_foot right. Chapter 125, Want. After reminding them to get plenty of sleep and discreetly reminding Roxanne to come to his room later that evening using the chat function, Vaughn parted ways with the trio, promising to return the following morning at 5 a.m. sharp. Shortly thereafter, he found himself in the nearly emptied lounge, where Himmel was waiting for him alongside a petite woman with off-white hair fixed into long pigtails, pointed ears that denoted her status as an elf, and green eyes that appeared to exude apathy but without the cold callousness that commonly accompanied it. She was also dressed as a mage, outfitted in a striped white and black shirt, a long-sleeved white jacket with gold trim around the cuffs tucked into a white, gold-trimmed skirt, a black belt, thick, bluish-black leggings, brown leather boots that covered most of her calves, and a white, gold-trimmed mantle matching the theme of her jacket and skirt. Rising to his feet, prompting the white-haired elf to do the same, Himmel smiled politely and expressed, "I'm glad you could come, Vaughn. Allow me to introduce you to one of my party members from outside the tower, the great mage, Friar Wren." "Of course. And it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Friar Wren," stated Vaughn, offering a courteous bow and smile as Friar Wren stared at him with an impassive, unchanging expression. "What are you?" asked Friar Wren, causing Vaughn to raise his head and right brow as she plainly remarked, "The density isn't very high, but the quality of your mana is unlike anything I've seen. Are you truly a god in the guise of a human?" "Some would have me become one, but I've been avoiding it," responded Vaughn, the corners of his smile curling playfully. Then, shifting his gaze to Himmel, he asked, "Is there anything in particular you wanted to discuss? If not, I should leave the two of you to enjoy your time together." In place of Himmel, whose smile promptly cramped, it was Friar Wren who flatly replied, "I was the one who requested that Himmel invite you here, as I have many questions that he could not answer satisfactorily. Will you afford me some of your time?" "Sure," responded Vaughn, nodding. He was growing weary of being asked to answer questions all the time, but since Friar Wren was the first to visit the tower as a guest, he supposed he could make an exception for her. What he didn't expect was for her to turn to Himmel and state, "Then I will see you tomorrow morning or once you've returned." "All right," responded Himmel, offering a slight nod before turning to Vaughn, adopting a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, and stating, "I will leave so as not to be in the way. Enjoy the rest of your evening." Confused, Vaughn asked, "You're leaving? Why? I don't see any reason the three of us can't sit and talk together." "I suppose that's possible," conceded Friar Wren, a shadow of a frown marring her face as she stated, "but we've already exhausted much of my limited time." I would prefer to make efficient use of what remains. I get that, responded Vaughn, exhaling from his nose as he revealed, but the reality is that I've made plans to meet with someone else. If I have to leave suddenly, you'd be left here alone. Closing her eyes and exhaling a faint, nearly imperceptible snort, Friar Wren asserted, I am not a child that requires coddling or constant attention. I will be fine, even if I am left alone for a few hours. That's a strange point to make, thought Vaughn, turning his attention to Himmel as the latter, sporting a somewhat weary smile, expressed, It's fine, Vaughn. Please accompany her for as long as you're able. She and I will have plenty of opportunities to speak once I return. Without waiting for Vaughn's response, Himmel offered a slight, closed-eyed bow before rising to his full height and departing with a smile. At the same time, he requested a telepathic link with Vaughn, appending I apologize if I have inconvenienced you. Friar Wren can be strangely willful at times once it was accepted. It's fine, responded Vaughn, sitting across from Friar Wren as he questioned, but, just to confirm, you have feelings for her, right? I need to know now since my charisma is somewhat absurd. If you're not in a relationship with her and have no plans of entering one, I can't guarantee we won't end up having sex at some point. Though there was a brief pause, similar to radio static, Himmel eventually affirmed I fell in love with her at first sight, but there is a tremendous gap in our ages and respective lifespans. She may not look a day over 20, but Friar Wren is well over 1,000 years old. Even if I were to confess to her, she either wouldn't take it seriously or would dismiss me outright, as I will invariably grow old and die while she remains eternally young and can potentially live forever. I see, responded Vaughn, reacting to Friar Wren's first question but investing most of his focus on his discussion with Himmel, stating, but, now that you're an ascendee, attaining immortality or prolonging your lifespan for tens of thousands of years are more than possible. If you truly fell in love with her at first sight, you should pursue her. Perhaps, responded Himmel, his telepathic voice faint and full of emotion as he expressed, but the last thing I desire is for my feelings to become a burden or a shackle on her heart. Elven courtships typically last centuries, and most only come together to produce offspring. I fear that if I were to approach her before we've vanquished the Demon King, she might accept my feelings out of obligation but never truly reciprocate them. Does that matter? Asked Vaughn, ostensibly leaving Himmel at a loss as another round of static lingered between them. So, instead of waiting for a response, Vaughn reasoned, love is something that can be cultivated. If elven courtships take hundreds of years, court her for hundreds of years. It might take time, but once your feelings get through to her, you'll have thousands more to cherish together. I would like that, affirmed Himmel. But I have a duty to the people of my world and the king that tasked me with defeating the Demon King. Friar Wren is a free spirit whose sole interest is researching strange and niche magic spells. If she were to join me in the royal capital. You're surprisingly dumb, remarked Vaughn, cutting off Himmel before he could continue making excuses. It could be because he was avoiding the responsibilities foisted upon him in the outside world, but hearing Himmel place duty ahead of love annoyed him. Assuming he triumphed, he would have saved his world by defeating the Demon King. Anyone who expected more from him after that should be drop-kicked in the face. Listen, started Vaughn, his suddenly serious expression causing Friar Wren to raise her somewhat thick eyebrows as he added, there is nothing more important than being true to oneself and embracing those closest to you. Duty and responsibility are shackles imposed upon you by others for their benefit. There is nothing wrong with abiding them, but if even a hero can't attain happiness or the love of the woman he holds dear, what hope does the average person have? It's okay to be a little selfish, Himmel. Because the world doesn't abide in imbalance. If you can't offset hard work and effort with play and rest, you will either break, set an unrealistic example for others to follow, or see yourself devolve to become a villain. You sound like someone else from my party, a priest named Hater, remarked Himmel, his voice containing humor and a hint of repressed exasperation. But, perhaps the two of you are right, conceded Himmel. However, as I do not wish to leave a wound on her heart if we fail in our task, I will hold on to my feelings until the Demon King has been vanquished. Until then, I have little say in who she chooses to spend her time with, both during the day and at night. I'm beginning to understand why some villains loathe heroes," thought Vaughn, suppressing the urge to shake his head and massage his forehead in exasperation. A small part of him wanted to teach Himmel a lesson by persuading Friar N to accompany him to his room, but since he regarded the former as a friend despite the brief period they had known each other, he did his best not to come across as too charismatic as he and the petite elven beauty spent the better part of 4 hours chatting about more than just the tower. She was keenly interested in the existence of other worlds and their unique systems of magic, so if Roxanne hadn't messaged him to inform him she was on her way, they might have spent the entire evening and subsequent morning immersed in increasingly informal and engaged conversation. After teleporting back to his room using the return function, Vaughn opened his door to find Roxanne standing patiently outside with her hands folded atop her lap, a narrow-eyed and slightly flushed smile blossoming across her face as she stated, "I've come for my reward. And you'll receive as much as you can endure," affirmed Vaughn, moving aside to permit the voluptuous Wolfkin to pass. She had arrived wearing her maid outfit, but the moment he closed the door behind her and turned to face her, she promptly unequipped it, revealing scant, pale pink panties and a matching lace bra. "Someone's excited," remarked Vaughn, approaching Roxanne and placing his hands on her warm and soft waist. Then, as she had turned and tilted her head with closed eyes, he didn't hesitate to reward her with a kiss, his hands caressing up and down her sides before transitioning to her front to rub her abdomen with his left and her slit with his right. Releasing Roxanne's lips after several minutes, leaving her red in the face and breathless, Vaughn adopted his most smoldering smile as he quietly but firmly warned, "If we continue past this, you may never be able to escape me, and I'm not talking about just a few years. I won't stop you from living as you please or resent you if you choose a path that diverges from mine, but I am a very thorough lover. Once we have sex, you may not be able to be satisfied with other men. I only need one," Roxanne affirmed with a sigh, her blush deepening as she parted her lips hungrily. The entire time, Vaughn had been dexterously rubbing and gently kneading her clit, so she was very quickly reaching the limits of her patience. "Then tell me how you want it," said Vaughn, reaching up to cup Roxanne's remarkably pillowy right breast with his left hand as he brought their lips closer but didn't kiss her. "I want it deep and rough, and if possible, I want you to fill me with your superior seed," panted Roxanne, causing several questions to appear in Vaughn's mind. Instead of asking them, he gestured toward the bed with his chin, stating, "Then present yourself and appeal to me," in a deep, reverberating tone. "Gladly," responded Roxanne, separating from Vaughn and quickly moving to the bed. There, she crawled onto it, but instead of positioning herself using her hands and knees, she lowered her head to the bed and used her hands to slide down her panties before moving her tail aside to reveal her eagerly awaiting pussy. 9 days later. Feeling something hot and wet wrap around his dick, Vaughn roused from his dreamless slumber, unsurprised to find Roxanne providing an eager and increasingly skilled deep throat. He had never asked her to, but ever since their first night and subsequent morning together, she had taken it upon herself to wake him in the same manner. "Well, good morning to you too," hummed Vaughn, habitually caressing Roxanne's soft and fluffy hair. In response, she released his dick with an audible pop before straddling him, swallowing the entirety of his cock in a single go and smiling as she replied, "Good morning," with slightly glazed eyes and a notably flushed face. She had been a virgin on their first night together, but ever since, she had been the one aggressively pursuing him. Lucky for her, Vaughn was happy to reciprocate, so long as she worked hard during their training and didn't act libidinously in front of Rico and Fran. Chapter 126, Slow and Steady. "You. I'm so excited. We finally get to enter a dungeon," exclaimed Rico, scrunching her body and squeezing her fists excitedly as the party prepared to enter the indisputably safest of the F-rank dungeons, known as the Snail Forest. "Save the celebratory energy for when we all return safely," said Vaughn, plopping his hand down atop Rico's helmet. Since they were the clothes she would be wearing into the abyss, she had swapped her training attire for an upgraded version of her Delver outfit. It looked virtually identical to her old one, but instead of being made from ordinary leather and layered cloth, it was formed from the hide of various monsters, elevating it from F to C rank. Right, responded Rico, taking a moment to adjust her helmet before facing Roxanne and Fran with a determined smile and stating, once we head inside, we'll secure the area around the portal. The snail forest may have the lowest difficulty, but we shouldn't underestimate the monsters who inhabit it. If you spot a snail with a yellow or purple shell, be wary of their paralytic and poisonous gas. Understood, responded Roxanne, sporting a markedly relaxed smile as she offered an affirming nod. NN. Safety first. Appended Fran, her usual taciturn self but modeling a focused, determined look. Like Rico, she had also exchanged her training attire for an outfit and equipment that wouldn't appear out of place in her original world. Specifically, due to Roxanne's influence, she was modeling form-fitting black pants, a white tunic with black accents and somewhat billowy sleeves, stylish black and white knee-high boots, forearm-length black gloves with thin but durable metal plating on the back, and a simple but functional black, wyvern leather breastplate. A black buckler adorned her left arm, and since the monsters they were facing were susceptible to crushing attacks, she had swapped her usual silvery white short sword for a one-handed hammer with a pick. Following one final gear check, Roxanne took point, passing through the nebulous blue vortex that would transport them to the snail forest, with Rico, Fran, and then Vaughn following. What awaited them on the other side was a fairly ordinary-looking forest, but the ground was largely devoid of grass and detritus, the result of enormous snails with cartoonish eyes and colorful, rounded shells slinking about at a slow and gradual pace. "Oh, wow, they're much bigger than I expected," remarked Roxanne, her reddish-brown eyes wide with curiosity as she eyed a snail with a pale red shell a short distance from the portal. It was nearly 120 centimeters tall from the forest floor to the tips of its eyes, situated on the ends of antennae-like protrusions, and its rounded, pale red shell sat even higher atop its nearly 3-meter-long body. Well, if they were the size of normal snails, it would make much sense for them to be classified as monsters, remarked Vaughn. "All right, everyone, let's stay focused," interjected Rico, suppressing her almost instinctual urge to approach and try riding the giant snail. Instead, she took aim at it with a weapon that looked like a pistol but with a round, egg-shaped barrel and a large opening at the front. It was a rare weapon from her world known as a relic gun, and when fired, it used compressed air to propel exceptionally dense spherical projectiles that either impacted the target with impressive force or exploded like tiny cannonballs. Pop pop pop. Though the type of relic gun Rico was using typically had a capacity of 1 round, requiring continuous reloading, the equip function vested by the tower's system allowed her to store as much ammunition as he had in a slot reserved for ammo. Rapid firing reduced the velocity of each bullet and increased the likelihood of a jam, but it was extremely convenient in a pinch. As all but the elusive turbo snail moved at a rate of approximately 3 km per hour, the wide-eyed snail monster, known simply as a red-shelled snail, had no hope of avoiding the projectiles Rico fired at it, each traveling with a median velocity of 120 meters per second. And with each projectile weighing 100 grams, they tore through the fleshier bits of the red-shelled snail like tofu. One struck its shell and ricocheted off it due to the curved angle, but it still left a prominent crack in the near iron-hard surface. Seeing the snail promptly evaporate into reddish-orange motes of light, leaving behind a floating, opaque white crystal in its wake, Rico's gloved hands trembled, her face paling. Despite this, her expression remained determined as she added, "Let's clear the area around the portal and set up wards. Afterward, we'll make our way east." Based on the map created by Miss Nami, the boss monster, Grandfather Snail, should be located in a cave 33.8 kilometers away. Even if we pace ourselves, we should be able to reach our destination and clear the dungeon well before lunch. "Understood," responded Roxanne, offering a curt nod as Fran issued her usual NN. Then, At Rico's instruction, they set up 4 spear-like wards in each cardinal direction before leaving behind a floating blue crystal with a golden, rune-covered ring encircling it, known as a waypoint. If a second paired crystal were set up someplace else, it would allow them to transfer between the two with a short cooldown. However, as they radiated a faint magical aura, monsters were naturally drawn to them. The wards repelled most monsters, so by setting them up with the waypoint, a party could return the moment they bested the boss and collected their loot, sparing them a return trip on foot. "Fran, up!" exclaimed Roxanne, positioning her buckler as a platform, allowing Fran to step atop it before she propelled the petite cat girl into the air, allowing her to land atop a white and gold-shelled snail with a stern expression and a mustache, its height more than 5 meters tall from the ground to the tips of its eyes and more than 7 meters with its shell. Shaking its shell from side to side, the colossal grandfather snail tried to remove Fran but was unable due to her impeccable sense of balance. As a result, she was able to continuously smash her hammer into its shell as Rico, moving around to the flank, peppered the boss's fleshy and durable side with her relic gun. The projectiles didn't appear to do much damage at a glance, disappearing into the grandfather snail's hide, but once their internal fuses had ignited, muffled explosions emanated from where they had been absorbed. Groaning in pain and frustration, the grandfather snail swiveled its head toward Rico, its mustache raising like fleshy flaps before it spat out a net-like web of visibly steamy, white, and incredibly viscous liquid. Rico's eyes widened at the realization that she wouldn't be able to evade in time, but she ultimately didn't have to as the adhesive liquid became suspended in the air, thwarted by Vaughn's domain. "Remember, unless you're in a fortified position, never stop moving," said Vaughn, his expression and tone calm as he observed the battle rather than participating. "All right," responded Rico, gripping her relic gun with both hands and moving counterclockwise around the grandfather snail as it tried to track her with its head. At the same time, Roxanne stepped in with her sword to slash at its neck-like underbelly, leaving a deep gash that promptly closed seconds later. "Take this!" exclaimed Fran, finally breaking through the grandfather snail's shell with one final hammer swing. It once again tried to wiggle her off, but she managed to stand firm in a 3-point crouching stance while producing a red canister grenade from her inventory, using her teeth to pull its pin before flinging it into the hole she had made in the grandfather snail's shell. What followed was a loud hissing sound and a tremendous amount of smoke as the grenade enkindled, producing a thermite reaction that seared the groaning boss's back and gradually penetrated its insides. In a fruitless attempt to remove the incendiary grenade from its shell, the grandfather snail rocked from side to side until it fell over, forcing Fran to leap to safety. Roxanne seized the opportunity to move in and slice at its neck, just below its mustache and mouth parts, but she only managed to cut through around 40% of its dense flesh. Abandoning her weapon, Roxanne placed her buckler between herself and the grandfather snail's mouth as it expelled its highly pressurized and adhesive fluids. The force pushed her back, but only briefly as she performed an evasive pirouette, evading the stream as it attempted to follow her by rolling across the ground, producing her spare short sword from her inventory, and slicing off one of the grandfather snail's eyes as she darted past its head. It could grow a new eye within a few seconds, but its aim was severely compromised with only one. 27 minutes later. "Finally!" groaned Rico, plopping onto her butt and falling backward onto the ground with her arms and legs splayed, her body caked in sweat and her chest heaving from protracted tension and exertion. There was never a moment when she, Fran, and Roxanne were in peril due to how slow the grandfather snail was, but its regenerative abilities were a nightmare for a party with limited damage output. "The aftermath of a battle is when you should be most on alert," stated Vaughn, appearing next to the panting Rico and extending his hand to help her stand. Fran and especially Roxanne were faring much better thanks to their beastkin heritage, but as a relatively ordinary young human girl, Rico had reached her limit. "I can't, my arms and legs are completely numb," panted Rico, huffing and puffing as she trembled from her core, feeling cold despite her body temperature surpassing 38 degrees. "Then, here, drink this," said Vaughn, kneeling and producing a spherical flask of transparent, reddish-gold liquid from his inventory, supporting Rico's head as he brought it to her lips. She struggled to drink it at first, but after the crisp and cool liquid coated her throat and permeated her body as a pleasant tingling, she began gulping it down until the 300 ml flask was empty. "Well done," muttered Vaughn, nodding approvingly before returning the flask to his inventory and guiding Rico to a seated position. Her muscles were still extremely sore, but she could at least sit up straight, allowing her to ask, "What was that?" in a curious tone, remarking, "It tasted like apple juice, but I feel super energetic." "It was apple juice," confirmed Vaughn, appending, "Specifically, it was a type of apple juice created from special apples that restore a marginal amount of health and stamina without the negative side effects of healing potions. But don't force yourself." "I'm fine," lied Rico, utilizing Vaughn's assistance to climb to her feet, not wanting to be the only one out of commission since she was supposed to be the party leader. Fortunately, the recovery effects of the apple juice functioned similarly to health regeneration over 30 seconds, so once she was on her feet, it didn't take long for her to become steady. "You okay, Rico?" asked Fran, her usually impassive expression tinged with a hint of concern. "I'm feeling better by the moment," responded Rico, forcing herself to appear energetic as she smiled, cupped her right bicep, and held up her right fist. "Let's take a short break," Vaughn suggested, producing 2 more apple juices for Roxanne and Fran, even if they didn't strictly need them. He was then tempted to set up camp and prepare lunch there and then, but as it might ruin the trio's immersion if he produced an entire living room and kitchen set up to accommodate a short rest, he settled on producing wooden stools, a portable stove, and a kettle for hot water. Then, for the better part of half an hour, he joined the trio in discussing how they could have handled things better before reviewing their status windows to see how much they had grown. Name: Rico. Race: human. Age: 12. Height: 109111 cm. Weight: 24.3 27.2 kgb/w/h, 5860/51/6365. Origin: Earth Ma 4207. Parameters: Power level: 414. Strength: F. Dexterity: F. Constitution: Fe. Intelligence: D+. Wisdom: D+. Charisma: D+. Luck: C+. Skills: Child of the Abyss, B. Adventurous Spirit, C. Intuition, C. Cooking, C. Taxonomy, D.C. Dismantling, D. Artistry, D. Iron Stomach, D. Hyperesthesia, E.D. Climbing, E. Load-bearing, E. Marksmanship, F. Name: Roxanne. Race: Wolfkin. Age: 18. Height: 163 cm. Weight: 48.3–47.4 kgb/w/h, 9694/5856/9293. Origin: Sephira sh 2443. Parameters: Power level: 2428. Strength: F. Dexterity: F+-E+. Constitution: E+. Intelligence: F. Wisdom: E. Charisma: B+. Luck: B+. Skills: Stunted Genius, C. Keen Senses, C. Proprioception, C. Limber Body, C. Bedroom Arts, C. Housekeeping, D. One-Handed Sword Mastery, E.D. Shield Mastery, F. Name: Fran. Race: Black Cat. Age: 12. Height: 137 cm. Weight: 31.2–32.9 kgb/w/h, 65/5352/7273. Origin: Ragnarstar Rs 0014. Parameters: Power level: 819. Strength: F. Dexterity: F+-E+. Constitution, F+-E+. Intelligence, F. Wisdom, F. Charisma, C+. Luck, A+. Skills. Burgeoning beast god, keen senses, C. Proprioception, D. Hunger resistance, D. Disease resistance, E. Pain tolerance, E. One-handed sword mastery, F. Shield mastery, F. Chapter 127, Acclamation. After returning to the dungeon terminal and trading in their loot for tower points, Vaughn set out a large meal for Roxanne, Rico, and Fran to celebrate the trio's first successive dungeon conquest at an elongated, party-sized table. "The three of you have grown much these past 10 days, remarked Vaughn, sporting a proud expression as he stated, "It will take considerably more effort to become truly powerful, but with this, you can now tackle F-rank dungeons with confidence." "It's all thanks to your care and guidance," asserted Roxanne, modeling a narrow-eyed, affection-tinged smile as she remarked, "Just the food you provided was a tremendous boon. I was concerned about the volume, but I miraculously shed nearly a full kilogram." "Consider yourself lucky," remarked Rico, pinching her stomach through the fabric of her form-fitting Delver attire as she sighed, "I might need to start dieting." Shaking his head, Vaughn asserted, "Girls your and Fran's age should have a bit of fat around their bellies. Your bodies need the additional nutrients to grow and develop properly, so don't even think about dieting. You should be aiming for between 30 and 37 kilograms with your current height and build." "Will that help our boobs grow?" questioned Rico, raising her hands to her chest. "It will," confirmed Vaughn, having largely gotten used to Rico's somewhat out-of-pocket, moderately precocious questions. Even the setting of her world had some dubious elements, so he concluded it was just a quirk of her being faithful to the source material that inspired her. "Then please give 2 more portions," exclaimed Rico, extending her right hand as if Vaughn was supposed to place the food directly atop her palm. "All right, but don't push yourself too much, or you risk indigestion," said Vaughn, placing more food on the table before shifting his attention to the group approaching them. He had contacted Himmel's party the previous day to ask them to meet up, so the blue-haired hero arrived with Tanya, Ruchard, Yoryuaki, Nami, a serious-looking man with black hair that spiked messily in all directions, Iwatani Naofumi, an adorable girl with waist-length bluish-purple hair, large brown eyes, and a blue and yellow dress, Wendy Marvel, and 2 young boys with spiky white and ash-white hair, the first with silver eyes and the latter sporting a dark face mask and a distinctive headband with a leaf carved on the front, Kiloazaldik, and a young Hitaki Kakashi. "Good afternoon, Vaughn," greeted Himmel, wearing his usual friendly smile. "I hope you prepared enough for everyone," appended Nami, crossing her arms under her very voluminous breasts with a playful, challenging smile. She had ceased actively flirting with him ever since he informed her of the intricacies of his relationships. Instead, she acted increasingly boldly, as if she were challenging him to flirt with her. "Of course," responded Vaughn, countering with a wink and an undaunted smile as he hummed, "You don't end up in a position like mine if you can't take care of and provide for many, many people." Rising from his seat, Vaughn set out a veritable banquet of food for everyone to enjoy. Rico and Fran looked uneasy due to the sudden influx of people, but the former was an extrovert at her core, while the latter had Roxanne, who promptly moved closer to her, as an emotional anchor. Once everyone was seated and had food in front of them, Vaughn, standing at the head of the table, adopted a broad smile and expressed, "First off, thank you all for coming here today. I know there are more efficient uses of your time, but as our numbers continue to decrease due to individuals returning early, it pleases me to see those who remain gradually forming a community. Here's to hoping it continues to grow in the future." Seeing Vaughn raise a cup filled with sparkling apple juice, all but a few of the people gathered joined him, offering relaxed affirmations. Some of the older individuals in the group lamented the lack of alcohol, but since half of their group were minors under the age of 13, Vaughn believed it was best to keep things family-friendly. Finishing his drink and waiting for everyone else to set down their own, Vaughn got to the heart of why he had invited everyone over, starting with having Roxanne, Rico, and Fran introduce themselves. He certainly didn't mind chaperoning them into the dungeons and simply spending time with them, but now that their training was over, he needed to focus on earning tower points and getting to know their fellow ascendees. They would still be able to eat together in the mornings and gather for dinner at night, but over time, Vaughn planned to have Fran and Rico spend more time with boys and girls from their age group before their dependence on him got too out of hand. I definitely can't judge Issei for how he chooses to use VR after this, thought Vaughn, sporting a smoldering look as he sat on a sofa with his left arm around Roxanne's shoulders, holding Yoriyuki's gaze as she stared up at him with upturned eyes and gave him a vacuous deep throat. However, while his smiling gaze never left Yoriyuki's, it was the presence of Nami to his right that had Vaughn the most excited. She had asked if he was leaving her out intentionally when she saw him speaking to Roxana and Yoriyuki following the impromptu banquet. One thing had led to another, and while it had yet to be determined if they were going to have sex, Nami's flushed face and the way she intently observed Yoriyuki fillet him suggested the odds were in his favor. 48 days later. With his inaugural stay in the tower officially reaching the halfway point, Vaughn was standing between Roxanne and Nami in the bathroom attached to his room, brushing their teeth in little more than panties and shirts they had borrowed from him. At the same time, Yorichi, eyes closed and her face noticeably darker than usual due to a flush, supported herself on her elbows as he slowly fucked her from behind. "You really are inexhaustible when it comes to having sex," sighed Nami, shaking her head before spitting into the sink. With the numerous benefits Vaughn provided just by being near him, she was fairly certain she had made the correct decision by entering a relationship with him. Fortunately, she had Roxanne as a proactive buffer, and though she only joined them once or twice a week, Vaughn made sure to fuck Yoriyuki thoroughly when he had the chance. "Only because I'm surrounded by women who deserve at least this much effort," responded Vaughn, punctuating his words by meeting Nami's gaze through their reflections and winking. At the same time, a hot and throaty sigh emanated from Yoriyuki's throat as he held her flush against him and released just enough semen to fill her womb to capacity. "You really shouldn't be chit-chatting while gouging a woman's insides," remarked Yoriyuki, taking advantage of Vaughn's hold on her waist to turn on the sink and splash her face with cold water. "My bad," responded Vaughn, gently grazing Yoriyuki's clingy and writhing folds with his glands as an apology. He felt guilty thinking it, but perhaps as a result of her noble heritage and the fact she was a Shinigami, a spiritual entity not all that dissimilar to a devil, fucking her felt considerably better than having sex with Roxanne or Nami. If they didn't need to meet up with everyone for breakfast, he could easily spend the entire day buried inside her without losing focus. "All right, that's enough," sighed Yoriyuki, exhaling hotly but exasperatedly as she remarked, "I get that you enjoy going to town on me, but we would all benefit from you learning the meaning of restraint." "I'm well aware of the meaning," contended Vaughn, pulling Yoriyuki flush against him, kissing her increasingly sensitive and trained womb with his glands, compelling her to clench around him greedily as he stated, "But, as there is no guarantee you will return to the tower in the future, I intend to make the most of the time we have now." "Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I'll definitely be back," stated Nami, crossing her arms under her breasts and exhaling from her nose as she playfully remarked, "After all, you took my one and only virginity, just covering the interest would cost you 2 or 3 of these towers." "Do I strike you as a man who fears responsibility?" asked Vaughn, drawing Roxanne and Nami closer to him by their waists, causing Yoriyuki to adopt a slight deadpan as she was still bent over with his penis throbbing deep inside her. At the same time, though it didn't affect the smoldering look on his face, Vaughn experienced a sudden sense of incongruency. The truth of the matter was that he was actively avoiding his responsibilities in the real world by doing things that extended his time in Virtua. This didn't mean he feared it, but he certainly wasn't facing it head-on. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn earned himself an exasperated groan from Yoriyuki, who subsequently took the initiative to resume moving as he took turns making out with Roxanne and Nami. No degree of wayward thought or introspection could prevent him from attending to his women, but the realization certainly gave Vaughn reason for pause as he realized it had been nearly a year since he last interacted with the people who had opened his heart and mind to limitless possibilities, the same people who had accepted him and become his family. "Ha! Target successfully apprehended," exclaimed Rico, dropping onto Vaughn's shoulders from her hiding place above the lounge's entrance. He had sensed her well in advance, but since she would become sulky if he dodged out of the way, Vaughn allowed her to squeeze and nuzzle his head as he casually commented, "You're becoming a veritable spider monkey." "Is that supposed to be an insult or a compliment?" asked Rico, sitting up straight and habitually tousling Vaughn's hair as she squeezed his neck with her thin but increasingly powerful thighs. She was still squarely within the realm of F rank, but since she actively sought out monsters who dropped strength and constitution enhancement crystals, she was already several times more powerful than the average trained adult and significantly more durable. "Have I ever done anything but praise you?" asked Vaughn, prompting a gratified hum from the green-eyed blonde as she closed her eyes and beamed contentedly from ear to ear. Knowing full well that it would annoy Rico, Tanya, seated next to Kakashi in a booth, smugly remarked, "You two look like a proper father-daughter pair. How wholesome." Puffing her cheeks, Rico looked like she wanted to retort, but she didn't get the chance as Vaughn grabbed her legs, lifted her from his shoulders, and smoothly transitioned to holding her sides as he lowered her to the ground, expressing, "Let's get the briefing underway. I have something to take care of this afternoon, so let's try and complete today's quota before noon." Plopping down next to Tanya, mostly to prevent Vaughn from doing so, Rico asked, "Is it something important?" "It's certainly important, but it's not a pressing matter," reassured Vaughn, offering a curt nod before shifting his gaze to Kakashi, remarking, "I'll be relying on you to expedite things, but you don't need to push yourself too hard." "I understand," responded Kakashi, ever taciturn as he reciprocated with a nod of his own. Minato had returned home on the 6th day, but Kakashi, presumably at the former's request, had remained behind, forming a party with just about everyone at least once. Yoryuki had tailed him a few times out of curiosity and to mess with him, but as gathering intel was the bread and butter of a shinobi, Vaughn hadn't been surprised to learn that the grey-haired youth had effectively been drafting a bingo book that included the intel he had gathered on every ascendee he had partied, alongside their potential threat level. Yoryuki's entry, in particular, was filled with some fairly colorful language, as, similar to how she had teased Byakuya in his youth, she couldn't help messing with someone as overly serious as the prospective Jonin. Chapter 128, Acceptance. After clearing 2 F-rank dungeons and 1 E-rank, Vaughn ate lunch with Rico, Tanya, and Kakashi before bidding them farewell and returning to his room. There, he slumped silently on the sofa, his eyes closed and fingers linked atop his stomach as he waited patiently for nearly an hour. Thwom! Appearing from the center of a silver magic circle, Graphia, modeling a narrow-eyed smile, raised the hem of her short skirt, demonstrating her lack of panties as she sensually hummed, "Your most beloved, personal use pussy has arrived. I've missed its owner as well," noted Vaughn, adopting an appreciative smile and unequipping his clothes as Graphia approached, climbed atop him, and united their bodies as one, kicking off their reunion with a deep and protracted kiss. 5 hours later. "MMN. I see," muttered Graphia, lying naked to Vaughn's right, her head resting on his shoulder and a listless look on her face as she caressed his chest with her right index finger. Vaughn had just revealed to her his desire to return and invite everyone into In Virtua markedly sooner than they had discussed, but while she understood and supported his reasoning, a small but growing part of her wished they could forget about the outside world and its inhabitants entirely. "Are you disappointed?" asked Vaughn, noticing the change in Graphia's emotional state even if her expression remained the same. "A little," conceded Graphia, something she never would have done in the past. Similarly, she closed her eyes and softly tacked on, with the advent of the Tower of Ascension, I was looking forward to being the sole person from the outside to witness you awaken to your full potential. Then, rather than Rhea Sujo, Sanaheim, or some other selfing woman, I could be your queen, serving beside you for millennia. I don't really want to be anything like a king," stated Vaughn, kissing the top of Graphia's head before adding, "but you can rest assured, if I am to become one, you will undoubtedly be my queen. At least one of them," appended Graphia, feeling considerably more at ease after hearing Vaughn's words. She had initially accompanied him with the expectation that he would get bored of her, but even though it hadn't even been a full year since their cohabitation began, she could no longer imagine parting with him. At the very least, she would rather perish than return to how things were. Fortunately for her, Vaughn would never allow her to slip away from him without a fight, filling her with a sense of assurance she had never experienced with her former husband. With Vaughn granting them unrestricted access to his room, allowing them to come and go as they pleased, Roxanne and Nami eventually arrived to find him and Graphia atop his bed, making out and having sex. Rather than being surprised, however, Nami raised her right brow and remarked, "Well, this explains why you weren't responding to your messages. Is this one of your women from outside the tower?" Rising to a seated position and rolling her hips, Graphia stared back at the duo with a narrow-eyed smile and stated, "My name is Graphia Lucifuge, I am one of Vaughn's prospective brides. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Prospective brides," repeated Nami, crossing her arms and shifting her weight onto her right foot as she asked, "In other words, you're one of his fiancés?" "We're much closer than that, but yes," responded Graphia, leaning her head back and closing her eyes as Vaughn grabbed her waist and took over moving. At the same time, he joined the conversation, revealing, "Graphia here is the first woman I ever sought to conquer, the title of my first love belongs to another, but she is my undisputed number one." "Then should we leave the two of you to catch up?" asked Nami, looking somewhat annoyed. She never considered competing for the position, but hearing Vaughn unabashedly confer the title of his number one to someone else annoyed her. "We were just wrapping things up," responded Vaughn, eliciting a protracted sigh from Graphia's throat as he awarded her the 16th cream pie since their reunion. "And that was them taking things slow, investing a significant portion of their time making out and catching up." "Then, are you done for the day, or should we start undressing?" asked Nami, punctuating her query by exhaling from her nose. She would never have asked such a question a few weeks ago, but since Vaughn was the key to her becoming more powerful and infinitely wealthier, she had to at least pretend to be proactive. Fortunately, even if the presence of other women bothered her, having sex with him felt immensely gratifying. He could also be pretty thoughtful. "If nothing else, you should change into something more comfortable," remarked Vaughn, rising to a seated position and staring at the two girls with his chin on Graphia's right shoulder as he smiled and hummed, "I presume the two of you worked just hard as usual today. The least I can do is give you a massage to help you relax. In other words, we're definitely having sex," remarked Nami, pulling at the knot keeping her long-sleeved green buccaneer shirt fastened around her waist, exposing her abdomen. Dungeoneering required more practical attire than she was used to, so while she modeled a green, white striped bikini top and bottoms beneath her clothes, she principally modeled form-fitting black pants, a gold-studded leather belt with a large, skull-themed buckle, shin-length, dark brown cavalier boots, and a comprehensive set of stat-enhancing accessories, courtesy of Vaughn. "I personally feel reassured, knowing that my hard work will be rewarded without fail," hummed Roxanne, beating Nami to undress by unequipping all but her pale pink lace panties. Graphia noticed her enthusiasm and felt Roxanne would make an excellent maid. As for Nami, it was fairly obvious that the orange-haired woman regarded Vaughn as a meal ticket or a means to get ahead of the competition, not that there was anything intrinsically wrong with that. So long as she spread her legs obediently and remained loyal, a bit of willfulness was actually a good thing as, while he enjoyed being relied upon, Vaughn felt troubled when people became dependent on him. The following morning. "Wait, you're A rank? Then you must be absurdly strong." remarked Nami, making a mental note not to get on Graphia's bad side, as the only other A rank she knew of was Saitama, and he had caused a mountain larger than any she had ever seen disappear with a punch. Compared to some, but not all, responded Graphia, calmly sipping her tea as she modeled sexy, maid-themed lingerie while sitting across from Nami at a circular cafe table. Nami herself was wearing furry, black, cat-themed lingerie with a detachable tail and headband, not because Vaughn had asked her to, but because she saw what Graphia and Roxanne were wearing and felt compelled to match their energy. SCHLP SCHLP SCHLP. Modeling a transparent pink negligee, a thong that was little more than string, a fluffy collar, and paw-like boots and gloves, Roxanne, kneeling on the floor between Vaughn's legs, enthusiastically fellated him as he reclined on the sofa with his left hand caressing her head. She appeared to greatly enjoy doing so, as whenever the opportunity presented, her lips invariably found their way around his cock. Doing her best to ignore the libidinous sounds behind her, Nami leaned forward slightly and asked, "So, how did you and Vaughn meet? You're both trans-dimensional travelers, right?" "It's true," confirmed Graphia, nodding slowly before revealing, "but Vaughn is the original. He came to my world by chance and initially tried living as an ordinary boy. However, his extraordinariness quickly became apparent, so much so that the greatest powers of my world wanted him to become the replacement for our god, who had perished in a great war many, many years ago. I was fortunate to have been appointed to watch over him, and as time passed, the two of us became much closer. So it's true, even if he doesn't retain the title, Vaughn is basically a god," remarked Nami, feeling more confident in her decision to bequeath Vaughn her virginity. After all, if even an A rank like Graphia was referring to him as extraordinary, there must be a lot he hadn't shown them. Nodding a second time, Graphia maintained, "He is the singular force that unifies all trans-dimensional travelers, and without his grace, the Tower of Ascension could not exist. You were wise to approach him as early as you did. As long as you do not betray him, you will never have to fear growing old or feeble, and there is no limit to what you can achieve if you are willing to put in the effort." "Could I even become a trans-dimensional traveler?" asked Nami, having no desire to abandon her world completely but finding the notion of being able to venture wherever she pleased enticing. Raising her right index finger, Graphia explained, "In a way, you already are. But if you desire the freedom to travel to worlds beyond your own, you must climb higher. As you ascend higher, not only does your power increase, but your personal freedom as well. Those who manage to clear the 50th floor's trial of ascension could even have a previously fictional world made real, allowing them to influence and shape its destiny at their leisure." "That sounds ridiculous, but I'm honestly not surprised," sighed Nami, resting her chin atop her right palm as she confessed, "To be honest, I'd be content just seeing my adoptive mother return to life. Do you know if that's possible?" "It is," responded Vaughn, caressing Roxanne's head as she accepted his semen directly into her throat. Once she was done sucking the rest from his urethra, he gave her an approving nod, got up from the sofa, fixed his pants and belt, and joined the duo at the table, explaining, "Events of the past can't be interfered with without consequence, but it's relatively safe to pull someone's spirit from the past to the future at the moment of their death. You just need to acquire a residency ticket, and if she accepts the invitation, she can continue living within the tower for thousands of years if she remains in the safe zones." "And how much is a residency ticket?" asked Nami, a bead of sweat forming on the left side of her face. "It depends on the rank of the person being invited," answered Vaughn. "If your stepmother was A rank, it could cost millions of tower points on the low end. If she's F rank, the most it would cost is 10,000. 10,000, parrot Nami, blinking several times and mentally opening her inventory to confirm she had 17,339 TP amassed since she had Vaughn provide virtually everything she required. In other words, she could summon her adoptive mother there and then. Interrupting Nami's thoughts, Vaughn shook his head and warned, "You shouldn't be too impulsive. While summoning someone from the past is possible, it is generally best to let the dead rest in peace. Many worlds employ a cycle of reincarnation and rebirth, so your adoptive mother may have already been reborn in the present. In other words, you risk snuffing out an innocent life, and there are no guarantees she will even accept the invitation. Right. Muttered Nami, exhaling from her nose and then feeling slightly irritated as Roxanne, having returned from rinsing her mouth and brushing her teeth, unabashedly sat on Vaughn's lap, leading to him placing his right hand on her thigh and kissing her. She felt the dog-eared woman needed to learn to read a room, but since she was currently modeling fuzzy feline lingerie, it was difficult to contend the atmosphere was serious. Chapter 129, End of the Cycle. After spending 3 going on 4 days holed up in his room without leaving, Vaughn wasn't too surprised when, as he was giving Yuryuki a naked, deep tissue back massage, a sense of urgency washed over him out of the blue. It would appear Riko is attempting to prove to the other children that you will come if she blows her whistle, revealed Sis, confirming Vaughn's suspicion that he was being summoned. Though it wasn't the reason he had enchanted her whistle, Vaughn didn't hesitate to lean forward, planting a kiss on Yuryuki's left shoulder before whispering, "I need to take care of something. Let's continue this when I return." "Who? You're leaving?" asked Yuryuki, turning her face sideways to meet Vaughn's gaze, her yellow, cat-like eyes reflecting more curiosity than disappointment. "I have a promise to keep," stated Vaughn, kissing Yuryuki's cheek before dismounting her and donning his clothes. By then, Grafia had arrived to take over for him, leading Yuryuki to deliberate briefly before permitting the scantily dressed devil to straddle her butt and continue where Vaughn left off. "I'm telling you, we have a special connection," grumbled Riko, looking pouty as she clutched her red whistle with both hands and willed Vaughn to arrive sooner. Fortunately, at nearly that exact moment, Vaughn materialized out of thin air, his right brow rising as he arrived to find Riko, Fran, Wendy, Tanya, and a girl with shoulder-length, chestnut brown hair affixed with a small flower hair clip, recognizable by those who watched or read Toru Kagaku no Railgun as the main protagonist, Misaka Mikoto. Her eyes were a similar shade of brown, and since she and the other girls were having a sleepover, she was modeling a glossy, pale pink pajama top and matching silk shorts with white and pink socks. Shifting his gaze to Riko, Vaughn adopted a smile tinged with wryness as he asked, "You called?" in a faint, humming tone. "See? I told you he would come," exclaimed Riko, beaming from ear to ear and eyes closed as she puffed out her nearly non-existent chest and sat smugly with her hands on her hips. "So you called me just to prove a point?" questioned Vaughn, causing Riko to startle slightly and tense, a bead of sweat forming on her right cheek at the realization she might have inconvenienced him. "It was my fault for challenging her. I apologize for the inconvenience," asserted Tanya, wearing a long, pale blue nightgown with frilly white lace around the collar. Vaughn found her presence there mildly disconcerting due to her past as a middle-aged Japanese salaryman. However, as she had since spent the past 10 years struggling to live and grow as an orphaned girl in a militaristic pre-war German empire and only had vague memories of her previous life, he felt it would benefit her mental wellness to have at least a few friends near her physical age. "More importantly, you shouldn't just appear in a girl's room," said Mikoto, a faint blush tinting her cheeks as she didn't even allow her dad to see her in her pajamas. More to the point, Vaughn had a habit of wearing outfits that flaunted his chiseled chest and abs, forcing her to avert her eyes lest she sneak a peek and risk being caught gawking. "You're 100% correct," confirmed Vaughn, nodding before shifting his gaze to Riko, exhaling faintly from his nose as he appended, "Ordinarily, I would knock and enter via the door, but since I enchanted Riko's whistle to be used in emergencies, I came as quickly as I could." "Sorry," muttered Riko, hanging her head and pressing the tips of her fingers together bashfully. "Don't be," responded Vaughn, taking a knee and tousling the sincerely apologetic girl's head as he smiled affectionately and asserted, "This is actually a good thing because now you know for certain that the whistle works. Just don't misuse it too much, okay?" It's fine if you do so every so often. MMN. Okay. Responded Riko, her face flushing to the tips of her ears as she glanced at Tanya with an "I told you so" kind of look, causing the latter to roll her eyes. Afterward, Vaughn politely refused the invitation to stay and play some sleepover games, leaving the gaggle of young girls to their own devices in favor of returning to Yoryuki's backside. Day 83. Though he could have remained in his room nigh indefinitely with Grafia there to accompany him, Vaughn eventually introduced her to the remaining 37 ascendees at a banquet and returned to his rapport building and training. By then, he had earned most of the additional stats he could acquire by defeating unique monsters, but he, Himmel, Ruchard, and many of the other male ascendees would periodically meet up to spar and trade pointers with each other using the increasingly popular training rooms. Fwoosh dink 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 thwop. After kicking off the ground with enough force to tear up a large section of grass and soil, Ruchard unleashed a flurry of spear strikes that produced numerous afterimages. Having a trident thrust at his face and torso filled Vaughn with nervous tension, but his expression appeared calm and focused as he deflected or directly intercepted each thrust with the tip of his own spear, refusing to give ground. Stepping back and spinning, his form appearing to flicker out of existence for a brief moment, Ruchard attempted to sweep Vaughn's feet or slice him at the ankles, but the latter intercepted him by angling his spear downward, producing a loud metallic clank as the two weapons crossed. In the same series of movements, he attempted to kick Ruchard's forward hand, but the emerald-haired immediately stepped back, controlling the space between them before transitioning into another sweeping attack, this time directed at his face. Since he knew from experience that blocking such a high and forceful attack could knock him off balance, regardless of how comparable his and Ruchard's strengths were, Vaughn flourished his spear in a swift spinning motion to deflect it up and away from him before spinning on his heel and countering with thrust comparable to a projectile fired from a high-caliber rifle. Having retracted his spear, Ruchard blocked Vaughn's thrust by holding his weapon sideways at a 40-degree angle. He successfully intercepted the attack with his weapon's haft, but due to the force behind it, he found himself pushed back several meters, his heels leaving deep trenches in the ground. Despite this, his balance and footing remained unbroken, his scarred expression a focused glower as he calmly asserted, "At the rate you're improving, I won't be your match for much longer. It will be a long while before I catch up to your skill," contended Vaughn, sporting a somewhat cheeky smile as he appended, "I just happen to be stronger and faster." With enough of both, techniques lose their meaning. Countered Ruchard, relaxing his stance and guard as he and Vaughn had been going at it for the better half of an hour, and his bones were starting to ache from enduring increasingly heavy blows. He was already past his prime at more than 500 years old and hadn't encountered any significantly powerful foes in the past 400 years, so Vaughn's youthful vigor, rapid growth, and ostensibly boundless stamina weren't kind to his aging muscles and joints. "Are you okay?" asked Vaughn, resting his legendary spear on his right shoulder and exhibiting a look of concern. Ruchard had appeared almost insurmountable the first time they exchanged blows, but the man's age and vulnerabilities became increasingly apparent with time. "I will be," affirmed Ruchard, offering an approving nod as he stepped forward, briefly clasped Vaughn's shoulder, and departed to find a place to rest. At the same time, Kakashi approached with his hands in his pockets, his expression an aloof deadpan as he stopped roughly 10 meters from Vaughn's position, a palpable tension permeating the atmosphere between them. Fwish! Using the body flicker technique, Kakashi appeared behind Vaughn with a short, silvery white tanto in hand, attempting to slash him across the nape of his neck. Instead, his body promptly dispersed into a cloud of smoke, leaving behind a small log as Vaughn intercepted him by thrusting backward with the butt of his spear, kick-starting their 7th spar in earnest. Day 120. With less than a day and only 29 of the original 100 ascendees remaining in the tower, Vaughn was helping to plan a parting celebration and gifts for everyone when he noticed 2 people on the master list he hadn't met or interacted with, a boy and a girl from the same world, named Sora and Shiro respectively. There were plenty of people who left early that he never had the chance to interact with, but he found it odd the duo had stuck around to the end without their paths crossing at least once. Curious, Vaughn left Grafia and the others to complete the preparations for the parting celebration and made his way to the room where the duo had been staying together since the first day. There, he pressed the buzzer a total of 17 times, interspaced by several minutes, before a tall and skinny man with spiky, red-tinted black hair and distinctive, pale red eyes, underscored by heavy bags, finally answered the door. "Oh, wow!" thought Vaughn, suppressing the urge to reach up and cover his nose as a potent blend of male and female musk struck him like a wave of pressure. It wasn't a wholly unpleasant smell due to the latter, but he got the distinct impression that the man before him, modeling a yellow t-shirt over a dark blue, long-sleeved shirt and jeans, hadn't bathed more than a few times since his arrival. Exhaling from his nose, crossing his arms, and adopting a calm, confident smile, the red-eyed man remarked, "So the final boss has come to launch a direct attack against the hero's sanctuary. And here I was beginning to believe we had slipped under your radar completely." "Hero," repeated Vaughn, tilting his head slightly and sizing up the man, who had to be Sora based on the fact his female counterpart was called Shiro. As far as he could tell, there was no mana, ki, chakra, or any other notable energies flowing through his body, and with how skinny his arms, legs, and general build were, it was difficult to imagine him exerting more than an average human's level of power. "So? Why have you come here so late in the game?" asked Sora, leaning cockily against the door's frame as a notably petite, pale-skinned girl with very long and messy white hair curiously tinted blue, purple, pink, green, and yellow peered out from behind him with large and impassive red and yellow gold eyes. Less notably, she appeared to be wearing one of Sora's shirts, bluish-purple stockings, and not much else. That would explain the smell, thought Vaughn, inferring that the duo had been spending their free time in much the same way as him. However, as Shiro appeared on the younger, a frown marred his face as Sis confirmed she was a mere 11 years old. Fortunately for Sora, Sis subsequently explained that while the duo had been sleeping and even bathing together, they regarded one another as siblings and hadn't done the deed despite Shiro evidently endeavoring to tempt her older step-sibling numerous times. Deciding to withhold his judgment until he understood the duo's situation better, Vaughn adopted a smile and answered, "We're going to be throwing a parting celebration tonight with delicious food and gifts. I noticed that the two of you hadn't come out of your room since the day the tower opened, so I figured I would come over to meet and invite you directly." "Gifts? What kind of gifts?" asked Sora, his brows perking as his sister, Shiro, continued staring directly at Vaughn as if attempting to see through him. There were no notable emotions in her gaze, but even though it was their first meeting, Vaughn got the impression she possessed an exceptional intellect. "Well, since I never got the opportunity to know the two of you, it will likely be tower points or stat-boosting fruit and vegetables," responded Vaughn, shrugging as he added, "Everyone else will be receiving weapons, armor, or items that should prove useful back in their original worlds. Yet, well, me and my sister aren't exactly what you would call people persons," appended Sora, grinning as he added, "More to the point, since you're already here, can't you just give us our gift now? I can't guarantee anything, but that could motivate us to interact with you and others more if we decide to return." Catching Sora by surprise, as he expected Vaughn to try and predicate their gifts on them attending the celebration, the latter's smile broadened as he affirmed, "I hope so." Before proposing trades and gifting each of them 1,000 TP. Chapter 130, Separation, Reunion. "Then, let's meet again on the first floor a month from now," said Himmel, exchanging smiles and a handshake with Vaughn as he prepared to return to his world. "Take care of yourself, Himmel. And try to keep in mind what I said about Friar Ren. If you want her to value her time, take it upon yourself to help her make the most of it," advised Vaughn, his expression and tone serious. After his previous encounter with Friar Ren, he had looked into the world she and Himmel originated, noting it bore her name. He had since harbored a great deal of respect for Himmel as a character, but he seriously disapproved of how the man had kept his feelings to himself and chosen to remain single his entire life just because he didn't want to leave an even deeper scar on Friaren's heart when she inevitably lost him due to the immense disparity in their lifespans. Once the Demon King has been vanquished and the people can live in peace, reiterated Himmel, exhaling faintly from his nose before releasing Vaughn's hand and turning away. Then, like so many before him, he vanished in a flash of bluish-white light, coinciding with him startling awake back in his original world. And then there were three, thought Vaughn, turning to the final group of ascendees, Yoryuki, Roxanne, and Nami. He had asked them to stay so he could clarify some things, so they had been patiently waiting for him to see off those who stuck around personally. Beating Vaughn to the punch, Yoryuki, standing with her arms crossed and sporting a mischievous grin, playfully inquired, "So, one final orgy before we go our separate ways?" "Tempting, but it's probably not the best idea," responded Vaughn, wearing a smile of his own as he explained, "Between tower cycles, the flow of time reverts from a ratio of 360:1 to the RSM, the reconciled standard median. In more straightforward terms, 1 second here will be 1 second back in your original worlds." "Yeah, that's not ideal," remarked Nami, similarly standing with her arms crossed but sporting a markedly more serious expression. "What did you wish to discuss with us?" asked Roxanne, dutifully helping guide the conversation back to its original track. Nodding, Vaughn revealed, "The next time our paths cross, there will be up to 10 additional women accompanying me, the majority of which will be trans-dimensional travelers. I'm telling you this to remind you what you're getting yourselves into. You should know by now that I'm pretty generous to everyone, so if you want to experience a conventional romance, this is the best time to consider ending things and treating the past 4 months as a fling. Because it's all but guaranteed that more women will be joining my harem in the years, centuries, and millennia to come, and each of you deserves to be worshipped by the lucky bastard you choose to spend the rest of your lives with. If you remain at my side, you will effectively be one of many flowers within a bouquet." Exhaling audibly from her nose, Nami retorted, "I mean, it's not like you're planning to brand us with slave crests or force us to remain at your side if we choose to continue our relationship with you, right? I may take breaks to focus on other things, but I'll definitely drop by every now and again to relieve stress or simply hang out. It's about the same for me as well," appended Yoryuki, maintaining her mischievous grin as she stated, "I've never once considered us to be in a committed relationship. I just drop by to have fun and fuck whenever the mood strikes me. That works best for you as well, right?" Making a so-so gesture with his right hand, Vaughn confirmed, "Technically. But I wouldn't have sex with the three of you if I didn't believe you were incredible women worth more than just my time. Even if you end up doing your own thing for months or years at a time, I prefer to keep things clear. Either you're my women, or you're not. And depending on which, it greatly influences how I view your interactions with others. In other words, you're the jealous type," hummed Yoryuki, narrowing her cat-like eyes thoughtfully. In reality, she was in an on-and-off-again relationship with a man from her world. She also tended to weaponize her sexuality and charm to obtain information or mess with people, so if Vaughn was effectively prohibiting them from being flirtatious, her life outside the tower was going to become dull. Harboring similar concerns, Nami pointed out, "You should know that, as beautiful women, our appearance and how we interact with others is one of our primary weapons and means of defense. As long as we don't cross any lines, it should be okay if we use our looks to acquire information and avoid dangerous situations, right?" Shaking his head, Vaughn responded, saying it's okay is a bit much, but as long as it doesn't become a point of contention or take place right in front of me, I have no intention of making a big deal out of it. Do what you need to survive or achieve your objectives. Just keep in mind that if you accept becoming one of my women, I will know the moment you take things too far. I won't seek retribution or anything, but from that moment onward, no amount of apologies or pleas can get me to accept you back." "What if our lives are on the line, and we have no choice?" asked Nami. having regrettably found herself in such a position more than a few times, particularly when she first started robbing corrupt merchants and pirates. "Then call my name," responded Vaughn, his expression and tone serious as he asserted, "I might not be able to appear instantly, but if you call out to me in need of rescue, I will come without fail." "How reassuring!" hummed Yoriyuki, a thoughtful glimmer in her eyes as she stepped forward, the difference in their heights requiring her to stare up at Vaughn with crossed arms as she sensually appended, "Then, at least for the time being, you can consider me yours." Regaining a smile or, more accurately, a wolfish grin, Vaughn reached around Yoriyuki's body to cup her extraordinary ass, raising her onto the very tips of her toes so that her hot and notably wet pussy was nestled against his bulge through their respective clothes as he stated, "I'll be counting down the days. And I might just call out to you when I'm not in danger but still need you to hurry over," hummed Yoriyuki, narrowing her eyes and raising her chin. The first few times they had sex, she tried to avoid kissing, but that was a few months, many massages and many more cream pies ago. Ahem. Watching Vaughn and Yoriyuki make out for nearly a minute, Nami coughed to remind them they weren't alone. In response, Yoriyuki arched back to smile at her playfully before abruptly disappearing, causing Vaughn to take a step back as he had been supporting her as a counterbalance. Rolling her eyes and exhaling audibly from her nose, Nami followed the dark-skinned Shinigami's example by approaching and leaning into Vaughn with her breasts, simultaneously beating him to the punch by snaking her arms around him and squeezing his butt as she softly asserted, "You still owe me for my virginity, I'm not letting you go until you've paid me back with interest. That just makes me not want to repay it," hummed Vaughn, punctuating his words with a reciprocal butt squeeze and deep, protracted kiss. When they eventually separated, nearly 2 minutes later, her face was flushed to her ears. However, instead of speaking further, she exhaled faintly from her nose, shook her head with a smile, and disappeared. What was that about? Vaughn wondered, placing the thought on the back burner as he shifted his gaze to Roxanne, who had been markedly silent and patient as she stood beside Graphia with her hands neatly folded over her lap and a faint smile adorning her face. Seizing the initiative to approach, Vaughn snaked his hands around Roxanne, squeezing her pillowy bottom as he softly remarked, "I can already guess your response, but I want to hear you say it." Adopting an even broader smile than the one she was wearing, Roxanne affirmed, "I have long resolved to follow and serve you with all my heart, body and soul, even if you determine I am no longer worthy and toss me aside, my convictions will not change. And I will never, ever toss you aside," asserted Vaughn, tilting his head sideways and leaning in to give Roxanne the most protracted kiss of the three girls. Then, as she was technically still regarded as a slave back in her world, he accompanied her to ensure there wouldn't be any issues. He later did the same with Fran, but in her case, he ended up massacring the slavers who had treated her and many others like trash. March 23, 750 DBT. Though it had been 4 months from his perspective, barely 8 hours had passed by the time Vaughn and Graphia returned to their subterranean abode in the Black Tower. There, even though she wasn't supposed to spy on them while they were in their home, Aileen exposed herself by sending them a message nigh instantaneously. "The tower administrator is curious to know where the two of you went and if you brought back snacks or souvenirs." "Actually, yes," responded Vaughn, producing a wide variety of crops that had been grown within the Tower of Ascension by an earthmate named Lest. The blonde-haired youth was one of the protagonists of the video game franchise. Vaughn sourced many of his seeds, Rune Factory, so while most ascendees were focused on exploring dungeons, Lest was one of those Sis had invited to staff a specific position, much like Sasakura Ry, the lounge's charismatic and extremely adept bartender. Fwish! The tower administrator expresses their tremendous glee and gratitude at receiving such a large tribute. "I'm glad you like it," said Vaughn, sporting a broad smile as he added, "That said, there's something we need to discuss. With your permission, I would have my other companions and lovers move here to help develop the farm above ground." Though she was aware Vaughn had more lovers than Graphia, his asking her to allow them to relocate to her tower caused Eileen's pleasant mood to sour. For several seconds, she seriously considered forbidding it outright, but since Vaughn had demonstrated the ability to come and go at his leisure, she feared that being too unyielding would cause him to leave. "I'll allow it," responded Aileen, the ellipses tacked onto the end of her response making her reluctance evident. Fortunately, Vaughn had planned for this, his expression softening as he said, "That's great. As thanks, I'll see if we can't locate and rescue your mother. After all, I can't be the only one getting to reunite with the people I care about." The tower administrator is taken aback by your words. "Can you do that?" asked Aileen. The tower administrator doesn't doubt your words but doesn't wish to get her hopes up. "Locating and traveling between worlds is our specialty," stated Vaughn, nodding in affirmation as he added, "In fact, ever since you brought up that your mother had gone missing a few weeks ago, we've been looking into the matter, and are pretty sure we found where she was located. We just need to go and retrieve her." The tower administrator is greatly shaken by your words. The tower administrator expresses that if you are truly able to rescue her mother, she will spend the remainder of her life repaying you. "Hey, now, we're friends, aren't we?" asked Vaughn, exhaling from his nose as he asserted, "There's no need for such things as repayment between friends." "Even so," started Aileen, leaving Vaughn at a slight loss as she asserted, "I don't like being left out. If you already have multiple female companions, one more shouldn't make a difference. Just give me 200 to 300 years to finish growing, and then we can do all the things you and Grafia do as a couple." Getting the impression Aileen wouldn't back down, especially since he knew how her relationship with Sejun developed, Vaughn exhaled faintly from his nose and replied, "All right, then. But only after you've grown and matured properly. No artificially accelerating your growth or anything, got it?" The tower administrator is slightly offended by your insinuation and says if anyone needs to restrain themselves, it's you. "You're not wrong," conceded Vaughn, followed by a few more back-and-forth exchanges with the very happy dragoness. His agreeing to become her lover, even if it was a few hundred years from then, had her practically rolling about within the library of the administrative area. This, combined with her recently increased size, caused her to bump into and knock over several bookshelves, but she remained totally oblivious to the destruction she was causing as she peppered the image of Vaughn's face with kisses via her crystal ball. Chapter 131, Expectation vs Reality. "Well, that's different," thought Vaughn, having spent the morning tending his farm and catching up with the bunny family before teleporting to a floating island, atop which was a large lake with cascading waterfalls, a colossal palace that appeared to have been constructed for giants, and a sky-piercing tower that stretched nearly a kilometer into the sky. All of that was impressive, but what had Vaughn feeling slightly taken aback was the large, cute, and somewhat chubby, pear-shaped black dragon seated before him in a demure posture with her hands on her knees. She easily exceeded 10 meters even while seated and with her head lowered, but what made her stand out was the tapestry she wore as a shawl and the featureless but very prominent mammaries adorning her chest area. "Well, say something," muttered Aileen, averting her large blue eyes as she nervously fidgeted. She wasn't very familiar with human aesthetics, so she felt more than a little anxious, considering that Vaughn might find her form unappealing or outright ugly. Exhaling from his nose and smiling, Vaughn alleviated Eileen's anxiety by calmly affirming, "You're even cuter than expected. I'm honestly a little taken aback." "You're not just saying that to coax or placate me, right?" asked Aileen, reaching up to cup the sides of her rapidly warming face with her four-clawed, almost paw-like hands. This caused her breasts, each of which was larger than Vaughn's entire body, to squish together, compelling him to wonder what it would feel like to be nestled between them. "Something for the far future," thought Vaughn, pulling himself together as he nodded and reassured, "I have no reason to lie or butter you up. After all, we've already agreed to become a couple, even if not for another 200 to 300 years. Gaining a bit of confidence, Aileen caused Vaughn to tense as she shifted forward with her elbows and hands propping up her head, towering over him with her cleavage forming a corridor as she hummed, "I knew it, you really are the best," in a surprisingly sensual manner. Issei would die from happiness at this sight. Thought Vaughn, the corners of his smile curling upward as he asked, "Do you want to continue praising me, or should I hurry and restore Omid's link to the tower?" Catching Vaughn a little off guard, Aileen unabashedly remarked, "I want to stay like this a while longer." With a faintly possessive gleam in her large, faintly glowing blue eyes. With Aileen lowering her head to stare at him with slightly crossed eyes, Vaughn couldn't help finding her adorable, even if her presence caused his body to vibrate as if his soul would break under the pressure she exuded. Fortunately, his SSS-ranked will of the Emperor seemed to grant him an innate resistance against spiritual pressure, allowing him to step forward, causing the black dragoness to blink in surprise, her eyes widening as he placed his right hand on her snout. "Your hand is warm," muttered Aileen, narrowing and then closing her eyes contentedly as she pushed her face forward, slipping past Vaughn's hand to nuzzle his entire chest. Her head alone was larger than his body, but while he was tempted to ask her to let him ride her, Vaughn resisted the urge and reciprocally caressed Eileen's head and snout. He couldn't help noticing she was sniffing him rather aggressively, but as she had basically been living alone for the better part of 150 years, passing her days spying on the tower's residents, it was to be expected she didn't have a proper understanding of boundaries. "All right, that should do it," said Vaughn, standing with his hands on the oversized crystal ball that served as the Black Tower's administrative terminal while Aileen continued to nuzzle him with her snout. In truth, he didn't need to be anywhere near the terminal for Sis to re-establish the link between the Black Tower and the world Eileen's mother was trapped, but it was best to keep his true capabilities a secret. As if to confirm Vaughn's statement, the lighting within the library abruptly changed, the nearly 2-meter-wide crystal ball before them flashing red as a series of notifications appeared. "Former Administrator Elizabeth Brittany has been detected. The system detects that the former administrator is severely injured. Activating emergency return protocol." "Wait, severely injured?" exclaimed Aileen, shooting up from her lovey-dovey stupor. Black dragons, as exhibited by her ability to survive the past 200 years, could even survive having their hearts pierced or completely inoperable, so hearing the words severely injured in reference to her mother, one of the most powerful members of her species, caused Aileen to become flustered. "Calm down, Aileen," said Vaughn, sporting a calm, confident smile as he remarked, "I'm here, aren't I?" Taken aback by Vaughn's words and confidence, Aileen stared at him in a daze for several seconds. She found it difficult to believe he could handle things with his mana and parameters being around 1,000th her own, but instead of asking how he intended to help, she plopped onto her butt and sat with her hands on her stomach, observing him anxiously. "Elizabeth Brittany will be transported here in 3, 2, 1. As the countdown neared 0, Vaughn looked around curiously, his brows rising as the already spacious interior of the Forbidden Library ballooned outward. As for the reason, it became apparent when an elegant-looking black dragon, several times larger than Aileen, appeared, curled up like a small hill. "Mother!" muttered Aileen, feeling pained but doing her best to restrain her desire to rush forward for fear of getting in the way. "That voice, is that really my Aileen?" asked the colossal black dragon, Elizabeth Brittany, opening her eyes to reveal icy blue irises that shone like pale blue stars. She was clearly weakened, but Vaughn got the impression that if she wanted to, she could open her mouth and erase both him and Aileen on the spot. Before she could respond, Aileen noticed Vaughn abruptly take a knee, his complexion paling considerably as he cradled his stomach and trembled intensely. "Vaughn!" exclaimed Aileen, feeling even more panicked and flustered as she had no idea what had caused him to collapse. "I'm fine," responded Vaughn, lowering himself onto his side and curling into a fetal position and jaw clenched as he groaned, "Just give me a few seconds." Realizing that Vaughn was in pain, Aileen raised her hands as if she wanted to reach out and help him, but her focus was promptly diverted when her mother, who previously looked beyond exhausted, blinked in surprise, sat up, and remarked, "My injury, it's gone." In disbelief. Looking between her mother and Vaughn, Aileen found herself at a loss as to who she should rush to. Fortunately, Vaughn wasn't lying when he said he just needed a few seconds to recover, his body soaked with sweat but his complexion rapidly improving as he sat up, gazed up at Aileen with a tired, supportive smile, and questioned, "What are you waiting for? Go and hug your mother, you peanut." Though her reaction wasn't immediate, Aileen eventually exhaled loudly from her nose, eyeing Vaughn with a teary-eyed, emotion-filled smile before darting past him on all fours to nuzzle and rub up against the bewildered but composed Elizabeth like an oversized cat. It was a precious sight to behold, especially when Elizabeth began nuzzling her back affectionately, but since he was utterly exhausted after using wound transfer to take on the latter's wounds, Vaughn sprawled out on the floor with his arms and legs splayed and his eyes closed, breathing loudly to reassure Aileen he hadn't suddenly keeled over. "So you're the boy who has my little Aileen wrapped around his finger?" questioned Elizabeth, prompting Vaughn to open his eyes and discover the two dragonesses staring down at him. Rising to a seated position and rolling to his feet, Vaughn adopted his best smile as he replied, "My name is Vaughn Mason. It's a pleasure to meet you, Elizabeth. You will refer to me as mother-in-law," asserted Elizabeth, narrowing her eyes in a manner that suggested no room for discussion. "Of course, mother-in-law," answered Vaughn, his smile cramping slightly as Aileen anxiously gestured for Elizabeth to lower her head, allowing her to whisper something into the opening that served as her ear. "Oh, I see," muttered Elizabeth, narrowing her eyes anew, this time with a hint of enmity as she towered over Vaughn and asserted, "It's not good to treat relationships casually. However, as you treated my daughter's heart, restored the link to Omid, and mended my wounds, I will not prohibit your relationship. But if you hurt her..." Raising her colossal right hand, well over 5 meters across, Elizabeth stomped down on Vaughn, narrowly missing him with the space between two of her claws. If the 200-year-old Aileen were 1,000 times stronger than Vaughn, her mother was several tens of thousands of times more powerful at over 80,000 years old. The pressure she exuded made Vaughn feel as though his bones were on the verge of being reduced to powder, but he managed to appear calm as he nodded and affirmed, "I understand." With a smile. "You're certainly no ordinary young man," remarked Elizabeth, retracting her hand and plopping down onto her butt, still towering more than 30 meters over Vaughn with breasts individually as large as single-unit capsule homes. She then had a bashful and apologetic-looking Aileen sit in front of her before subjecting him to a lengthy interrogation. Vaughn struggled a bit near the start, but as he acclimated to the pressure Elizabeth exuded by simply existing, he became increasingly relaxed, his adaptability and composure impressing the long-lived and buxom dragoness considerably more than she let on. 7 hours later. With Elizabeth's curiosity provisionally satiated, Vaughn was finally freed to return to his and Graphia's subterranean abode. There, he found the silver-haired beauty humming a pleasant tune as she relaxedly prepared enough food to feed dozens of people. Her skirt was so short that it exposed the base of her butt and the lace thong she was wearing, so even though he knew for certain that Elizabeth was monitoring him, Vaughn approached and wrapped his hands around her stomach, kissing her neck and nestling his bulge against her pillowy cheeks as he muttered, "I'm home." Though she had sensed Vaughn long before he made his presence known, Graphia feigned pleasant surprise as she leaned back against him, smiling as she turned her face and hummed, "Welcome back," before permitting him to kiss her. From there, they would normally transition to having slow and controlled sex so she could continue cooking. However, as Vaughn still had a few matters to attend to before he called it a day, he caressed her abdomen with his right hand, specifically the location of her womb, as he muttered, "Soon." In a smoldering tone. "Anytime, any place," responded Graphia, leading to another protracted kiss before Vaughn reluctantly released her, relocated to a cozy chair, and sat down with his chat open. The contacts function remained active outside the tower, so he had received many messages, particularly from Rico. She was starting to worry that he wouldn't visit the orphanage that day, so after resting his mind for a few minutes, he surprised Elizabeth by disappearing into thin air, reappearing atop what looked like an old, moss-covered school building with a rounded, red-tiled roof. There was a three-tiered tower with a wind vane atop it directly adjacent to the building, but Vaughn's gaze was drawn to the massive hole a few hundred meters away, well over a kilometer in diameter and several tens of thousands of meters deep. All things considered, this scenery is amazing, thought Vaughn, having arrived at the rim city of Orth just before sunset. He expected it to be a lot more crowded since there was very limited space to construct residences and open shops, but while there were tens of thousands of red-tiled roofs visible, some of which were precariously perched over the abyss, luscious forests interspaced the buildings, giving the settlement a uniquely organic feel. Chapter 132, Visit. "Can I help you?" asked a man with off-white hair and pale blue eyes, his brows furrowed in suspicion as he stood blocking the entrance to the Belk Hero orphanage. The predominantly purple whistle hanging from his neck denoted him as an experienced delver capable of teaching others, and though his two-tone beige delver attire was noticeably dated, it was very well cared for. "Yes. Though, it's more accurate to say I've come to help you," stated Vaughn, sporting a relaxed smile and dressed in a simple but well-made suit with an off-white dress shirt beneath a dark grey vest, fitted slacks, and white dress shoes. He also wore a gold watch and, since it was generally useful, his golden necklace of command. "Right," responded the man, crossing his arms and sizing Vaughn up before remarking, "You're a bit young to adopt and much too old to enroll here as a student. And we're not looking for any instructors right now." Shaking his head, Vaughn's smile broadened as he revealed, "I'm a friend of Rico's. I promised her I would visit to donate money, food, medicine, and equipment to improve the quality of life for her friends and the others here at the orphanage." "And just when and where did you and Rico meet?" questioned the man, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Exhaling from his nose, Vaughn produced an ancient-looking bangle and said, "This is a special grade relic known as the warehouse bangle. It has enough gold, jewels, food, medicine, and raw materials to allow the orphanage to operate for decades if utilized wisely. You just need to put it on and focus, and you'll be able to see what it contains within your mind's eye." "And how do I know it won't blow my hand off instead?" asked the man, accepting and inspecting the bangle cautiously, making it clear he didn't trust Vaughn's words. Making a finger gun with his right hand and casually pointing it to the sky, Vaughn produced a tiny, bluish-white sphere of Toki at the tip of his finger before discharging it like a firework. Less than a second later, a blast that could have decimated the entire orphanage exploded hundreds of meters overhead as he plainly stated, "I don't need to resort to deceit if I want to eliminate someone." "Point taken," muttered the pale-haired man, known at the orphanage and throughout Orth as Jiruo. Then, with notable reluctance, he exhaled from his nose and placed the warehouse bangle on his left wrist, closing his eyes to focus. "Is this for real?" Jiruo asked himself, finding himself astrally projected into the bangle's space, a 500 by 100 meter warehouse lined with neatly organized and comprehensively stocked shelves. Nearly half the space was dedicated to fruits, vegetables, and cereals, but what caught his attention was the section reserved for treasure, occupied by a veritable mountain of gold coins more than 5 meters high, encircled by a waist-high wooden boundary to prevent them from scattering. Picking up one of the gold coins, Jiruo wondered how he was supposed to leave the strange space, causing an abrupt change in perspective as he returned to his physical body. More importantly, there was still a palm-sized golden coin in his hand. "I take it you believe me now?" asked Vaughn, sporting a cheeky smile and prompting Jiruo to stare at him as if he had two heads. He couldn't fathom anyone giving away such wealth without an ulterior motive, but before he could question Vaughn further, the mysterious, dark-skinned youth adopted a serious expression and said, "How you use the bangle is up to you, but if I return to find the children here are being underfed or insufficiently cared for, we're going to have a problem." Extending his hand before Jiruo could process what had happened, Vaughn pat the pale-haired man's shoulder before turning to leave. Jiruo followed him with his gaze, his expression fixed in slack-jawed incredulity, so when he abruptly vanished in a clap of bluish-white light, the enterprising moon whistle shifted his gaze to the ancient-looking bangle, formed a fist, and resolved to ensure its resources were used wisely. After leaving Jiruo more than a little disjointed, Vaughn found himself in a small, cluttered room whose walls were lined with various torture tools, a partially fragmented mirror, an apparatus that looked like an electric chair, and a queen-sized white bed. There were also a trio of wooden shelves, a large chest, and a table covered in Delver equipment, but Vaughn's attention was drawn to the duo occupying it, Rico, modeling a white nightgown, and a young boy with light brown skin, somewhat spiky dark hair, golden eyes, red markings on his cheeks, pointed ears, and notably metallic eyebrows. "You came," exclaimed Rico, bouncing up from her position on the floor and leaping at Vaughn with open arms. The latter dutifully caught her with a wry smile, supporting her bottom with his left hand and forearm, while the dark-skinned youth, who Vaughn recognized as the Obad, Reg, remarked, "So he isn't just a figment of her imagination," with an expression of awe and open-mouthed disbelief. Setting Rico down after patting her back a few times, Vaughn met Reg's gaze with a smile and remarked, "You must be Reg. Rico speaks rather highly of you." "That's right. And listen to this, Vaughn," started Rico, not giving Reg any room to speak as she transitioned into a recounting of everything she had done since her return from the tower. That day happened to coincide with her and the other children delving into the uppermost layers of the abyss, so not only had she returned with the largest haul of everyone, but thanks to her increased stats and the necklace he had given her as a parting gift, she didn't feel the effects of the abyss's curse at all. "Oh? It's rare for you to visit so late," remarked Bulma, briefly startling when she saw Vaughn appear in her mirror but quickly calming down when she realized it was him. She was currently brushing and preparing her hair for bed, so Vaughn approached, accepted the brush as she proffered it, and took over the duty before surprising her immensely by softly humming, "I wanted to see you." "Seriously? You wanted to see me?" asked Bulma, her expression and tone making her disbelief apparent. Despite this, a steadily growing blush developed through her cheeks as Vaughn's arrival suggested it wouldn't be long before she was panting and moaning insensibly beneath or atop him. It was inevitable. "That's right," affirmed Vaughn, his expression smoldering and tone gentle as he slowly and skillfully brushed the turquoise-haired woman's hair, her gaze fixed on his reflection in the mirror. She wasn't unaccustomed to him being gentle, but since it generally came after they had sex, Bulma found herself at a loss, causing her to wonder what had transpired to cause him to act in such a manner. Fortunately, though it left her feeling more than a little annoyed, Vaughn eventually clarified things by informing her about the existence of the Tower of Ascension and his intentions to reunite with his trans-dimensional companions and lovers. March 31, 750 DBT. After a week of making amends with Bulma and bouncing around to half a dozen worlds, Vaughn had finally completed his preparations to exit in Virtua and reunite with everyone back in the real world. Before that, however, he and Graphia spent a full year in the Creation Hub, taking advantage of the fact its time flowed separately from the remaining worlds of Invirtua while also having a compression ratio of 2520 with the outside. In other words, even though a full year had passed from their perspectives, not even 4 hours had passed outside. In total, despite having spent nearly 2 years in Invirtua, Vaughn and Graphia returned with fewer than 5 days passing in reality. More accurately, they had been gone a mere 113 hours, 7 minutes, and 39 seconds. August 1st. As no one was anticipating his return for another 2 weeks, Rias and Akeno happened to be visiting the Principality of Citrai while most of the remaining members of the Orc were preoccupied with their respective training regimens. Because of this, the first person to reach Vaughn's room after Graphia left to inform everyone of his return was Venelana, sporting a happy, narrow-eyed smile and modeling a white and black dress that left little to the imagination. "It's good to started Venelana," but she stopped when Vaughn, lounging atop a red-cushioned, gold-framed sofa, pat his right thigh and said, "Sit down. You're still mine for 82 years real time. Don't greet me like an old friend." With a smoldering expression and tone. "Of course," responded Venelana, a faint blush tinting her cheeks as she approached and climbed onto Vaughn's lap, hovering over him on her knees, her tremendous and soft breasts nestled against his face. He immediately understood why she wasn't sitting down, so after snaking his hands under her dress and removing her panties, Vaughn guided his glance to Venelana's already dripping entrance, allowing her to sit flush against him, a sensual and ear-burning sigh emanating from her throat. "Good girl," muttered Vaughn, rewarding Venelana with several kisses as he skillfully massaged her pert and exceptionally full bottom. Noticing the sudden change in the air and their surroundings, Venelana briefly broke away from Vaughn's lips, a playful smile adorning her own as she hummed, "It appears there was no need to clear my schedule or ask Grafia to take her time informing the others of your return. This isn't the corridor you're familiar with," remarked Vaughn, giving Venelana's left butt cheek an affectionate smack and rub, causing a hint of confusion and then tremendous surprise to color her expression as he revealed, roughly 7 months ago, the virtual world, in Virtua, became accessible through the corridor. In this particular space, a single second in the outside translates to 42 minutes. The 10 to 15 minutes we would have spent greeting each other outside can be stretched from 17 to 26 days. And the 82 years you've promised me can be extended to encompass 206,640. Hearing Vaughn's final conversion, Venelana's pussy clenched around him involuntarily. She couldn't fathom wanting to remain alive for 200,000 years, but Vaughn's words made one thing clear: their relationship would only end when she had grown tired of living. And with a full month to catch up, just the two of them, Vaughn carved it into her heart, mind, and body that she wouldn't be growing world-weary anytime soon. Arriving at Vaughn's room to find her mother sitting beside him, borrowing his shoulder with what could only be described as a contented smile, Rias crossed her arms, raised her right brow, and questioned, "Since when did the two of you get so close?" "If you recall, they did spend a considerable amount of time together back at the Guildhall," hummed Akeno, sporting her usual narrow-eyed smile. "Right," conceded Rias, closing her eyes and exhaling faintly from her nose before meeting her mother's gaze and expressing, "Just spare me from having any half-brothers or sisters that could also be regarded as my stepchildren." "That's entirely up to Vaughn," responded Venelana, leaving Rias at a brief loss as she could tell from the look in her mother's violet eyes that she wasn't teasing her or making a joke. Fortunately for her, while Vaughn fully intended to knock Venelana up, they had already discussed waiting until his children with Rias, Sana, and whoever else chose to have children with him within the next century had a chance to mature. In the meantime, she agreed to become his field and production manager on the Black Tower's 99th floor and his secretary within the Tower of Ascension. Within Virtua becoming a part of the corridor, Vaughn had no reason to climb like a typical ascendee. Instead, he planned to open an ascendee consultation agency linked to each floor. Rias was bound to try and rope him into doing whatever she had planned, but with Venelana as his shield, Vaughn was confident he could enjoy a slow and leisurely life, meeting and interacting with new people for at least a few decades. Chapter 133, Stance. Vaughn-sama. Arriving a few minutes after Rias and Akeno, Asia, followed closely by Zenobia and Konako, made a beeline for Vaughn as if she had been the one away for 2 years. Vaughn, sandwiched between Venelana and Rias, his hands on their left and right thighs, was tempted to remain seated but ultimately rose to his feet and spread his arms, allowing Asia to leap into his embrace and nestle him with tears in the corners of her eyes. "You silly girl, why are you crying?" asked Vaughn, his expression and tone gentle as he held Asia tenderly and kissed her right temple. "I'm just so happy to see you," responded Asia, clinging to Vaughn tightly as Zenobia and Konako approached, the former sporting a relaxed smile as she said, "Welcome back," followed by the latter tacking on a simple NN, as her split tails flicked happily behind her. Gesturing for the two girls to come closer, Vaughn surprised Zenobia with a peck on the lips before embracing her and Konako alongside Asia, holding them in silence for an extended period. "Shall we begin our discussion, or should we wait for Kaiba and Issei to arrive first?" asked Rias, observing the interaction with slight envy as, while Vaughn had greeted her and Akeno with deep kisses, he didn't hold on to them for an extended period like he was doing with Konako, Asia, and Zenobia. Relaxing his hold on the three girls, Vaughn took a moment to affectionately caress Konako's head, responding, "There's no need to rush, but we might as well start now." Before returning to his position between Venelana and Rias, snaking his hands around behind their backs to cup their respective asses as he revealed, "Originally, I wanted to have everyone here, plus a few obvious additions, move to the virtual world, which has since become a part of the corridor of intertwined fates, specifically called in Virtua." Exhaling from her nose, Rias chimed, "I figured something like that would happen after experiencing how immersive it was the last time. But I notice you said originally. What's changed?" Wriggling the fingers he had cupping Venelana's bottom, Vaughn revealed, "Your mother convinced me I shouldn't abandon this world completely. I never had that intention, but with how extreme the compression ratio has become in Virtua, we could pass nearly 1300 years there by the end of this year alone. That degree of separation would undoubtedly influence our feeling of belonging to this world, so I revised my plans with input from your mother. I only offered feedback that corresponded with your desires," argued Venelana, leaning into Vaughn's shoulder as she contended, "If you didn't care about this world and the people who inhabit it, there is little I could have said or done to influence your decision." "Well, even if it isn't my original world, this is undoubtedly the first place I could call home," hummed Vaughn, feeling a sudden urge to kiss Venelana, so he did. Doing so caused Rias to tense to his left, so once he was done with her mother, he gave the crimson-haired heiress a protracted kiss of her own before pulling them both a little closer and passing his gaze over everyone else present and stating, "That said, I'm planning to drop out of the academy to develop my territory and pursue other interests." "Do you no longer wish to graduate and attend college together?" asked Rias, her eyes exhibiting a hint of sadness. "There's just so much more I could be doing," responded Vaughn, shaking his head as he reasoned, "more importantly, there are too many eyes on me. If I stay at the academy, it will become a target for those who want to use my power or eliminate me. As a precaution, I plan to establish my domain away from major population centers and produce physical gates or doors that permit access to the corridor. That will require me to remain inside, but it won't interfere with our meeting or spending time together. I plan to install a permanent entrance at the old school building, so all you all need to do is step through, and we'll be reunited." "You can do something like that?" asked Rias, surprised and relieved as part of her felt Vaughn was trying to distance himself from them. Now that she understood she could visit him whenever she pleased, she was more interested in the specifics of how. Nodding, Vaughn went on to explain that when he entered the corridor, it effectively created a waypoint for them to return to that exact spot. But that wasn't the only way to create one. Much like with Bulma, Rico, and a growing number of people, if a person's faith in him was powerful enough, he could sense them calling out to him like a ping within his soul. In other words, all he needed was someone to pray to him, and he could lock on to their approximate location and grant them and those nearby access to the corridor from virtually anywhere. August 10th. Man, I can't believe you got with Bulma, Nami, and Yoryuki. Those are some of the highest tier waifus for an otaku. You've got to tell me what it was like, insisted Issei, sitting a short distance from Vaughn in a large, two-tier, open-air mixed bath with an elevated section for girls, allowing them to peek without being peeked at. Honestly, started Vaughn, smiling wryly as he confided, all three have incredible looks, but there is a noticeable difference between devils and human females in the bedroom. Shinigami seem to be comparable, but I only have experience with Yoryuki. For all I know, she could be an outlier. Her skills and appearance certainly are. Well, why not ask them to become devils, asked Issei, crossing his arms, cupping his chin, and tilting his head introspectively. All of his real-world sexual encounters had been with devils, but he had also done it a lot using his personal VR setup. He had even had sex with more than 100 different ship girls in his recreation of the popular gacha game, as a line, but while there were differences in tightness and wetness, it wasn't to the extent he would call it drastic or noticeable. Shaking his head, Vaughn shifted his gaze to Kaiba, seated on the opposite side of Issei, noting, "You've been pretty quiet, Kaiba. Is there something on your mind?" Adopting a friendly, reassuring smile, Kaiba revealed, "I was thinking about our earlier spar in the Tower of Ascension. You mentioned that you had only entered it for 4 months, but your power and speed have increased tremendously. I'm looking forward to entering it myself." "I know, right?" appended Issei, grinning wolfishly as he pointed out, "The thought of so many anime, manga, and video games wafus in one place is enough to make a cultured individual like myself salivate. If you could fix things to get me into the tower with a bunch of succubi or some heroines from some god-tier Iraj, I would literally revere you as a god or call you Von Anarchy for the rest of my life." "It's not impossible," conceded Vaughn. "But once you're inside the tower and have become an ascendee, I can't give you any favorable treatment outside what I would do for any of my friends. Even I need to earn TP by defeating monsters and selling goods, so if you end up bragging that you know the tower's architect or try to sell my favor, I will both be unable to do anything and very disappointed." "Hey, what kind of person do you take me for?" asked Issei, looking genuinely offended as he contended, "I would never betray one of my friends or use my relationship with them to curry favor like some kind of nepo baby. And, in case you've forgotten, I'm kind of a badass, even if I still depend on Drake to be strong. I just need to play my cards right and show what I can do, and my bed will be full of babes looking for a free or easy carry." He's become even more honest with his desires these past 2 weeks. Noted Vaughn, exhaling from his nose but smiling. With the way things had developed between him, Grafia, and Venelana, he wasn't in a position to judge others for being libidinous or perverted. However, as Issei seemed to care more about his body count than the people constituting it, he felt the brown-haired youth still had much room to grow as both a person and a prospective harem king. They both did. August 11th. Though he was originally scheduled to return to Kyoto that morning, Vaughn's early return and the revelation of his future plans mandated the consideration of the 3 factions. Venelana and Grafia had explained what they could on his behalf, but Surtsks, Michael, Azazel, and several other influential figures, such as Odin of the Norse pantheon, desired to see and speak with him and discuss the specifics. Arriving at the meeting place, a spacious stone hall with a high ceiling and a circular, black marble table trimmed and supported by gold, Vaughn briefly took in his surroundings and met the gazes of the 10 attendees. Sir Fall's presence wasn't a surprise, but there were 3 others on their side of the table, including a handsome man with green hair and sharp eyes, an inordinately tall, bald, and broad-shouldered man wearing flowing purple robes and oversized pauldrons, and a beautiful, exceptionally voluptuous woman with long blonde hair that formed a swirling ponytail kept in place by 6 pins. Her extraordinary body was garbed in a predominantly yellow kimono with a black and yellow haori bearing a skull pattern, but her most prominent features were her pointed, fox-like ears, seductive golden eyes, and the 9 remarkably fluffy, fox-like tails coiled behind her. Recognizing the trio as the 2 remaining Satans and the leader of the Western Yukai faction, Ajuka Beelzebub, Falbium Asmodeus, and the 9-tailed fox, Yasaka, Vaughn's brows rose as he shifted his gaze to the other side of the table. Azazel was seated next to a handsome man who appeared to be in his late 20s with silver-white hair, purple eyes, and a predominantly purple outfit that consisted of a purple beret, a 2-tone purple trench coat over a black vest, and white pants that flowed into high black boots. Vaughn recognized the man as Shem Hazai, Azazel's second-in-command, but that title paled compared to the elderly figure seated next to him, sporting a long grey beard that nearly reached his waistline, white hair that extended just as far, a luminous, azure-blue right eye, and a gold and white monocle over his left. "So that's Odin," noted Vaughn, his pupils contracting slightly as he felt the tremendous power contained in Odin's body. It paled in comparison to the power Surtsks kept contained, but it was stable and incredibly pure, a stark contrast to the crimson-haired Satan's chaotic power of destruction. Though there was a breathtakingly beautiful woman with long, pink-tinted white hair and intelligent blue eyes positioned behind Odin, Vaughn focused his attention on the final duo seated at the table, Michael and a genuinely heaven-sent beauty with long, slightly curly golden blonde hair, a sinfully voluptuous body, somewhat droopy blue eyes, and a smile that appeared to light up her surroundings. Marginally less notable were the 6 pairs of pure white, slightly glowing wings furled behind her, symbolizing her status as one of the 4 seraphs, specifically Gabriel, the strongest and most beautiful woman in heaven, also known as the guardian angel of humanity, purity, and innocence. Truly a gathering of extraordinary beauties, thought Vaughn, referring to Seraphal, Yasaka, Gabriel, and the white-haired beauty behind Odin as a collective. Had he not already been inundated with beauties of a similar class, he might have succumbed head over heels for each of them right there and then. Instead, he adopted a confident smile and approached the only empty seat at the table, technically located at its end, but from an inverted perspective, it could also be viewed as the head. Chapter 134, Conviction. Well, now. It's only been a short while, but you appear to have gained quite a bit of confidence while you were away, remarked Azazel, sitting casually with the knuckles of his right hand propping his cheek and head. One of the many benefits of a renewed perspective, responded Vaughn, sporting a relaxed smile as he looked around the table, appending, I see some new faces. And I can't help but notice that 3 of them are among the most breathtakingly beautiful women I have ever seen. Of course, our resident Leviathan doesn't lose to any of them. Seeing Vaughn send a playful wink her way, Seraphal couldn't help covering her mouth to stifle a giggle before remarking, I quite like this version of you in a sensual, sing-song tone. Indeed, hummed the voluptuous Yasaka, narrowing her naturally narrow, vulpine eyes as she huskily stated, but let us save the pleasantries and becoming better acquainted for another time. If I'm away from my shrine for too long, some naughty children could try something, or the ley line of Kyoto could become unstable. I'm Yasaka, by the way. Though many refer to me as the 9-tailed demon fox of the West. And I, young man, am Odin, chief deity of the Norse and Alfather of the Aesir. Chimed Odin, caressing his beard with his right hand and grinning wolfishly as he silently approved of Vaughn's remark regarding the quality of the women present. As he didn't feel like waiting for everyone to introduce themselves, Vaughn plainly stated, I am aware of everyone's identities, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintances. However, as Yasaka-san isn't the only one with some place else to be, let's keep this meeting brief. Yasaka-san, repeated Yasaka, somewhat taken aback by Vaughn's lack of formality but not taking it to heart as she knew his status would greatly exceed hers in the future, presuming it hadn't already. Then I will speak plainly and succinctly, said Surtsks, sporting his usual relaxed smile as he revealed, we've all had the opportunity to review the documents compiled and provided by Lady Venelana and generally agree with your decision to stay neutral. However, due to your close association with various high-ranking and pure-blooded devils, there is a concern you will be biased in your future dealings. It's only natural that I show favor to those I'm close to or care about, responded Vaughn, shaking his head. But that bias, as you call it, doesn't extend to devilkind as a whole. It's unreasonable to favor or resent an entire group of people because of your affection or hatred toward a few. My only genuine bias is against those who go out of their way to cause trouble or threaten the peace, stability, and livelihoods of others in their personal pursuit of pleasure, fulfillment, or power. Slowly passing his gaze over everyone seated at the table, Vaughn calmly asserted, I will work with anyone willing to collaborate with me toward the common goal of improving the lives and guaranteeing the freedom of others. I only appear to prefer devils because I haven't had the chance to interact with many angels, devils, or yokai. In other words, it's not that you've been favoring devils. They're simply the most active in approaching and forming deals with you. Concluded Azazel, passing his gaze over the 4 Satans present. None of that matters on a scale transcending this world, asserted Vaughn, drawing everyone's gazes as he explained, there are functionally infinite worlds, and I'm not only referring to those that exist within or beyond the corridor. Your respective positions require you to fret over various things, but the simple fact of the matter is that I could care less about things like politics and power struggles. I will do what I can to support all sides that are willing to cooperate while shunning those who actively seek to cause problems. It's up to those here and those who join your coalition in the future to determine how to utilize the power and resources I enable you to acquire. Actually acquiring them will depend on your efforts. Simple as that. Largely finished with what he had to say, Vaughn surprised nearly everyone at the table by standing up, a friendly smile adorning his face as he calmly and confidently maintained, in other words, my presence isn't necessary for meetings like this. Unless I disagree with the decision, I will generally support whatever you decide as a group. If you want to form a deeper or more personal connection with me, schedule a meeting with my secretary or seek me out within the corridor. My doors are open to everyone, they're not closed to. Nearing the end of his speech, Vaughn purposely met the gazes of Sirafal, Gabriel, the white-haired woman behind Odin, and Yasaka. He wasn't sure if it was her fox-like ears or 9 extraordinarily fluffy tails, but something about the mature and voluptuous woman piqued his interest. Thus, before turning to depart without seeking permission, his smile became marginally more prominent as he punctuated his words with a wink, causing Yasaka's somewhat small but elegant brows to rise before she covered her amused smile with her sleeve and observed his departure with narrow, calculating eyes. The territory Vaughn had been bequeathed was along the periphery of her domain, so even if he hadn't winked at her, she would have paid him a personal visit. Now, depending on how cooperative he was, they might be able to become much more than simple friends or acquaintances. With an entire train car and suite to themselves, Vaughn was enjoying the sight of Venelana unhurriedly and skillfully rolling, swaying, and circling her hips atop him as they discussed how he wanted to set up his territory. Grafia was spending time with Mill ICAs to prepare him for becoming an ascendee, so it would be just the two of them until he finished setting up the doors and gateways that would allow outsiders to access the hub he created to accommodate them. If it is meant to be a place for people to congregate and relax, we can make it a mixed resort that incorporates themes and architecture from both the east and west. Contended Venelana, her face flushed as she struggled to maintain her composure. Vaughn's petting and bedroom arts were both at A rank, so pleasure radiated from her core just having him inside her while his caress sent stimulating tingles across the surface of her body. I expect a semi-permanent population to form fairly quickly, so it might be better to outline districts for groups from the north, east, south, and west to grow and develop independently. Reasoned Vaughn. My personal abode should definitely have a bathhouse, though, I want a place where all my women can meet and socialize comfortably. And what about your male guests? Asked Venelana, wincing and issuing a pleasured moan as Vaughn guided her flush against him, holding her in place as his penis throbbed powerfully inside of her. He could also get it to vibrate but saved that for special occasions. I don't really want guests, responded Vaughn. That implies I'll need to care for or entertain them, and I have better uses for my time. The only people who will reside in my home are my women and children. Everyone else can stay in a guest house or a manse prepared elsewhere. Ah, so you wish to form an actual harem? Noted Venelana, referring to how those in the West created secure palaces or abodes where only their wives, concubines, female servants, and children were permitted access. Such communities tended to be rife with interpersonal conflicts and fierce competition, but as she had nearly a millennia of experience managing a harem comprised of tens of thousands of women, Venelana was confident she could manage Vaughn's. He wasn't nearly as greedy or careless as her ostensibly ex-husband, so while she was sure that his harem would grow, she couldn't imagine it exceeding more than a few dozen at any one point. He undoubtedly allowed his desires to influence him, but as he tended to get invested in the lives of those he chose to sleep with, there was a soft limit to the number of women he could be involved with without hindering his ability to form or maintain meaningful connections. And I'll be depending on your considerable experience and expertise to make it possible, asserted Vaughn, causing a throaty moan to emanate from Venelana's throat as he unleashed enough semen into her womb to make it balloon from the inside. I understand, responded Venelana, feeling a sense of glee she hadn't experienced for centuries before Vaughn decided to claim her as his own. She felt sorry for her daughter and the other young girls he was involved with, but if he continued filling her with intense pleasure at every chance he got, she was going to start ensuring he had as many opportunities as possible. "Good girl," hummed Vaughn, narrowing his eyes possessively as he guided Venelana to grind against him, deliberately training her womb so that she would feel even greater pleasure in the future. She had already agreed to become his, but until he was confident she only had eyes for him, he was going to keep subjecting her to even greater pleasure and satisfaction. By the time he was done, the very notion of having sex with other men would disgust and offend her, just as he had done with Graphia. August 12. Though only a day had passed in the outside world, Vaughn found himself standing cross-armed on the highest balcony of a 9-tiered Japanese-style palace in nothing but a loose, dark grey yukata, enjoying the breeze and the scenery he had created with input from Venelana. The vista that stretched out before him drew inspiration from the lush mountains, rivers, and valleys commonly referenced in Wuxia, so there were waterfalls that flowed from cliff faces, deep chasms perpetually filled with mist, and tall, thin mountains that protruded from a vast, shallow lake that was, in fact, a city-sized hot spring. "Come back to bed," purred Venelana, approaching Vaughn from behind, wrapping her arms around him to caress his abs, and kissing his neck in nothing but a thin, highly transparent white negligee. Vaughn had his time compression working at maximum capacity to ensure they had plenty of time to prepare everything, so even though only 17 hours and 6 minutes had passed outside, they were on day 1789 of their marriage-like cohabitation. "It's almost time for us to return," stated Vaughn, his expression calm but his tone decisive as he relaxedly removed Venelana's hands from his stomach and turned to face her, leading to a lengthy kiss and nearly 5 minutes of fondling her notably toned bottom. She spent hours each day training and performing special exercises to ensure the shape and plasticity of her ass and thighs, so Vaughn could fondle or rub his cheeks against them for hours if the mood suited him. Separating from Venelana's lips, Vaughn waited for her to drop to her knees naturally, her head bobbing enthusiastically as he caressed it with his left hand with his eyes closed and head tilted back slightly, adding, "I will be counting on you to erect my shrine and transport the prepared gates and keys to their intended destinations and owners. I have total confidence in your abilities." Instead of responding to Vaughn with words, Venelana drew her lips nearly flush against him, her violet eyes shimmering as she turned her eyes up at him and fingered herself aggressively. The previous night, she had vowed to serve Vaughn for the rest of her life. Had she known it would spell the end of their time alone, she might have waited another 10 to 20 years, at the very least. However, after hearing him express his total confidence in her abilities, she was eager to meet his expectations. Looking down and finding Venelana staring up at him, a smoldering grin developed across Vaughn's face. Fortunately for her, he wasn't in a hurry to conclude their cohabitation. He had just brought it up so they could begin making preparations. There was no way he could part with her when she looked so seductive and adorable with her lips wrapped around his cock, so for 30 of the 36 days they had until their 5th anniversary, he loved her as exhaustively as he had their first 6 months together. Chapter 135, Opportunity. With Venelana gone and the flow of time reconciled within Virtues, Vaughn was relaxing in a 10 by 10 meter bath formed from black tiles encircled by soft, oil-treated wood. A large, traditional Japanese painting depicting mountains and sakura trees in full bloom decorated the far wall, and since he had developed a taste for it over the years, he relaxedly prepared cups of hot sake for himself as he read his messages and conversed with those who had the time to spare. It's kind of awkward knowing what's going to happen," muttered Vaughn, reading Nami's messages detailing their imminent arrival at Water 7. More pertinently, she expressed that Robin had a keen interest in meeting him, causing the image of a beautiful, voluptuous woman with raven black hair and striking blue eyes to appear in his mind. Recalling that Water 7 is where Robin is forced to betray the Straw Hats to protect them, leading to the sea train and N-Ice lobby arcs of One Piece, Vaughn was tempted to intervene. However, it was overcoming such ordeals that allowed the Straw Hats to grow closer and develop into Emperor and Commander class pirates. If he became a convenient means for them to escape or avoid danger, it could inhibit their growth and lead to disaster in the long run. "I'll just feign ignorance," thought Vaughn, responding to Nami's words by informing her that he was relaxing in an onsen, cheekily inviting her and Robin to join him. "Nami, is that even possible?" "Vaughn, the space I'm in is similar to the tower, serving as a nexus point linking various worlds. If you possess the correct key, any door with a keyhole can function as a portal connecting you here." "Nami, I'm guessing you have such a key?" "Vaughn, check your inventory." "Vaughn, to use it, you just need to close your eyes and say where you want it to link as you turn the key. In this case, your destination is the Phoenix changing room. I'll be waiting." "Nami, you want us to come there right now?" "Vaughn, you're free to come and go as you please. But this particular space is intended for me, my wives, and my lovers to relax and mingle. Luffy and the other male Straw Hats won't be able to enter. Keep that in mind if you ever use this as a place to escape." "Nami, Robin wants to know if you intend to make her your lover as well." "Vaughn, that's up to her. If you trust her enough to tell her about me, I can at least get to know her." "Nami, all right. We're on our way." "Nice," thought Vaughn, a faint smile developing across his face. Venelana wasn't expected to return from her trip for a few days, and he had asked her not to rush in giving keys to Rias, Sana, Akeno, Tsubaki, Konako, Asia, and Zenovia. Not because he didn't want to see or spend time with them, but because not even a day had passed since their return to Kuaho, and he wanted them to get back into their daily routines before giving them more to distract themselves. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn shifted his gaze to the bath's entrance, located to the left of the giant mural, attracted by the soft pitter-patter of footsteps. Moments later, Nami, her voluptuous body enveloped in a white towel, appeared alongside a surprisingly tall woman with raven black hair, sharp yet refined features, and tanned skin. It wasn't that apparent in the anime or manga, but the woman, Nico Robin, was evidently nearly a full head taller than Nami, with notably larger breasts, a tight waist, round and full hips, and pillowy-looking thighs. Spotting Vaughn seated on the far side of the bath, Nami smiled, removed her towel, and remarked, "This place is massive. But are we the only ones here? I only completed the construction of this place and the encompassing space a month ago. The two of you are its first visitors," revealed Vaughn, his expression relaxed as he held Robin's gaze, the raven-haired beauty observing him with a calculating expression and a highly practiced smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Though it felt like tens of seconds had passed due to Vaughn's perception of time slowing, in reality, only 3 had passed before Robin removed her towel, revealing an extraordinary body as she joined Nami in stepping into the warm and murky water, remarking, "Then we should make the most of the opportunity," in a sensual tone. "Careful, Robin. Don't forget what I told you," warned Nami, reiterating, "Vaughn is basically a god, and his skills in the bedroom are absurd. If you underestimate him or think he can be played and manipulated like other guys, you'll be lucky to escape wetting yourself." "Sounds like fun," hummed Robin, her expression even more sensual as she made herself comfortable to Vaughn's left, unabashedly leaning into him as she casually reached across his body to grab the bottle of sake he had been drinking from, floating atop a bamboo platform. "Well, can't say I didn't warn you," muttered Nami, settling in on Vaughn's right side. She personally wasn't fond of drinks like sake, so as she made herself comfortable, Vaughn produced an orange sour for her, rimmed with a ring of sugar and 3 slices of orange, precisely how she liked it. "How thoughtful," hummed Nami, accepting and sipping from the tart and sweet drink before smiling contentedly. She enjoyed sailing and still dreamed of mapping her entire world, but she would be lying if she said being around Vaughn's wasn't considerably less stressful and physically and emotionally gratifying. "Oh, my!" muttered Robin, her eyes narrowing and the corners of her lips curling upward as she leaned into Vaughn's left arm, her breasts pressing against his bicep as she reached between his legs to cop a feel of what he was packing beneath the murky water. Nami nearly spat out her drink when she realized how forward Robin was being, but Vaughn didn't so much as bat an eye as he hooked his arms around the duo's backs and allowed the raven-haired beauty to do as she pleased. Continuing with the flow, Robin proceeded to competently stroke Vaughn's surprisingly long and girthy member as she leaned her head against his shoulder, her breath warming his neck as she sensually inquired, "I don't suppose you could acquire me an invitation to the Tower of Ascension in place of our happy-go-lucky captain?" Explaining on Robin's behalf, Nami sighed and revealed, "She's talking about how Luffy doesn't really care about the tower, just viewing it as a place to meet friends and eat delicious food. If you could transfer Luffy's entrance rights to her or Zoro, we would be able to gather tower points a lot more effectively." It's not impossible," conceded Vaughn. "But we can't arbitrarily revoke or transfer someone's access rights. Luffy would have to violate one of the tower's fundamental tenets or refuse entry 6 times in a row. The simplest solution is to gather enough tower points to summon you, which is a conclusion I'm fairly certain you already reached." "That's right," hummed Robin, bringing her lips to Vaughn's neck and suckling it as she caressed just his glands as if she were polishing a sphere or knob. In essence, she was telling him that if he acquired her access to the tower, she was prepared to enter into a physical relationship with him, just like Nami. "Surprisingly, her power level is on par with yours when you first entered the tower, making her D rank," revealed Sis, appending, "unless we pull a few strings, acquiring her permanent access to the tower would require approximately 158 million TP. "Thank you very much," responded Vaughn, outwardly revealing, according to the administrator's calculations, it would cost roughly 158 million TP to grant you access to the tower as an ascendee. Blinking in surprise, Nami commented, "Didn't you mention before that it would only acquire a few tens of millions to summon an A rank? Robin is definitely strong, but she's no A rank. That's for basic residency," stated Vaughn, clarifying, "if she wants to be able to take on the tower's trials, increase her power, and enjoy the other benefits of being an ascendee, that's significantly more expensive." "That's a shame," muttered Robin, leaving a small hickey on Vaughn's neck before sitting up and contending, "I was prepared to work for the right to climb the tower, but 158 million seems like an amount I wouldn't be able to repay." "It's actually a smaller number than it seems," countered Vaughn, explaining, "by the time ascendees reach the 10th floor and attain D rank, the value of the average monster will exceed 30,000 TP. It would still require 5,300 monsters to accumulate 158 million, but with 4 months in a cycle, you would only need to defeat 44 monsters per day to reach it." "Yeah, but how long would reaching the 10th floor take?" asked Nami, crossing her arms and exhaling from her nose as she pointed out, "You mentioned that the average person would need to defeat a minimum of 10,000 monsters to rise from F to E rank. Even if I'm able to move up a floor every other cycle, we're talking 20 months outside and 80 within, that's more than 8 years. "That sounds about right," confirmed Vaughn, appending, "but you have to keep in mind that the tower is scaled to beings who naturally live for tens of thousands of years. 8 years may seem like a long time for a human, but there are species like elves who treat 50 years as fleeting and pure-blooded dragons who take vacations lasting millennia." "And there's nothing you can do to speed things up?" asked Robin, her palm sprouting a mouth and licked and suckled Vaughn's glands, causing his brows to rise. "Truth be told, there's very little I can't do," responded Vaughn. "But the laws of the tower were made to be inviolable to ensure the freedom and reinforce the future authority of those who manage to complete the trials of its upper floors, particularly the 50th. Closing his left arm around Robin's body and gently grasping the right of her soft, heavy, and malleable breasts, sporting a circumference just shy of 100 centimeters, Vaughn gently kneaded her nipple as he added, "If you just want to become stronger, there are training facilities here. You will need Nami's help to come and go, but since you're members of the same crew and she will assumably be working to earn you access to the tower, that shouldn't be too great a hindrance. Hey, I suppose. Groaned Nami, clearly unamused by the notion of spending 2 to 10 years working her butt off for someone else's benefit. However, as she and Robin were the only female crew women of the Straw Hats, she felt they should support one another. I see. Muttered Robin, using 2 separate left hands to caress Vaughn's shaft and stimulate his glands at the same time as she brought her lips to his ear and asked, "And how should I repay your consideration?" "That's not how I do things," responded Vaughn, shaking his head slowly and smiling as he stated, "I'm fine just sitting here, enjoying drinks in the company of 2 beautiful women. But if you want to have sex, Nami here can testify that I'm more than able and willing. Just remember what I told you," appended Nami, causing Robin to stare into space with her head on Vaughn's left shoulder. The latter's capabilities were beyond anything she previously believed possible, and it didn't take a genius to understand that it was better to be near and dear to him than a mere acquaintance. Thus, without the need for too much consideration, she shifted forward through the water, positioning herself before him with her back to him as she leaned forward slightly and spread her voluminous ass as well as her cleanly shaved pussy apart using 5 separate hands. "I have a feeling we're going to get along well," hummed Vaughn, grabbing Robin's waist and guiding her to sit, her folds and entrance parting nearly to their limits in their effort to accept him. It took a while due to the water impeding the viscosity and lubricating properties of her pussy juices, but she was eventually able to sit, nestling into Vaughn's lap as she used a pair of mouths on the palms of her hand to suckle her nipples while using 2 others to gently knead and rub her clit. Chapter 136, Temperance. "Geez, and I thought the bath was big," remarked Nami, her eyes wide and her expression one of disbelief as Vaughn introduced her and Robin to the closet attached to the changing room. It had at least a dozen copies of thousands of different outfits and neatly arranged shoes, each able to adjust their size to fit the wearer. Some were intended for dress-up, such as the bevy of multicolored bunny outfits, but others were designed with form, function, and fashion in mind. "Feel free to pick out whatever you like," said Vaughn, casually caressing the 2 women's naked bottoms as he appended, "and if you have any clothes you need cleaned, just toss them in the hamper outside. They will be returned to your rooms within a day." "Our rooms," repeated Nami, her interest piqued. Nodding, Vaughn revealed, "All of my women receive private rooms that can be customized to suit their needs. After all, I can't always be around to accompany you, and there are times when you simply might not be in the mood to accompany me." Shifting his gaze to Robin and slipping his middle finger between the cleft of her cheeks, Vaughn appended, "You'll need to stay with Nami or someone else with a key since most facilities can only be accessed using one. Once you become an ascendee, that will no longer apply." "Were you not satisfied before?" asked Robin, her left hand gravitating to her lower abdomen and her right cupping her left breast as she stared back at Vaughn with narrow, seductive eyes. Kissing the back of Robin's head, Vaughn casually commented, "I can have sex for days on end depending on my partner's stamina and needs. You don't need to push yourself to impress or ingratiate yourself with me. My only requirement for my women is that they don't proactively flirt with or have sex with other men. Even if you only appeared at my bedside once a year, I wouldn't feel you were neglecting or avoiding me. You must have a lot of women for that to be the case," remarked Nami, separating from Vaughn's hand to inspect the rows of neatly presented bras and panties. "Actually, even if we include Robin, the number is only 14, revealed Vaughn, appending, "That may seem like a lot, but one of my father-in-laws, just as an example, has a harem in the 5 digits. I intend to keep my own small, prioritizing quality over quantity. Then I will do my best to remain a quality woman," hummed Robin, her eyes narrowing further as she gave Vaughn's bulge a parting caress before joining Nami in picking out clothing and underwear. Vaughn found this very tempting, but as Robin suffered from the same problem as other human women, which he had learned was a lack of mana and reiki, spirit energy, having sex with her was far more gratifying for her than him. It didn't feel bad, on the contrary, but there was a distinct feeling of distance that was difficult to describe with words alone. After informing them he had something to do and giving them leave to go and explore at their leisure, Vaughn left Nami and Robin to their own devices and teleported to his and Graphia's abode on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. The tower administrator is curious to know where you've been and what happened to your companion. I had some small matters to attend back at my palace, explained Vaughn, smiling as he revealed, as for Graphia, she's spending some time with her son from her previous marriage. The tower administrator is surprised by both revelations. You own a palace? Asked who Vaughn presumed to be Aileen. However, as the notifications also referred to her mother as the tower administrator, it was impossible to be certain without Sis confirming his suspicions. I do, confirmed Vaughn. But I'm not a ruler or anything. It's a place for me, my wives, my lovers, and our future children to relax and unwind in a safe and comfortable environment. Oh? Is that where I'll be staying in the future? Asked Aileen. If you want to, responded Vaughn, exhaling from his nose before adding, but you'll first need to learn to control your suppressive aura. There are some fairly ordinary people who will frequent or reside in the palace, so it would be problematic if you inadvertently destroyed their souls or caused their physical bodies to disintegrate. The tower administrator flusters and says she would never do such a thing. The tower administrator adds that she is studying hard each day to be able to transform as soon as possible. The tower administrator questions if you would prefer her to have large breasts or a more petite build. That's for you to decide, responded Vaughn, adopting a smile that caused the notification window to blush as he hummed, I find you adorable even as a dragon. Regardless of the form you take, I will have no complaints as it will still be you. The tower administrator remarks that you just sent her daughter running headfirst into a wall. The tower administrator complains that her mother shouldn't reveal such things. The tower administrator laughs at her daughter. Can something be done about that? Asked Vaughn, pointing out, reading the tower administrator over and over is somewhat confusing, even if I find some of the responses amusing. Will this suffice? Asked Elizabeth, her voice emanating from the window and her text appearing with a distinctive bluish-black hue. It definitely makes things clearer. Thank you, confirmed Vaughn, nodding appreciatively as he made his way to the entrance of his abode, planning to step outside and complete his daily farm maintenance. Once you finish tending to your fields, do you want to come over? Asked Aileen, her text black with a pale blue border and her nervous, girlish tone a stark contrast from her mother's deep, husky, and elegant voice. Though it wasn't how he had planned to spend the late morning or early afternoon, Vaughn didn't hesitate to nod and respond, of course. I would be honored. With a relaxed smile. From his perspective, a full 5 years had passed since he last met the plump, adorable, and surprisingly busted dragoness, so since she had summoned the courage to invite him over, he felt compelled to respond in kind. Great! Exclaimed Aileen, her loud voice causing Vaughn to briefly startle as it emanated mere centimeters from his left ear. There are a ton of anime and manga I've wanted to watch and read with you, revealed Aileen, practically singing as she excitedly appended, you can sit on my belly, and then we can cuddle together and... With a sound similar to a microphone being unplugged, Eileen's text box and voice vanished, accompanied by Elizabeth's appearing to state first, see to your duties as tower farmer. In the meantime, I will be educating my foolish daughter on propriety and how to interact with members of the opposite sex with dignity and grace. Leaving Elizabeth slightly taken aback, Vaughn's expression softened as he softly contended, hey, try not to be too hard on her. She's been through a lot, including living alone and being without her mother for much of her current life. She has millennia to mature and outgrow such habits. There's no need to rush things. Perhaps you're right, conceded Elizabeth, following a lengthy pause. Vaughn's smile initially broadened in response but promptly cramped when she teased, since she's already chosen who she wants to spend her life with, I suppose I don't need to worry too much about her being fooled by strange men. Not that you aren't more than a little peculiar. Right, responded Vaughn, choosing to simply accept the label as he changed into his farming attire and stepped outside. Both Elizabeth and Aileen had more words for him, but since he had become fairly adept at multitasking, he could chat with them, tend to his crops, respond to his messages, and converse with Sis without significantly impacting his focus or work efficiency. This will take some getting used to, thought Vaughn, lying atop Eileen's surprisingly soft stomach with her talons linked together and hands covering him from his chest down like a heavy blanket. Eileen's featureless breasts loomed above him like a pair of boulders that could squish him at any moment, but the steady expanding and contracting of her diaphragm, the warmth radiating from her body, and the prominent pulsations of her rapidly beating heart were surprisingly relaxing. "Thank you for speaking up for me earlier," muttered Aileen, prompting Vaughn to open his eyes as she sheepishly appended, "It made me really happy." Closing his eyes and smiling, Vaughn contended, "Those words were as much for you as they were for her. I understand why you might feel a sense of urgency, but we both have extraordinarily long lifespans. You don't need to feel pressured or rush things." "I don't feel pressured," responded Aileen, increasing the pressure on Vaughn's body tremendously as she contended, "I just really want to have sex and do other naughty things with Vaughn. It always looks so pleasant when you do it with Graphia." "Peeping is bad," remarked Vaughn, unsurprised by Eileen's words as he always got a vague feeling she was peeping on them. If not, she used the tower's video record and playback functions to see what they were up to retroactively. Fortunately, while Aileen was certainly young for a member of her race, the growth spurt she experienced once her heart was mended elevated her to their version of a teenager. One more growth spurt, and she would be considered an adult. And if canon were anything to go by, that wasn't far off as her diet was more comprehensive, and her magic power, which was the principal determinator behind her metamorphosis, increased with each passing day. "If only I could transform like Taruyuni," sighed Aileen, causing Vaughn to tense as she rubbed him against her belly while fantasizing, "I wonder how my own tail would taste." "Oi, Earth to Aileen, I'm not a plaything," remarked Vaughn, his expression and tone flat. Fortunately, Aileen immediately ceased rubbing him against her belly, but instead of apologizing or loosening her hold, a tense silence hung in the air before she asserted, "I'm going to keep growing as quickly as I can, and once I learn to polymorph, you will do all the things you did with Graphia Uni to me." "Why does it feel like you're threatening me?" asked Vaughn, raising his gaze but only finding two matte black boulders obstructing his view of Eileen's face. If he could, he would be able to see she was modeling a very pouty expression as she responded, "I really, really like Vaughn. If I could, I would keep you all to myself, but I can't. Since that's the case, you must treat me especially well. You can't ignore me to have fun with other girls behind my back. Dragons aren't known as greedy and possessive without cause," noted Vaughn, closing his eyes and deliberating momentarily before responding, "I have no intention of ignoring you, but there are limits to the concessions I can make to keep you appeased. I'm not your pet or possession, Aileen. I am willing to become your lover, but we can't have a physical relationship until I'm confident you're mentally and emotionally mature enough. Acting like this makes it very apparent you aren't ready for such a step." Though she wanted to argue and insist she was more than ready, Aileen wasn't oblivious to how childish that would be. Thus, for several minutes, she reclined against the colossal pillows she had stacked up, periodically squeezing Vaughn's body in a state of reflection. Part of her found it absurd that he believed he was in a position to refuse her, as she could crush him to paste by simply increasing the strength of her grip, but Vaughn had more than demonstrated that he had capabilities that transcended raw physical strength or magical might. If she was too assertive, he could simply leave and never return to her world, so instead of threatening him, she loosened her hold on his body, exhaled from her nose, and muttered, "I'm sorry for behaving selfishly, it's just that you're the first boy I've ever liked. I want to be with you and experience all kinds of things together." "And you will," reassured Vaughn, closing his eyes as he added, "there's just no need to rush things. 1 to 200 years might seem like a long time to you now, but when we're 100,000 years old, you will look back on this moment with reflective exasperation." "Maybe," conceded Aileen, closing her own eyes and circling Vaughn's chest with her surprisingly squishy right index talon as she whispered, "But you have to be there with me, promise." "I promise," responded Vaughn, frowning slightly but unsurprised when he felt a sensation similar to a chain forming around his heart. Even a verbal promise with a great black dragon like Aileen was spiritually binding, but thanks to his body being comprised of source, he didn't even need to use chain breaker to undo it. Fortunately, Aileen couldn't sense this, a satisfied smile adorning her face as she believed she had just spiritually bound him to her for 100,000 years. Chapter 137, Intervention. August 13th. Hey. Perhaps as a result of their long cohabitation, Vaughn found himself unable to sleep without Venelana sitting on his face or sucking him off as he fell asleep. The urge to summon her to his side was tremendous, but since he didn't want to interfere in the work she was doing for him, he restrained it and focused on his breathing. "I wonder if I can convince Robin to become a devil, she's already called the devil child," mused Vaughn, finding Robin's appearance exceptional but her pussy nothing to write home about. It was a real shame. With his thoughts shifting to the world of One Piece, Vaughn pondered what the other notable female characters in the series would look like. Robin's height, appearance, and proportions had legitimately surprised him, so he could only imagine how extraordinary someone like Yamato would look or what it would feel like to have her sit on his face. Then there was Carrot, who was notably adorable and would probably join his harem readily if he provided her an endless supply of agility carrots. "Let's stick with women I already know," thought Vaughn, opening his eyes and bringing up his contacts. He had no doubt Roxanne would come over if he called for her, but she fell into the category of women he appreciated but felt troubled by. If he gave her the opportunity, she would dedicate all her time and energy to serving him, but it wouldn't be the same as Grafia or Venelana. She viewed him as some kind of superior being, which made it difficult to form an emotional connection with her as she didn't consider herself worthy of such consideration. In her mind, she was lucky to be his servant. Fwesh! Interrupting Vaughn's thoughts, a yellow-gold magic circle appeared a short distance from his bed, prompting him to shoot up as Venelana, modeling a seductive smile and holding up the hem of her dress to exhibit her lack of panties and glistening thighs, asked, "Did you miss me?" "Because I missed you." In a sensual hum. "You beautiful, beguiling temptress, get that ass over here," responded Vaughn, prompting Venelana to hurry over with notably excited glee before joining him in bed and slipping into his embrace. She would never behave in such a way outside, but spending time with Vaughn made her feel 800 to 900 years younger. After a solid 3 days passing with mere seconds passing outside their bedroom, Vaughn, seated with a naked Venelana on his lap as they enjoyed a meal, asked, "How did things go outside? I'm glad you arrived early, but I wasn't expecting you back for at least a few days. We had sex, and you came inside me 41,973 times during our 5-year cohabitation," remarked Venelana, caressing the left hand Vaughn had on her abdomen with her own as she stated, "I started feeling lonely and a little anxious without your semen warming my womb, and after realizing you might be feeling similarly, I had to return. HAAA, you and Grafia are too good at pushing my buttons, everything you say and do makes me want to ravish you to the heat death of the universe," sighed Vaughn, punctuating his words with a kiss to Venelana's left shoulder. "A tempting thought," hummed Venelana, squeezing her insides around Vaughn's cock and wriggling her hips slightly. The way her words trailed off made it seem as though she had more to add, but she allowed her actions to speak for themselves. With their table spread a mess, Vaughn continued to slowly piston Venelana atop it, her breasts shuddering with each movement despite her attempts to keep them contained. Her hair was matted, and her body was tinted a rosy hue, glistening with sweat, but she had managed to regain enough of her composure to reveal, "I was able to complete your shrine without any significant issues. After that, I entrusted the distribution of the gates to my son and selfishly tasked Grafia with keeping and delivering the keys to their respective owners at the designated time." "The power of delegation," hummed Vaughn, grinning in amusement as he picked up Venelana's body, prompting her to wrap her legs around them as they exchanged a lengthy kiss. For a brief moment, Vaughn considered a second 5-year liaison with the flaxen-haired beauty, but since he would be 30 by its end, he resisted the urge to propose it, carried Venelana to their bed, and transitioned to lying down with her mounted atop him as he recounted what had transpired on his end during their brief time apart. "Who's this?" asked Aileen, referring to Venelana. "Her name is Venelana Bale, another of my future wives," revealed Vaughn, cupping and squeezing Venelana's ass as he appended, "She's going to be overseeing the expansion and eventual industrialization of our farming project." Offering a courteous bow toward the notification window, allowing Vaughn to get a better hold of her butt and slide his middle finger along her veiled slit, Venelana softly and elegantly stated, "It's an honor and a pleasure to make the acquaintance of such a distinguished existence as a great black dragon." "You have really big boobs," remarked Aileen, followed by her asking, "Is that Vaughn's preference?" Rising to her full height, Venelana exchanged glances with Vaughn, smiling as she hummed, "He certainly doesn't mind them, but if I were forced to answer, I would say he has a preference for women with toned thighs and bottoms." "He does always seem to be groping girls' bottoms," remarked Aileen, making it clear Vaughn's actions weren't nearly as discreet as he thought they were. "You get used to it," hummed Venelana, maintaining her smile as she slowly swiveled her head to get a look at her surroundings. She knew Vaughn preferred homely dwellings, but one of the first things she had in mind for their expansion was erecting him a palace. If visitors arrived and learned he lived in a small cottage, they would underestimate or not take him seriously. Inversely, if he were living in a larger-than-life palace that made people feel small and inconsequential just looking at it, they would respect and fear him by default. Retracting his hand from Venelana's bottom, Vaughn exhaled from his nose and said, "I'm going to head out and tend to my crops. The two of you can become better acquainted in the meantime." Before Venelana could attach words to her affirming nod, Aileen chimed in to ask, "Will you come and visit me again once you're done?" "I promise we'll actually watch anime today." "Sure," responded Vaughn, appending, "but you shouldn't expect me to be able to do so each day. My schedule is going to become increasingly full in the future." "Consider it one of your duties as a tower farmer," said Aileen, unable to accept that Vaughn couldn't make time for her. "I'll do what I can, but no promises," responded Vaughn, donning a straw hat as he stepped outside. He got the impression Aileen was going to be increasingly demanding in the future, but once she acquired human form, he was fairly confident he could get her to settle down with a bit of extra care and attention. August 15 DXD/April 4 DBT. Nami is requesting a telepathic link. Though he was somewhat preoccupied doing Venelana doggy style, Vaughn didn't hesitate to answer Nami's request, asking what's up, in a casual tone. "It's Robin," revealed Nami, her telepathic voice tinted with concern and confusion as she appended, "I don't believe it, but people are saying she tried to kill the mayor of Water 7. Now the whole city is losing their minds trying to search for her and capture us." "You know I can't interfere directly in other worlds without consequence," remarked Vaughn, doing his best to sound empathetic as he appended, "but I can at least hear you out. Tell me what you need." "What we need is to find Robin and find out the truth," responded Nami, sounding audibly annoyed as she asked, "But are you seriously not going to do anything? Robin is one of your women. Don't tell me you would also ignore me if I were in danger." "Of course not," responded Vaughn, resisting the urge to exhale from his nose as he contended, "but the journey you and the other Straw Hats are on is yours, not mine. Believe in Luffy, Robin, and yourself. I can intervene if the situation seems hopeless, but not before." "Fine," conceded Nami, her telepathic voice boiling with repressed rage as she asserted, "But I swear, Vaughn, if anything terrible happens to Robin or you don't come when I call you, we're finished. A man who ignores his women in their time of need is no man at all." "I promise," responded Vaughn, punctuating his words by filling Venelana with his semen. Nami's words made him feel like shit, but since he knew, or at least believed, that it was best to allow matters to take their course, he resisted the urge to prove her wrong. With Nami's words weighing heavily on his mind, Vaughn sat observing the events playing out in the world of One Piece with Venelana knelt behind him, her breasts weighing down his shoulders as she used the tips of her fingers to gently massage his scalp. He initially planned to wait patiently for Nami to get back to him, but with Sis revealing that he could peer into the worlds comprising in Virtua, he couldn't resist. With monitors following the actions of each of the Straw Hats, including Robin, who was currently speaking with individuals that fans of One Piece would immediately recognize as Rob Lucci and Keiku, Vaughn found himself closing his eyes and exhaling a sigh, prompting Venelana to hug his head and question, "Is something the matter?" in a concerned but intrinsically sensual tone. "I'm just thinking of doing something I really shouldn't," revealed Vaughn, feeling annoyed witnessing Lucci speaking and behaving arrogantly while Robin did her best to appear calm and poised despite the nervous tension in her body. She was only cooperating with Lucci and the other members of CP9, a branch of assassins who worked for the world government, the primary antagonistic organization in the world of One Piece, because they had leveraged the lives of the Straw Hats against her. Vaughn was confident that things would work out even if he let them be, but seeing someone he called his own being pressured and forced to act against their will caused a seething rage to swell within him. "If it's something you're thinking of doing despite believing you shouldn't, you definitely should," asserted Venelana, kissing the top of Vaughn's head before contending, "Otherwise, if things don't develop as you expect, you could regret it immensely." Exhaling from his nose, Vaughn adopted an affectionate smile and remarked, "You always know exactly what I want to hear." "Well, I am your wife," hummed Venelana, releasing her hold on Vaughn's head and caressing his chest as she hotly appended, "Now, tell me what you need me to do." Seeing Vaughn appear out of thin air, Rob Lucci, a tall, slim, and muscular man with arched eyebrows, a close-shaved goatee that formed a U-shape on his chin, puffy black hair fixed into a ponytail, and sharp, ruthless black eyes, asked, "And just who are you supposed to be?" in a cold tone. Before Vaughn could answer, the man at his side, Keiku, possessing a long, notably rectangular nose, short blonde hair beneath a black cap, and distinctive circle-shaped eyes, moved like a blur to kick the wooden table separating Lucci and Robin at Vaughn. His speed was commendable, but as the table neared Vaughn, it split into countless pieces as it had encountered an immovable object. As it scattered violently, Keiku was revealed behind it, wielding a pair of Shirasea-style katanas in reverse. Following the sharp sound of metal snapping, Keiku spun past Vaughn in a dynamic pose, his expression resolute and self-assured until he realized that, rather than slicing Vaughn across the chest, his favored and expensive blades had shattered against him. Chapter 138, Surprise. "You guys don't make it difficult to dislike you," remarked Vaughn, casually brushing his left shoulder with the back of his right hand before meeting Robin's gaze, adopting a smile, and asking, "Did you miss me?" in a playful tone. Recovering from her stunned, wide-eyed surprise, Robin exhaled faintly from her nose, crossed her arms, and hummed, "It looks like I made the right decision, becoming your woman." Rising to his feet as Keiku positioned himself behind Vaughn, Lucci's eyes and tone were cold as ice as he stated, "I will ask once more, just who are you?" "I'm your worst nightmare," responded Vaughn, sporting a smile even as Lucci disappeared from his initial position, reappearing before him as he muttered, "Shigan, finger pistol." Though it didn't outright break, Lucci's eyes widened when his right index finger, which had been hardened to the extreme, granting it power on PAR with a high-caliber bullet, stopped against Vaughn's throat. He was normally able to pierce steel plating, but Vaughn didn't so much as shudder, staring at him with a neutral expression. Unleashing Toki from his body, Vaughn attempted to grab Lucci by the neck, but the 212 cm tall man used his movement technique, Soru, shave, to disappear from view. Curiously, he wasn't actually moving that quickly, but his nigh-instantaneous acceleration from a resting position made him difficult to follow, similar to a fly that seemed to vanish as you were trying to swat it. Fortunately for Vaughn, not so much for Lucci or Keiku, he could keep track of them using his domain. Thus, as Keiku reappeared in his blind spot and attempted to decapitate him using a pressurized blade of air, a technique known as Rankyaku, sickle wind, Vaughn completely ignored it as he swept his legendary spear in a ruthless, sweeping arc at the man's torso. Wah! Started Keiku, his pupils contracting to the size of pinholes as his brain failed to process what was happening. One moment, Vaughn was standing motionless with no weapon in hand, and the next, he was in the midst of swinging an ornate spear that cut cleanly through his gut despite him using Tekai, iron body. He managed to prevent his intestines from spilling out with his contracting muscles, but he immediately crumpled to the ground, unable to continue. Seeing how easily Vaughn had dealt with the second strongest member of his team, Lucci's expression hardened, the cool and ruthless confidence he typically exuded nowhere to be seen. "Who know, what are you?" asked Lucci, having never seen or heard of anyone like Vaughn despite being a member of an intelligence organization. His ability to appear from thin air, tank lethal attacks without so much as budging, and summon weapons had to be the effects of a devil fruit, but he couldn't think of a single one that fit the criteria. "Someone who doesn't like repeating themselves," responded Vaughn, causing Lucci's pupils to briefly contract before he used Soru to dodge under the blade that nearly slit his throat. In truth, Vaughn was slower and weaker than him by default, but with a faint golden aura veiling and rising from his body like steam, the physical form of his Toki, his instantaneous speed was comparable to Lucci actively using Soru. That, combined with his spear's enhanced dexterity, made his attacks swift and exceptionally versatile. With his initial dodge throwing him off balance, Lucci barely had time to process what had happened when Vaughn's spear reversed direction like a whip and sliced through his shins, leaving behind a visible, V-shaped trail of faint golden light. Falling onto his back, Lucci clenched his teeth but didn't groan or cry out in pain. Unfortunately for him, Vaughn was well aware of the past and future atrocities Lucci would perpetrate with a smile, so since he had chosen to take action, he made sure it was decisive. Feeling intense heat and pain permeate his chest, Lucci opened his eyes to their limits, a look of utter disbelief marring his usually aloof face as he looked between the spear piercing his chest and its wielder, staring down at him with a cold, resolute glower. "Imp," started Lucci, but Vaughn silenced him permanently by twisting his spear in the man's chest cavity, shredding his heart. He knew that, even without legs, Lucci was a threat that couldn't be ignored. If he were able to transform into his leopard Zoan form, he could presumably utilize just his hands to dart about at blinding speeds, so Vaughn did himself and many within the world of One Piece a favor by ending the most powerful agent of CP9 once and for all. "Impossible!" muttered Keiku, completing the word Lucci had tried to say before he was unceremoniously cut off. Exhaling exasperatedly from his nose, Vaughn looked between the downed Keiku and Robin, his expression and tone lacking enthusiasm as he asked, "What do you want to do?" Though she had initially planned to assist Vaughn, Robin was too stunned by his speed, strength and efficiency to act. As such, she was startled by his sudden question, her eyelids flitting in surprise as she shifted her gaze to Keiku and considered her response. She knew that if they left him alive, he would doubtlessly report the encounter to his superiors. However, despite a body count in the hundreds, she preferred to avoid killing. Noticing the slight tension in her brows and the conflict in Robin's eyes, Vaughn made things easier for her by looking at Keiku and stating, "It seems you get to live another day, Peg Nose. But the next time you target one of my women, know that your end won't be painless." You bastard!" growled Keiku, his usually glossy black eyes gaining a distinctive white hue as killing intent surged from his body. "Is this Haki?" Vaughn wondered, feeling that Keiku's aura was remarkably similar to Dragon Aura, which was essentially Reiki, spirit energy, imbued with willpower. He didn't recall Keiku using Conqueror's Haki in the canon, but his willpower clearly surpassed the average person's. Narrowing his eyes, Vaughn unleashed his willpower through his domain, causing the air to feel thick and producing an audible hum as the room and building they were in trembled and vibrated. Acclimating to Eileen's and Elizabeth's auras made his own even more potent, so while he could endure for a few seconds, Keiku's eyes eventually turned completely white as his consciousness succumbed to Vaughn's far greater will. Retracting his aura, Vaughn closed his eyes, exhaled tiredly from his nose, and shook his head before opening his eyes and turning to meet Robin's gaze, his expression softening as he asked, "Are you okay?" "A little shaken, but otherwise fine," responded Robin, crossing her arms and adopting a weak smile as she asked, "What about you? I've met many killers and assassins, and it's evident you aren't particularly fond of things like this." "I'm more of a lover than a fighter," affirmed Vaughn, approaching and drawing Robin's crotch to his by grasping her firm and full bottom as he asserted, "But I'm always willing to fight for those I love or, at the very least, claim as my own." "Let's relocate someplace else," muttered Robin, wrapping her arms around Vaughn's body and deliberately grinding against his bulge as she stated, "I find the smell of blood nauseating." "Unfortunately, I can't stay for long," responded Vaughn, surprising Robin twice over by planting a quick peck on her lips and revealing, "I'm really not supposed to intervene like this. Killing those two increased my karma considerably, so I need to leave before lightning or something else strikes me. As for you, you should return to the Straw Hats and explain things as best you can. Once things have calmed down, you can visit my palace and thank me at your discretion." "I understand," responded Robin, curious to know what Vaughn meant by karma and his intervention being an issue, but she set her curiosity aside in favor of giving him a deep and lengthy kiss. She had briefly succumbed to despair when CP9 approached her with an ultimatum, so even though she had originally approached him out of curiosity and to benefit from his inexplicable power and resources, Robin did her best to make it clear she was extremely grateful for Vaughn's intervention. "Phew, all things considered, that went better than expected," sighed Vaughn, reappearing in his room at the Crimson Palace before spreading his arms, allowing Venelana and Grafia to work together to caress his body and remove his clothes. He had summoned the latter as a precaution, but since Lucci and Keiku had gravely underestimated him, there was no need to involve her. "Excellent work," hummed Venelana, taking the initiative to embrace Vaughn from behind the moment his shirt was removed. "Indeed. Though truth be told, I am not surprised, you have always been an extraordinarily capable man," appended Grafia, kneeling before Vaughn to lower and ultimately remove his trousers. Then, seeing him get erect, a hungry gleam flashed across her silver eyes before she closed them and gave his glands a tender, protracted kiss. "Only because I have extraordinary women supporting and motivating me," declared Vaughn, placing his left hand atop Grafia's head, implicitly permitting her to give him a blowjob. Venelana's violet eyes narrowed at this, but as she had had Vaughn to herself for more than 5 years, she let the silver-haired devil take over her usual duty and continued caressing Vaughn's chest while planting kisses on his neck and shoulder. August 16 DXD/April 5 DBT. As it was the day of the blue moon, Vaughn sat in his usual basking spot, waiting for the event to begin. In the past, he would have Grafia sitting next to or atop him, but with the addition of Venelana, he sat sandwiched between the two on a sofa, the three of them making casual conversation with Aileen as Mungik and So-young hugged their children and bid them a safe evolution. Seeing Mungik and So-young release their children and rush into their burrow, Venelana's brows rose, her gaze shifting to the hole in the ceiling as the light pouring through gradually dimmed and acquired a distinctive blue hue. "It appears to be beginning," remarked Venelana, her curiosity piqued as she could sense the changes in the ambient mana. "Let's just hope there are no accidents," muttered Vaughn, his gaze fixed on Hannah, Sulbai, Junsu, Donghyun, Ian Wu, and Eng as their heart-meltingly adorable features began to change, their eyes turning red, their teeth growing into long fangs, and fierce claws shooting from their hands as they visibly swelled and became notably muscular. If they weren't able to retain their reason throughout their transformation, they would become monsters that attacked anything that wasn't one of their own. Fortunately, that generally only happened if the being undergoing metamorphosis was mistreated, malnourished, or suffered some kind of trauma that negatively influenced their mental state. "Oh!" Seeing blue light enveloped the sextuplets, Vaughn's brows perked when he saw their evolved forms. Hannah and Junsu turned into pure white rabbits like their father, Donghyun had black-tipped ears like his mother, and the inseparable brother-sister duo, Anew and Eng, were soot black with white paws and crimson eyes. Standing out markedly more than her siblings, serving as the reason for Von's raised brows, Sulbai had shot up to around 100 centimeters tall with matte black fur. The average white farming or black warrior rabbit was shorter than 50 centimeters, so she was more than twice their height. Far more noticeably, she had curly blonde hair reminiscent of a human, very prominent breasts for her size, notably plump thighs, long, humanoid legs, a large and fluffy tail, and markedly more anthropomorphic features than her siblings. She was also completely naked, which ordinarily wouldn't be noteworthy, but it was worth mentioning now as it wasn't just her face, breasts, and legs that had become more humanoid. Aided by the tower's system, Von confirmed that Hannah, Junsu, and Donghyun had become white farmer rabbits while Anew and Eng had become black warrior rabbits. As for Sulbai, who often shadowed and attempted to assist Graphia, she was now something called a black service bunny, making it fairly obvious what kind of emotions had driven her metamorphosis. Chapter 139, Welcome. Look at me, Von Appa. Aren't I pretty? Asked Sulbai, performing a cute and graceful pirouette as if she had been walking upright her entire life. Before Von could affirm Sulbai's statement, Eng, who had always had a bit of a rivalry with her minutes older sister, slapped the buxom bunny's bottom and exclaimed, "Put some pants on." "Oi, Eng is a meanie," whined Sulbai, turning so that her butt was no longer accessible to her much shorter sibling. By chance or intention, this gave Von, Venelana, and Graphia a full view of her backside as she bent over slightly and rubbed both of her round and perky cheeks despite Eng only smacking the left. She's definitely trying to tempt me," concluded Von, recalling how Sulbai would always call him Appa, old brother, when most of the other bunnies called him Samchan, uncle. She also liked to wait for him when he returned from the mines, reminding him that he had yet to finish his excavation. "Hey, listen to your sister and put some pants on. You should be able to," said Aileen, causing Sulbai to startle slightly as she had never received a message from one of the legendary black dragons that administrated the tower. "Why yes, ma'am," responded Sulbai, cupping her hands over her crotch as a bluish-white light enveloped her torso, neck, wrists, and ankles. When it faded, she was modeling a notably short-skirted maid outfit that seemed to display her butt purposely, as her tail protruded from beneath the skirt rather than through a slit. Underneath were frilly white panties, while her neck, wrists, and ankles were adorned with a fluffy cravat and fuzzy white cuffs. "So the summoned object for a service bunny is an outfit," noted Von, shifting his gaze to the other rabbits as Hannah materialized a sickle, Junsu a spade, Donghyun a pick mattock, and Anew and Eng a pair of matching short swords that would barely qualify as daggers to humans but were even longer than they were tall. Nodding approvingly, Von expressed, "You all did exceptionally well. To celebrate, Graphia and Venelana have prepared a feast and snacks." Hearing Von place Graphia's name before hers, the smile on Venelana's face very briefly cramped. She had believed she had secured the position of his undisputed number one, but it appeared she would need to be even more proactive if she wanted to compete with Von's so-called personal use pussy. Oh. "I can help set the table," chimed Sulbai, bouncing excitedly with her left hand raised, causing her breasts to jiggle and bounce a great deal. They were ultimately only around the size of grapefruits, but relative to her small stature, she was very near an eye cup. "Very well. Come along," stated Graphia, exuding grace and poise as she decided then and there to train Sulbai to be a proper maid. The Crimson Palace was in desperate need of servants, groundskeepers, and security personnel, so with Von preferring to avoid outside hires, the appearance of Sulbai was an unexpected but welcome surprise. "You have harvested a bountiful melon imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your occupational proficiency increases significantly. Your proficiency with the harvest skill increases significantly. Due to the effects of your harvest skill, the grade of the picked fruit increases slightly. You have gained 70 experience points. Bountiful melon of the blue moon. Description: a melon grown within the Black Tower, making it delicious and full of nutrients. Its taste and effects have been greatly enhanced after absorbing the energy of the blue moon. Effect: S permanently increases health by 0.05 upon consumption. When consumed, it improves plasticity and augments the size of the consumer's bust by 0.5 centimeters. Restriction: S health gains capped at 500. Producer: Tower Farmer Von Mason. Expiration: 45 days. Grade: E+. Issei would kill to get his hands on this, remarked Vaughn, a wry smile adorning his face as Venelana covered her mouth with her right hand and exhaled a faint chuckle at his side. I want it, stated Aileen, causing Vaughn to raise his brows before he held it up and responded, by all means. With the conspicuously shaped melon vanishing from his hand, Vaughn shifted his attention to another disconcerting-looking plant, his Brussels sprout stalks. Most of them looked ordinary, but a few were dark purple and notably veiny, causing his smile to cramp as he reached out to pluck one. You have harvested a family jewel sprout imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your occupational proficiency increases significantly. Your proficiency with the harvest skill increases significantly. Due to the effects of your harvest skill, the grade of the picked vegetable increases slightly. You have gained 70 experience points. Family jewel sprout of the blue moon. Description: a Brussels sprout grown within the Black Tower, making it delicious and full of nutrients. Its taste and effects have been greatly enhanced after absorbing the energy of the blue moon. Effect: S permanently increases health by 0.05 upon consumption. When consumed by males, it increases the resilience of the testes and improves virility. When consumed by a sexually mature female, stimulates ovulation. Restriction: S health gains capped at 500. Consuming more than 1000 in 30 days can result in sterility or infertility. Producer: Tower Farmer Von Mason. Expiration: 45 days. Grade: E+. Oh, wow, read the description of this one, said Vaughn, handing the uncannily squishy family jewel sprout to Venelana for her to inspect. Once she had, her violet eyes widened to their limits as, if the vegetable did as advertised, it could be the solution to the population crisis faced by the devils, angels, and fallen. Fortunately, there were 13 due to the large number of sprouts that had grown, meaning they had plenty to take back with them, even with Aileen demanding 10. She personally had no use for them yet, but as the number of great dragons had been on the decline, resulting in her being the only one under 10,000 years old, the tiny, wrinkled, and veinous sprout could be the most significant crop produced in any tower, ever. August 18 DXD/April 7 DBT. Yoo hummed Konako, her expression an impassive mask, but her lips parted in an odd, monotone exclamation as Vaughn escorted her, Rias, Sana, Akeno, Tsubaki, Asia, and Zenobia out onto the balcony of his Crimson Palace with Venelana standing a short distance behind them with a relaxed smile and her hands folded atop her lap. "We're so high up," exclaimed Asia, referring to how the Crimson Palace was perched on the edge of an indestructible cliff overlooking the vast, waterfall-fed hot springs below. With each floor of the palace having an average clearance of 10 meters and the cliff itself being 300 m tall, this placed them at an elevation of 390 m, which was far from the tallest peak in the region but provided a breathtaking view of the valley below. "You created all of this?" asked Rias, her eyes wider than usual and lips slightly parted as she stood to Vaughn's left with crossed arms. "My power gave it form, but the general layout is procedurally generated using various settings and environments as reference," responded Vaughn, causing Rias to briefly tense as he copped a feel of her bottom. She didn't mind, but since he did it so casually and didn't hesitate to slide his middle finger along her slit, she was a little taken aback. "Would it be impertinent of me to question how big this place is?" asked Zenobia, noticing Vaughn's actions and feeling slightly envious as she had a perfectly round and willing bottom for him to caress. Since the original template was the Eurasian supercontinent, it's a little over 55 million square kilometers. Revealed Vaughn, his smile gaining a hint of smugness as he saw the looks of surprise and awe on everyone's faces. Are you going to permit people to venture away from here and settle elsewhere? Questioned Sana, adjusting her red-rimmed glasses as she appended, also, what kind of natural resources can be found here? Shaking his head, Vaughn responded, that's for the people who migrate here to decide and discover. I don't like knowing everything there is to know, so while I'm aware there is a wide array of flora, superfauna, and natural resources, I don't know what they are or where they're located. I see. Muttered Sana, her expression thoughtful as she considered gathering people from her family's domain to mobilize an expedition as soon as possible. She understood Vaughn well enough to know he wouldn't create a Wuxia-themed world without a few hidden treasures or spiritual lands to discover, so even if she wouldn't want for anything as his fiancé, securing a foothold in the plane was necessary to ensure her family's and people's prosperity. It's a shame there are only 2 days remaining before the summer break ends. Commented Rias, exhaling faintly from her nose. 2 days may seem like a short time, but if everyone is willing, I could extend it upwards of 10 to 12 years. Stated Vaughn, causing Rias to stare at him with raised brows, her slightly widened blue eyes alluding to the many thoughts fighting for dominion within her mind. I'm not unwilling. Chimed Sana, crossing her arms as she pointed out, but if we follow through on such a course, returning to our daily lives as high school students would be difficult. I believe the previous course we decided upon is best, lest we grow detached or desensitized to the issues of the outside and supernatural worlds. Interjecting before someone like Asia or Zenvoya could insist upon staying with Vaughn, Venelana stated, Sana-chan is correct. You're already able to visit here after school and during weekends. You will also enter the Tower of Ascension for 4 months starting September 1st and every 30 days thereafter, so focus on your studies and fulfilling your obligations. There's no need to rush things. Why do I feel you just want to keep Vaughn to yourself? Questioned Rias, exhibiting her exceptional intuition as she gazed back at her mother with half-lidded eyes and crossed arms. I won't deny it, conceded Venelana, nodding and smiling assuredly as she stated, but it's also true you each have duties and responsibilities to uphold. I will not prohibit you from accepting his invitation, but if you drop everything to insist on spending time with him, you will only pressure and trouble Vaughn. That's enough, Venelana, but thank you for your consideration. Stated Vaughn, his expression a relaxed smile but his tone firm, causing the flaxen-haired, violet-eyed woman to close her eyes and bow before rising to her full height and reverting to silent observation. With everyone's gazes focused on him, Vaughn turned around with his back to the balcony's railing, taking advantage of Rias's and Zenovia's proximity to wrap his hands around their waists and draw them closer as he stated, this place is much your home as mine. And as it's our first time sharing it, I would like everyone to remain as long as they like and only depart once you've decided to for yourselves. Will that interfere with my ability to work and focus on other things? Absolutely. But nothing else I do in life has any meaning if the people I care about aren't happy. Oh, Vaughn! Muttered Rias, exhaling faintly from her nose as she leaned into him and rested her head against his chest and shoulder. If she were being completely honest, she had been becoming increasingly concerned that Grafia and her mother were gradually stealing him away from her. That concern still lingered, but when she heard the sincerity in his tone and saw the determination in his gaze, it reminded her of his past self, back when he only had eyes for her. I should never have pushed him to enter into relationships with others. Thought Rias, a notion she reflected upon quite often. However, as it was much too late to force Vaughn to choose only her, especially with how much Akeno, Konako, and Asia cared for him, she resolved to, at the very least, not lose to her mother and sister-in-law. Chapter 140, Time. Outstanding, you've grown much stronger. Panted Zenoniah, wearing her skin-tight executor clothing and sweating heavily as she stood a few meters from Vaughn, hunched over in a wrestling pose. "It's mostly just stats," responded Vaughn, his expression calm and skin barely moist as he confessed, "Truth be told, I haven't been training as much as I should. It's just that when it feels like you have all the time in the world, training tirelessly feels like a waste." "Then allow me to grow stronger in your stead," exclaimed Zenobia, rushing forward and slamming her left shoulder into Vaughn's diaphragm, her left arm hooking around his body and her right hand slipping behind his left knee in an effort to knock him over. Instead, he sprouted a pair of devil wings, using them to glide backward at the speed she had tackled him, completely negating her leverage. Undaunted, Zenobia managed to get her feet under her and shoot her left between Vaughn's legs, stopping his backward momentum as she shouted, "I will be the sword that cuts down your foes and the shield that protects this place from any who would defile it." Arching her back violently, Zenobia attempted to punctuate her shout by uniting Vaughn's face with the training ground floor. However, as he already had wings materialized, he simply flicked them to rise into the air, causing the blue-haired, green-tufted beauty to briefly dangle from his waist before pulling up, wrapping her legs around his, and squeezing him tightly. "I admire your persistence," remarked Vaughn, accelerating to perform a quick loop that ended with him slamming Zenovia's back into the ground, driving both of his knees into her stomach. When she tensed, her muscles became harder than iron, but as he was using Toki at her request, Vaughn's attack penetrated clean through her defenses, causing her to cough out a mouthful of blood as they cratered the floor. With the training room being considered a checkpoint, Zenovia's wounds immediately healed, but her stamina, mental, and spirit energies remained depleted. As a result, she ended up panting heavily as she gazed at Vaughn with excitement and a fair amount of devotion. "This woman is undoubtedly a masochist," thought Vaughn, not particularly minding the disposition as he floated backward, removing his knees from the pit of Zenovia's stomach. She sat up in response, fully prepared to resume their spar despite being defeated 16 times in a row, but Vaughn stopped her by expressing, "You've worked hard, I believe you deserve a reward." "My lord," panted Zenobia, her eyes gaining a prominent violet hue as she immediately leaned back onto her elbows, drew her feet closer to her butt, and spread her knees to form an M shape. Approaching the eagerly awaiting beauty, Vaughn pressed his left thumb to the keyhole on her crotch, producing a faint golden light before the seam veiling her pussy parted to expose it. Then, as she was already incredibly wet, producing steamy condensation as her pussy was exposed to the air, he wasted no time raising her butt and driving his cock into her warm and moist depths, causing her to exhale loudly in passion and relief. Establishing a steady, forceful rhythm from the start, Vaughn held Zenovia's gaze as he revealed, "I used to think I didn't need something like a sword, but as I can't be in all places at all times without manipulating time itself, I accept your proposition, Zenobia Quarta." Not expecting to hear such words, Zenobia felt her mind blank as elation erupted from the center of her chest. From her perspective, it hadn't been that long since she learned of God's death, leading to the collapse of her faith and her decision to dedicate her everything, mind, body, and soul, to Vaughn. His mercy in allowing her to be near him were enough to keep her going, but hearing him confess to needing and accepting her as his sword filled her with renewed purpose. Seeing Zenobia tremble, squirt, and clutch the sides of her face with an enraptured expression, Vaughn couldn't help raising his brows. At the same time, he was surprised to find that, rather than simply being exceptionally tight due to the strength of her core muscles, he suddenly felt a sense of connection with Zenovia's hot and writhing insides. Before, he felt like he was one-sidedly pleasuring her, but now his urethra contracted, and a potent, reverberating jolt of pleasure radiated through his shaft each time he pulled out. "This merits investigating," thought Vaughn, a wolfish grin developing across his face as Zenobia peered at him with glistening eyes through the gaps in her fingers. She had never orgasmed so intensely before, and now that he didn't feel like he was going through the motions, Vaughn ensured it was just the first of many. After parting ways with Zenobia, Vaughn teleported to his room, where he discovered Konako pretending to sleep in his bed. She had been asleep before his arrival, but thanks to her enhanced Nico Xiao senses, she had sensed him and become fully alert the moment he arrived. Pulling back the blankets to find Konako wearing one of his oversized dress shirts and a pair of pale blue side-tie panties with crisscross blue and pink stripes, her split tails swaying as she remained curled in a fetal position, Vaughn's expression softened as he remarked, "I swear, you get more adorable each time I see you." Climbing into bed and drawing Konako into his embrace, making her his little spoon, Vaughn enjoyed her warmth and the pleasant fragrance of her hair, particularly near the base of her fluffy, cat-like ears. Because of her Nico Xiao heritage, Konako only truly got aroused when she was in heat and wanted to mate, so while he could definitely get her there with a bit of finger and tongue play, Vaughn relished that they were able to vibe and simply enjoy each other's warmth and company. "You smell lewd," muttered Konako, which, to Vaughn, indicated she was feeling a little jealous. She didn't like feeling left out, so even if she wasn't strictly in the mood, knowing he had sex with someone else made Konako want it as well. "MMN. I went a few rounds with Zenobia after we went a few rounds in the training hall," revealed Vaughn, slipping his right hand into the front of Konako's panties, tentatively caressing her smooth, remarkably soft and gradually wettening slit. The prevalence of buxom and mature women in his life might suggest he had a preference for voluptuousness, but while that wasn't untrue, it was possible to have more than one. Konako had an appeal uniquely her own, so as his fingers skillfully kneaded and probed her folds, Vaughn kissed the back of her head and muttered, "And now it's your turn." "NN," responded Konako, curt but with an undertone of passion as her face grew increasingly rubicund. This particular sequence of events had played out dozens of times in the nearly 3 months everyone had been living in the Crimson Palace, so there was little need for words or complex exchanges. Vaughn knew what she wanted and was keen to give it to her, so she left everything to him, having grown to enjoy the experience of being handled, cradled and made love to, which she would later reciprocate in the form of cuddling, nuzzling and grooming. "Oh? You two seem to be getting along well," hummed Rias, no longer surprised when she returned to Vaughn's room after her magic lessons and training to find him having sex with Konako or someone else. This time, he was seated against the headboard of his bed with the white-haired cat girl seated with her back to him, her legs pried apart by his knees and arms as he fondled her right breast with his left hand and caressed her clit with his right middle finger, his cock sheathed 3/4 within her as she panted heavily with an unfocused look. "Welcome back," responded Vaughn, removing his lips from Konako's left nape and shoulder and reversing the positions of his hands before asking, "How did your training go?" Hey, at this point, I'm almost positive that Grafia and my mother are holding some kind of grudge against me," sighed Rias, casually disrobing before asserting, "but they can be as upset as they like. I have absolutely no intention of relinquishing my claims as your first wife and the mother of your children." "Of course," responded Vaughn, adopting a faint, smoldering smile as Rias approached and climbed onto the bed from its foot, crawling toward him with cat-like movements. He had outright admitted to her that Grafia and Venelana occupied the top 2 positions in his heart, but instead of taking offense, Rias became determined to claw her way back to the top. And to accomplish that, she concluded that the best course of action was setting aside her usual selfishness. Stopping in front of Konako, Rias lowered her head, closed her eyes, and began licking the former's clit, choosing to help Vaughn pleasure her instead of vying for his attention. She even resisted touching herself, knowing that as long as she did her best, Vaughn would reward her accordingly. "It feels really good, nay," mewled Konako, her eyes shut from the intense pleasure rising from her belly and suffusing her chest. She didn't usually speak when she and Vaughn were having sex, but since Rias was the type who required positive reinforcement to know if she was doing well, it became a habit for her to say how she was feeling when both her masters were present. "Oh? Then how about this?" asked Rias, the corners of her lips curling into a playful smile as she traced her crimson tongue along the exposed part of Vaughn's shaft, concluding the action by flicking Konako's tiny bean. Instead of answering with words, Konako issued a quivering neigh that excited Rias's mischievous spirit. For a moment, she was tempted to ask Vaughn if he wanted to compete to see who could cause Konako to feel the greatest amount of pleasure, but as she didn't have a habit of picking battles she knew she couldn't win, she suppressed the urge and gradually worked her way up the latter's body with her lips, tongue, and, eventually, her hands. "Tsubaki and I intend to leave tomorrow," revealed Sana, buttoning up her blouse and sporting a pair of scant, pale blue panties as she prepared to leave Vaughn's room. "So soon?" asked Vaughn, raising his brows while Tsubaki, hunched over his lap, skillfully cleaned him with her mouth and tongue, interspaced by panting as he actively stirred and fingered her pussy with his left middle and ring fingers. "It's been 263 days," responded Sana, staring back at Vaughn over her left shoulder and exhaling faintly from her nose as she smiled and softly appended, "I am prepared to spend the rest of my life with you, but I do not wish to become disassociated from the people and things I value and feel beholden to." "MMN. I understand," responded Vaughn, nodding. Then, with a soft smack to her bottom, he got Tsubaki to sit up straight, allowing him to float from his bed and land next to the raven-haired beauty, enveloping her tenderly in his embrace as he muttered a soft thank you. He knew full well that Sana was establishing a precedent so that others would start to leave, so while he was originally planning to go and visit Asia, Konako, and Zenovia, who shared a room, he slipped his hands into the fabric of Sana's panties, cupping her butt directly and making it clear she would be accompanying him until the time of her departure. With 379 days having passed, Vaughn exchanged parting hugs and kisses with Rias, Akeno, Konako, and Asia as they prepared to depart through a large door displaying the club room on the other side. "Take care of yourself, Vaughn, and don't let those old women sink their teeth and nails too deeply into you," hummed Rias, holding Vaughn's hands and gazing up at him with a wistful smile. The thought of relinquishing her noble status and title to stay with him had crossed her mind innumerable times, but she couldn't simply shift all her duties and responsibilities onto Milicia's. Thus, with one final upturned simper, she released Vaughn's hands and turned away, being the last to pass through the door. "Is it weird that I kind of want to attend classes again?" asked Vaughn, his expression softening as he exhaled from his nose. Spending time with the four girls had reminded him of the many reasons he had fallen for them in the first place, but after experiencing what his power and the path could do, he couldn't return to the monotony of lectures and tests. "Shall I give you a massage?" asked a somewhat husky, feminine voice, prompting Vaughn to look back at where Zenovia, modeling a short-skirted maid outfit, stared back at him with shimmering eyes and a smile. She had chosen to become a permanent resident of the Crimson Palace, but since she found the mere thought of freeloading unacceptable, she had kept up with her maid training alongside Asia, taking it just as seriously as honing her swordsmanship. "Sounds good," responded Vaughn, stepping forward and extending his right hand to caress Zenovia's head as she willfully presented it. Venelana and Grafia happened to be away preparing things and performing errands for him, so as he was feeling somewhat lonely after seeing off the orc, Vaughn decided to spend the rest of the day showering Zenovia with affection as gratitude for her staying. A/N, sorry for the inconsistencies lately. I got a fungal infection in my lungs, so I've been in a rough spot these past few days. Chapter 141, Leisure. After a few days of indulging in Zenovia's body, Vaughn restored the flow of time to normal and decided to join her in the gym, modeling a black and grey compression shirt and shorts as he leg pressed 10 tons with only moderate difficulty. Zenovia performed deep squats using 500 kg weights nearby, but Vaughn's focus was largely on the 6 semi-transparent windows hovering before him, each depicting an ongoing conversation. Unsurprisingly, the predicament Nami and the Straw Hats were in hadn't been resolved by his choosing to intervene, rescue Robin, and eliminate Rob Lucci. The entire reason she had chosen to cooperate with CP9 was that they had threatened to utilize an island-destroying buster call on the Straw Hats, annihilating Water 7 and massacring tens of thousands in the process. Fortunately, they had yet to follow through on that threat, largely because Vaughn had stolen the golden Den Den mush he used to invoke it, but now a veritable fleet of marines was congregating on the island, and the Straw Hats lacked both a ship and the pretense necessary for their cannon shipwright, Frankie, to join their crew. What a mess! Thought Vaughn, putting a little too much strength into his legs, causing the press to break and the weight to crash heavily and very loudly to the ground. Is something the matter? Asked Zenobia, carefully setting down her own weights before wiping her brow with a towel, her shapely and well-trained body barely veiled by a pair of navy blue, spat-like shorts and a sports bra. It's nothing too serious, responded Vaughn, exhaling exasperatedly from his nose as he appended, I'm just reminded that actions invariably have consequences. If there's anything I can do, you need only give the order, said Zenobia, her expression and tone exuding resolution. Yes, I'm well aware, responded Vaughn, gesturing for Zenobia to come closer before patting his lap, prompting her to straddle and observe him silently. Then, as she understood that there were times when Vaughn just wanted a woman to sit on his lap as he gathered his thoughts, she closed her eyes and remained completely silent. As Zenobia assumed, Vaughn wasn't in the mood to have sex, but caressing her sides and staring at her navel helped him think. The simplest solution to the Straw Hats' problem was to provide them with a ship. He had even prepared one in advance, so the real issue was Frankie. The man wasn't just the Straw Hats' shipwright but one of their main combatants. Without him, there was no chance Luffy and Co could successfully sail the Grand Line. I should trust Luffy's fate and ability to form connections. Worst case scenario, I can intervene after they're separated at Sabo Adi. Assuming that even happens, thought Vaughn, casually pulling up Zenovia's bra to expose her large, perfectly shaped breasts before drawing her forward so that they enveloped his face. Fondling her butt felt even better when she was wearing spats, so he spent several minutes doing so until Nami and Nico Robin have entered the Crimson Palace. Receiving the same notification, Zenobia sat up and looked to the gym's entrance, remarking, "We have guests," in a relaxed tone that belied her moderate annoyance. "They're Class 2s," muttered Vaughn, referring to the classification system Venelana and Graphia had devised to distinguish the importance of guests and the degree of respect/services they were entitled to. Class 1 included his prospective wives and their future children, while Class 2 included his interim lovers, concubines, and servants such as Zenobia herself. In other words, she should treat Nami and Robin casually. Nami is requesting a telepathic link. Seeing the notification, Vaughn accepted but continued caressing Zenovia's bottom as he asked what's up, in a relaxed tone. "What are you up to?" asked Nami, appending Robin and I came to hang out. "I'm currently in gym beta with another of my women," responded Vaughn, pausing briefly before stating, "but we can come over if you're looking for company." Following several seconds of silence, where she presumably discussed things with Robin, Nami eventually affirmed, "All right. We'll be waiting for you in the bath. Don't keep us waiting too long." Feeling the connection cut, Vaughn exhaled faintly from his nose and asked Zenobia, "You ready to make some new friends?" "At the very least, I should become acquainted with them," responded Zenobia, leaning her head back as Vaughn drew her abdomen to his lips, soothing the aching feeling in her womb by kissing just below her belly button. She would have preferred it if they had sex, but feeling his gentle and warm energy permeate her belly and spread to the rest of her body, making her feel like she was basking in the warm rays of the sun, brought a contented smile to Zenovia's face. "Oh, wow, you weren't kidding when you said you prioritized quality over quantity," remarked Nami, her brows rising and eyes widening when she saw Zenovia's attractive face atop her masterfully sculpted body. Before that moment, Nami felt muscles detracted from a woman's overall beauty. Seeing Zenobia completely shattered that misconception, so much so that she wondered if she should start exercising more. "Indeed," hummed Robin, her eyes focused on Zenovia's toned but not too toned abs as she remarked, "If this is the quality of women you keep, I may need to work hard to ensure I'm not left behind." Stepping into the bath with Vaughn trailing behind her, Zenobia adopted a practiced smile, stating, "My name is Zenobia Quarta, captain of Vaughn's as of yet established maid battalion." It's a pleasure to meet you both. Maid Battalion, repeated Nami, her surprised expression relaxing into a more neutral but approachable look. She wasn't too interested in getting to know Vaughn's women from other worlds, but since she intended to enter and remain in his inner circle, she couldn't be too standoffish. Nodding, Zenobia moved aside to let Vaughn position himself between Nami and Robin before sitting atop his right shin, relaxedly grinding against it as she explained, it's an all-female service corps of women who are loyal to Vaughn and specialize in magical or martial combat. There are currently only 3 official and 1 provisional member, but our numbers could increase to 6 with the 2 of you. Blinking in surprise, Nami asked, why would we want to become maids? No offense to you or Vaughn, but Robin and I are bona fide pirates. We're not exactly the service-minded type. Drawing Robin's and Nami's gaze, it was Vaughn who answered, it's tied to the law of equivalence. Just as you are rewarded for defeating monsters in the tower and can use tower points to exchange for items in the shop, all things have a price. For example, my intervention in your world was the equivalent of tossing a boulder into the stream or flow of what you might call fate or destiny. Closing his eyes and exhaling from his nose, Vaughn appended, now, your world is effectively trying to write a play missing a main actor. Things will eventually level themselves out, but if I continue taking direct action like I did the other day, the consequences will become increasingly disastrous if I don't take more. Though Nami was even more confused after Vaughn's explanation, Robin got the gist of what he was trying to say, remarking, in other words, if we expect you to intervene in our world, we have to be willing to provide compensation. Since being your women almost unilaterally favors us, that means serving others. Wait, you're not talking about prostitution, are you? Questioned Nami, her brows furrowing and her expression losing any semblance of positive emotion. Absolutely fucking not. Responded Vaughn, staring at Nami with a look of offense as he asked, have you completely lost your mind? Not expecting the ever-relaxed and affable Vaughn to snap at her, Nami found herself at a complete loss, her lips parting but no words coming out. In hindsight, she realized her question was extremely foolish since Vaughn didn't even want them flirting with other men, but hearing Robin mention compensation and serving others, what else was she supposed to think? Exhaling loudly, Vaughn closed his eyes, shook his head, and muttered, I'm sorry for snapping at you, but even if I have multiple women, I try to treat each of you with the respect and courtesy you're due. I don't mind a bit of playful ribbing and dark humor, but that's crossing the line. I didn't mean to, started Nami, exhaling a frustrated sigh and sporting a sullen, pouty expression as she expressed, I'm sorry, I'm also grateful to you for helping Robin, so please tell me more about being a part of this maid battalion group. Chiming in to help alleviate the awkward tension that had permeated the air, Zenobia took it upon herself to explain, for the rank and file, it means cooking, cleaning, doing laundry, and generally making yourself available to serve or service Vaughn. Fortunately, most of the palace's facilities, such as this bath, are entirely self-cleaning. So, unless you possess a special skill, such as cooking, you may only have to wear a specific uniform while walking around, lounging, or performing tasks higher-ranking maids such as myself assign you. Rising to her feet, revealing her naked body without shame, Zenobia dried herself by discharging a warm burst of toki. Then, as Vaughn had given her and everyone else who stayed with him provisional access to the tower's system, she opened her inventory and equipped a low-cut, frilly-sleeved maid top, a white choker with a large red ribbon, white maid cuffs with red buttons, and white side-tie panties with a tiny red ribbon on the front. The complete outfit included thigh-high white stockings with a red ribbon and frills, black heels with a red ribbon on the front, and a frilly headdress, but the latter was optional, and she was presently standing in water. This is an example of the attire you might be expected to wear, revealed Zenobia, adding, it changes daily, but every maid of a similar rank wears the same uniform unless Vaughn requests or allows them to wear something else. That's all, asked Nami. We just have to wear sexy outfits while we're here. For the most part, confirmed Zenobia, unequipping her outfit and taking a seat before explaining, "Those like us are categorized as Tier or Class 2 palace residents. Tier 1 includes Vaughn's wives, fiancés, and children, and so long as the request they make isn't excessive or deliberately harsh, we are expected to comply. It ultimately depends on which floor you've been assigned to and how great your karmic deficit is." "I recall Vaughn mentioning karma when he came to my aid," remarked Robin, leaning into Vaughn with her right shoulder as she supposed. "Am I correcting in assuming that a karmic deficit refers to the void left within the flow of fate when someone from outside intervenes?" "That's precisely what it is," confirmed Vaughn, regaining a smile as he drew both Robin and Nami closer by their waists and explained, "Broadly speaking, karma is what determines whether good or bad things happen to a person. It might not seem fair, but if you perform many good deeds, you will either be drawn to, or those with a surplus of negative karma will be drawn to you as the universe's way of balancing the scales. When you request outside help, commonly called divine intervention, a tremendous cost is typically paid up front. When that cost isn't paid, it creates a karmic deficit that attracts tragedy and misfortune." "Is that why nothing seems to be going our way back in Water 7, asked Nami, a bead of sweat trickling down her left cheek at the realization she may have done something she shouldn't have by pressuring Vaughn to help them. "That's just the sequelae, the ripples from my intervention," responded Vaughn. "Most of the deficit was actually accrued by me since I didn't ask for payment beforehand. That's why I left immediately after dealing with Robin's captors. If I had stayed, things would have gotten even more out of hand." "Is there anything we can do?" asked Robin. Nodding, Vaughn explained, "The best course of action is to face whatever hardships come your way head on. Divine intervention is something you should only seek when all other options have been exhausted. As for how you can repay me, you don't need to worry about that. A certain someone might have pressured me, but it was ultimately my decision to intervene. I will deal with the fallout myself." Piggybacking off Vaughn's words, Zenobia explained, "No one who serves in the maid battalion is there because they were compelled to join. We serve Vaughn because he cares for and provides for us of his own accord. Nami here, at the very least, should understand that the sole thing he asks from his lovers is their loyalty. Things like the maid battalion are constructs that those of us closest to him created to safeguard him. Because, as I'm sure pirates like yourselves can understand, there are many who would seek to take advantage of his power and compassion." Understanding that Zenobia was referring to people like themselves, Robin's gaze lowered thoughtfully while Nami adopted a cramped smile. Neither of them harbored malicious intentions toward Vaughn or planned to misuse his power, but they did intend to use it. To compensate him, they offered their bodies. But with women like Zenobia around, willfully serving him, they were definitely towing a line they shouldn't cross. Chapter 142, Sweet. August 20th DXD/April 9th DBT. "I'm beginning to notice a trend," hummed Vaughn, extending his hand and right index finger to the poisonous honeybee, now nearly 60 centimeters tall with bright yellow hair that framed a markedly human face in short layers with jagged, flared ends. Her black antennae now poked out from the sides of her head like droopy elven ears, and, denoting her status as a brand new poisonous honeybee queen, a three-pronged crown of light adorned her head. Were she just a large bee, Vaughn wouldn't be surprised, but the poisonous honeybee queen before him had distinctly human proportions, including broad hips, a fur coat that resembled a yellow bunny suit, thick thighs and pointed feet covered in black fur, thick white fur around her neck and the upper portion of her chest and shoulders, four-pronged and flexible black claws, a bulbous, black and yellow striped abdomen with a bright purple stinger, and, most notably, a pair of furry white breasts. "Vaunappa, I evolved," sang the poisonous honeybee queen, her voice pleasant and mature as she grabbed Vaughn's finger and habitually suckled it with a happy smile, her bright purple eyes narrowing contentedly. "Yes, that's exceptionally obvious." "Congratulations," said Vaughn, a smile adorning his face as he wondered what the artist of Top Dungeon Farmer was thinking when he designed the poisonous honeybee queens to be as sexy as they were. They didn't have breasts in his memory, but even then, they were given very prominent curves. Well, at least she doesn't have human lady bits like a certain naughty bunny, thought Vaughn, referring to Sulby. The buxom, blonde, black-furred bunny had taken up residence in his Engrafia's cottage as if it were completely natural, and when he arrived that morning, there was a distinct smell of animal pheromones and musk lingering in the air as she emerged from the upstairs bedroom, wearing one of his shirts as a nearly ankle-length nightgown. "Is it all right if I stay here from now on?" asked the poisonous honeybee queen, either by accident or intention, drawing Vaughn's hand to her chest, enabling him to feel the rapid pounding of her heart through the backs of his fingers. "Of course," responded Vaughn, his smile broadening as he asserted, "we would be happy to have you, Your Majesty." Gently pinching the poisonous honeybee queen's right hand, Vaughn drew her forward, bowed his head, and kissed the back of it as a gentleman's courtesy. The PHQ didn't blush or anything, but Vaughn got the impression she was exceedingly pleased by his actions as her four semi-transparent wings beat audibly quicker, causing her to rise slightly. Then, as he felt his plans for it would never come to fruition, he invited her to claim the tunnel and cavern he had dug out as the site of what would become a very large hive. He also named her Melisandra, derived from the Melissa and Melis, the former meaning bee and the latter meaning honey. After tending to his farm and spending more time than he had expected with Aileen, who had been in exceedingly high spirits since the previous blue moon, Vaughn retreated to the Crimson Palace, intending to relax and recharge his social and emotional batteries. Fortunately, while Venelana had yet to return from her assignment, there was someone waiting in his room for his return. "Ah, you've returned. Welcome back," greeted Robin, adopting a mature smile and calmly setting aside the book she was reading, adding it to her rapidly growing pile before rising to her feet. More notably, rather than the long-sleeved, black leather, deep-cut one-piece and thigh-high boots she had brought with her from her world, she was currently modeling a short-skirted maid outfit that barely covered more than half her voluminous ass, a frilly choker with a black ribbon, and translucent black stockings with a garter belt and black lace panties. "And to quite the sight, you look incredible," remarked Vaughn, standing still and holding Robin's gaze as she gradually sauntered over to him. Her inordinate height of 188 centimeters had compelled him to boost his own from 178 to 193 centimeters, so their eye lines were nearly level until she was close enough that her breasts depressed against his chest. Whipping out a line Vaughn didn't expect, Robin's eyes narrowed seductively as she asked, "Now that you've returned, would you like a bath, dinner, or perhaps, me?" "All of the above," responded Vaughn. However, instead of grabbing Robin's butt as he would virtually any other woman, he carefully placed his hands on her waist and softly asserted, "But there's no need to rush things, I'm not fond of seeing people force themselves. Tell me, what's on your mind? If there's anything I can do, just tell me. If not, well, I've always preferred listening to speaking." "I see," muttered Robin, wrapping her primary arms around Vaughn's neck and shoulders, a second pair around his ribcage, and a third around his waist, her hands unabashedly cupping his butt as she confessed, "The truth is, I'm thinking of leaving the Straw Hats." "This sounds like a conversation to have while sitting," remarked Vaughn, lifting Robin off the ground as if she weighed nothing, prompting her to dematerialize her extra sets of arms in favor of instinctively or purposely wrapping her legs around his waist, making it easier for him to carry her over to a thin chair roughly shaped like a banana. It was weighted at the front and base to ensure it would always rock back to a neutral position, so it was perfect for lounging or sitting with someone straddled or lying atop you. "How convenient," muttered Robin, quickly realizing the purpose behind the chair's structure as she ended up seated atop Vaughn with him reclining comfortably and her feet planted on the ground. If she shifted her weight to the front or back, it would cause the chair to rock, so after roughly half a second of deliberation, she spontaneously pulled down her low-cut top, freeing her large and remarkably well-shaped breasts as she stated, "If I remain with the Straw Hats, I will only invite disaster and misfortune upon them. The world government, the largest and most powerful organization in my world, has already been pursuing me for 20 years, and they will not stop so long as I'm alive. You must have been through a lot, muttered Vaughn, focusing on Robin's sad blue eyes rather than her breasts as he asserted, and you must have had something important that kept you going all this time. Tell me, what's changed? It wasn't learning about me. Realizing that Vaughn wasn't going to be distracted, Robin exhaled faintly from her nose, several seconds of silence lingering between them before she revealed, it's because they're too kind, they're prepared to risk their lives and confront foes far more powerful than themselves for those they consider friends. And, even though we started as enemies, their captain, Monkey D. Luffy, accepted me as a member of his crew and treated me as if I had always belonged there. In other words, you're trying to protect them. Concluded Vaughn, aided by his knowledge of the series but not requiring it to infer what Robin was trying to convey. I'm trying to protect myself, contended Robin, guiding Vaughn's hands to her breasts, her voice tinged with pain as she held his gaze and asserted, I'm tired, Vaughn, I've been on the run from the entire world since I was an 8-year-old girl. Since then, I've had to do terrible, horrible things just to survive. And I've been betrayed and forced to betray others more times than I can count. That's why I need to leave the Straw Hats, because if a group as kind as theirs betrays me, my heart would shatter to pieces, and I would never recover. MMN. Put this on, said Vaughn, leaving Robin feeling more than a little taken aback as he presented her with what looked like a sleeveless black compression crop top. You're surprisingly callous, muttered Robin, her voice faint and neutral as she permitted a hint of frustration to bleed into her expression. Despite this, she accepted the garment and tried it on, her offense quickly turning to confusion as she witnessed her eye-cup breasts vanish as she pulled the cloth into position. Now put your head down, said Vaughn, his expression and tone gentle as he guided Robin to lie against his chest, embracing her with every ounce of tenderness he could muster as he stated, you've done well to endure and make it this far, even if I'm not the one you want to hear these words from, I'm very proud of you, Robin. I wasn't trying to earn your sympathy, muttered Robin, lying as easily as she breathed. She did, in fact, want Vaughn to sympathize with her, but not because she sought his consolation. She didn't mind dressing up for and serving him, but if she were going to stay in the Crimson Palace long term, she wanted him to have reservations about approaching and asking her to do things that were troublesome or demeaning. That's why I clarified that I'm probably not the person you want to hear such words from, hummed Vaughn, running the tips of his fingers through Robin's long and silky black hair as he appended, more importantly, my compassion and sympathy are mine to give, just as it's by the Straw Hats' own volition that they cherish and treat you as a friend. Continuing to caress Robin's hair, Vaughn shut his eyes, his voice softening further as he added, more important than even that, you wouldn't have made it this far if you were the type to give up. You can come here to rest as often as you require, but I don't believe whatever drove you these past 20 years has disappeared. Luffy and Nami would also rather die than betray one of their friends, so your fears, while founded in experience, are ultimately unwarranted. If I'm wrong about that, then not only will I allow you to stay here, but I will serve you. Feeling a strangely nostalgic sense of comfort pervade her body, causing her eyelids to feel increasingly heavy, Robin remained completely silent in response to Vaughn's words. She also believed that Luffy and Nami wouldn't betray her, but that only made her more afraid. People changed based on their circumstances and experiences, and while they might fight tooth and nail for her now, the endless pursuit and persistent attempts to kidnap her by the world government and their covert operatives were bound to wear even the Straw Hats' patience thin. It might take months, years, or maybe even decades, but no one could bear another's burden indefinitely. It's all right to be happy, muttered Vaughn, causing Robin's eyelids to feel marginally less heavy as she processed the words. Her first impulse was to refute or dismiss the claim, as she had perpetrated and performed far too many evil and outright malicious deeds to be forgiven, but something about hearing the words from Vaughn made them linger. It's all right to be happy, repeated Vaughn, feeling that Robin needed to hear it multiple times. At the same time, he continued combing her hair with his fingers, his domain suffused with the feeling of contentedness and warmth he got when being held by others. It might take a while, but so long as Robin gave him a chance, he was confident he could ease her fear and anxieties and help her find the strength within herself to accept that she, more than most people, deserved to be happy. With Robin ultimately returning to her world after a protracted nap, Vaughn found himself feeling pensive and contemplative. If he and Sis had been more liberal with the starting points of the myriad worlds manifested in Virtua, he could have prevented the tragedy that was Robin's life from its outset. However, much like in the case of Rico, it was her experiences and tragic past that made Robin into the strong and exceptionally capable woman she had grown into. And once she learned to accept that she had the right to live and be happy, everything she endured up to that point will become a distant, potentially even nostalgic memory. Chapter 143, Opportunity. August 22 DXD/April 11 DBT. While tending to his crops with Zenobia helping out in a dark red flannel shirt tied in the front to expose her belly and lower back, blue jean short shorts, and beige-brown work boots, Vaughn raised his gaze to the hole in the cave ceiling at the precise moment what appeared to be an orange tabby cat with yellow-green eyes peered over the edge. "You looking for me?" asked Vaughn, recognizing the expressive-looking cat as Teo, one of the central characters within the Top Dungeon Farmer. "I can see why he's so popular on social media, he's adorable," thought Vaughn, watching as Teo flipped down from the entrance and landed nimbly on just his hind paws, allowing him to stand upright with a green mantle fastened by a bronze badge, denoting his status as a novice peddler, and a dark purple bag, worn like a backpack with ropes for straps. "Are you my customer, Von Mason, Naya?" asked the roughly 80 cm tall cat, his voice boyish with a cute, cat-like inflection, known colloquially as a grainier accent. "I'm Von Mason," confirmed Vaughn, nodding affirmatively before raising his right brow and asking, "And you are?" Puffing out and thumping his chest with his right paw, the orange cat confirmed what Vaughn already knew, proclaiming, "My name is Teo, a novice peddler from the 75th floor's Grainier village. I look forward to doing business with you, Naya." "I can at least hear you out," affirmed Vaughn, shifting his gaze to the picnic table perched along the periphery of light cascading down from the hole above, stating, "Sulbai, please prepare something to eat and drink for our enterprising friend here." "Okay," responded Sulbai, hopping up from her perch and skipping to Vaughn's cottage in a way that caused her breasts to bounce and sway as she excitedly went to prepare tea and snacks. Following Sulbai with his gaze, Teo's non-existent brows perked as he asked, "Is that a service bunny? I've never seen one wearing an outfit like that." "Doesn't she know her butt is hanging out, Naya?" "She's well aware," responded Vaughn, smiling wryly as he gestured to the picnic table with his right hand, asking, "Shall we sit down and chat?" as Zenobia made her way over to get a closer look at their newest arrival. "A talking cat that walks on two legs, this place is just full of surprises," remarked Zenobia, her expression impassive but her eyes glistening with a telltale gleam as she repressed the urge to pick up, nuzzle, and pet Teo like an ordinary house cat. "What are you talking about?" asked Teo, staring up at Zenobia as if there were something wrong with her head as he pointed out, "I'm not a kid or a cripple. Of course, I can stand up, Naya." "Go ensure that Sulbai isn't making too big a mess," said Vaughn, prompting Zenobia to nod and respond with a curt, "Of course," before leaving to do as she was told. "There are a surprising number of rabbits here." "Are they refugees from the 55th floor?" asked Teo, looking around and walking ahead of Vaughn as they made their way to the picnic table. "Let's keep things strictly business for the time being. After all, even intel is a precious commodity," suggested Vaughn, raising his hand and smiling at the hard-working white farming rabbits observing Teo with suspicion and curiosity. "Ah! You're right, Naya," exclaimed Teo, covering his mouth with both paws and looking up at Vaughn with an embarrassed, slightly anxious expression. "Everyone makes mistakes." "It's no big deal," assured Vaughn, taking a seat on the side of the table designed for humans. The other side had raised stair-step seating, allowing the rabbits and now Teo to sit comfortably as he placed his purple sack on the table's surface and exclaimed, "Well, it's all fresh salmon and caviar from here. Get a look at these super rare and amazing wares, Naya. Each is a super exclusive magic item acquired from outside the tower, so if you miss this opportunity, you might never have a second chance to acquire them." Seeing Teo produce an ordinary thermos, a cheap-looking electric desk fan, and a reusable pocket hand warmer, each listed at 5 tower coins viaduct the tiny notification windows that appeared, Vaughn flatly remarked, "These are not magical items." "Naya? Are you calling me a liar?" exclaimed Teo, slapping the picnic table's surface with his paws, barely producing a sound due to his thick and squishy pink toe beans and padding. "He's telling the truth, you unscrupulous cat," asserted Aileen, sounding slightly annoyed as she believed Teo was intentionally trying to scam or rip Vaughn off. "TT, that voice and this notification window, CCCC, could you be the great black dragon Nim?" stammered Teo, his entire body trembling as if he had just emerged from an ice bath. "That's right," responded Aileen, adding, "and Vaughn happens to be very important to me, so if you try to trick or deceive him, don't blame me for what happens to you." "Hey, now," said Vaughn, smiling wryly as he pointed out, "our new friend here is very clearly a novice, and he wouldn't have traveled to such a precarious place on the off chance he might be able to pawn off some junk items. It's more likely he was tricked and convinced to come here by the person who scammed him, presumably believing the perils of the 99th floor would get rid of the evidence." That can't be," muttered Teo, his eyes swirling confusedly within their sockets as he searched his memories and attempted to make sense of the situation. "If Vaughn says so, it must be true," stated Aileen, causing Teo to startle as she added, "Just remember my warning, peddler cat, because there won't be a second." "You understood," responded Teo, his tail curling between his legs as he shrunk in on himself as much as his body would allow. "Lucky for you," appended Vaughn, offering a kind smile as he produced a pre-prepared contract and revealed, "I happen to require the services of a peddler. And since you're already aware of my affiliation with the Great Black Dragons, including our exceptional tower administrator, I'm certain that someone as enterprising as yourself can understand there are many benefits to be had from forming a partnership with me." Though he was confused and more than a little overwhelmed by what was transpiring, Teo tentatively accepted the contract and reviewed it carefully. To his surprise, Vaughn was offering a 7-3 split on all profits with an additional 20% commission on any long-term contracts and deals he managed to broker himself. There were provisions prohibiting him from disclosing the source of his goods and revealing Vaughn's affiliation with the tower administrator, but that was a given. "What does this clause mean?" asked Teo, setting the contract down and pointing to paragraph 9, subsection 3, detailing that he would need to undergo vocational and self-defense training. "It's exactly as it says," answered Vaughn, clarifying, "the goods you will be selling guarantee tremendous returns. Other peddlers, investigators, and mercenaries are bound to notice how much profit you're accumulating and want a piece of the pie. As such, you will receive lessons in business, self-defense, and concealment from seasoned and highly adept professionals. And before you apply to become an intermediate peddler, you will also be assigned one or more guards as an escort." "Isn't this a bit much?" asked Teo, his ears flattening and a look of doubt marring his face as he slumped and muttered, "I was scammed and nearly sent to my death at the very start of my career as a peddler. Offering an opportunity like this to someone like me, you would be better off finding a replacement, Naya." "But you're the one who's here right now," remarked Vaughn, maintaining his smile as he asserted, "and that means considerably more than you think, as most peddlers, especially new ones, wouldn't have the courage or the ambition to travel to the 99th floor for their very first sale. In other words, while you may have been tricked, you possess the most important trait of a would-be world-class peddler, an enterprising spirit." "Enterprising spirit," muttered Teo, staring at Vaughn with wide eyes that glistened with golden tower coins. He didn't really understand what the words meant, but the promise of tremendous returns was too tantalizing for him to pass on. His skepticism returned when Vaughn revealed that most of what he would be peddling was produce, but as he had already signed the contract by then, he had no choice but to set out for the lower floors after a bit of rest and filling his belly with delicious food. Returning to the Crimson Palace after his daily cuddle and anime viewing session with Aileen, Vaughn couldn't help smiling when he spotted Venelana seated at the same table Robin had awaited him at days prior. Better still, she wasn't alone. Noticing Vaughn's arrival, Venelana and her companion, the blonde-haired, extraordinarily buxom, and incredibly tantalizing Yasaka, adopted smiles, the former saying, "Welcome back," while the latter narrowed her golden eyes and tacked on, "I hope you don't mind my dropping in a sensual tone." "I will leave first," stated Zenobia, offering Vaughn a bow before promptly departing the room, understanding that she would only be in the way with Venelana, of all Vaughn's women present. After briefly following Zenobia with his gaze, Vaughn turned his attention to the two mature beauties, his eyes narrowing into a confident smile as he approached and remarked, "If I had known that two of the most beautiful women in all of creation were waiting for me, I would have shattered time and torn through the dimensions to reach here sooner." "Oh, my!" hummed Yasaka, covering her mouth with her right sleeve and narrowing her eyes into vulpine slits. At the same time, Venelana got up from her seat, surprising her fluffy-eared, nine-tailed counterpart by stepping forward, allowing Vaughn to embrace her, and unabashedly making out with him. Seeing Vaughn's hands explore Venelana's body and firmly fondle her butt as they spent several straight minutes making out, Yasaka's nine golden blonde, beige-tipped tails bristled and swayed behind her. It didn't take a politically minded genius to understand why she was there, so she was a little annoyed and slightly envious that Venelana was monopolizing Vaughn's attention. What Yasaka didn't know was that while they were making out, Vaughn and Venelana were also telepathically communicating. Thus, after nearly 3 unbroken minutes of kissing, he and Venelana separated but not fully, the flaxen-haired woman standing on his left side with his hand on her bottom as he met Yasaka's gaze and asked, "Would you prefer to talk about your reason for being here, or should we skip straight to the end? Because I'm more than willing to cooperate with the Western Yukai faction if it means having a world-class beauty like yourself join my harem." "I see," hummed Yasaka, rising slowly and gracefully to her feet and approaching within a few centimeters of Vaughn to stare up at his face with crossed arms and narrowed eyes, revealing, "But I'm a package deal. My daughter, Kunu, is too young to produce offspring without difficulties, but that will change within a few short years. Given your relationship with Venelana-sama and her daughter, I trust this will not be an issue." Shaking his head, Vaughn answered, "I'm not going to agree to enter into a relationship with someone I've never met, especially if they're currently a child. I will gladly help care for her, but it would be better to let her make such decisions for herself. I know that was a thing in the past, but I won't raise a bride." "Very well," responded Yasaka, her tails undulating gracefully behind her as she uncrossed her arms and freed her fair and miraculous breasts from her low-cut kimono, her golden eyes narrowing seductively as she added, "But my daughter is intelligent and wise beyond her years. Unless a better prospect appears, you won't be able to escape her." "Well, as long as you don't implant the idea in her head or pressure her into it, we'll see how things play out," conceded Vaughn, taking advantage of Yasaka's closeness to draw her close enough for a kiss. Learning that she was a mother helped explain why she left such a deep impression on him during their first meeting, so while he was moderately concerned with the warning she had given regarding her daughter, Vaughn decided to place such concerns on the back burner as he investigated how Yasaka's many fluffy tails coiled and connected to her body without interfering with one another.